The young children were playing carefree on the street, looking for new adventures and trying to find something interesting. One of the boys asked Chu to show him what he had done before, but Chu explained that his older brother had forbidden him to do so, even though his friends tried to convince him in various ways. Despite their persuasion, Chu stood his ground, claiming that his brother had warned him that such an act would make people think he was ridiculous and even crazy, which he did not want. However, children of this age have a special talent for convincing each other to do various reckless and daring things, especially when it comes to something exciting and forbidden, which makes their game even more interesting. Suddenly, one of them was called by their mother in a loud voice, interrupting their plans and forcing the boys to pay attention to her, which immediately changed the atmosphere of their fun game. With a serious tone, she reminded her son again of her request not to communicate with these children, and ordered him to come to her immediately, without tolerating any objections. The boy instantly left his friends and, with his head down, went to his mother, realizing that it was useless to argue and that he was going to have a serious conversation. Because he had disobeyed her warning, she severely spanked his buttocks, expressing her displeasure and trying to teach him obedience. Zhongli heard her scolding her child, reminding him that she had already told him that orphans were a bad influence on her, and that she did not want her son to be around them. After that, he caught up with Chu and asked him with a mysterious smile if he wanted to do this one last time, hinting at something special and exciting. Today they decided to make a serious mess that would be remembered for a long time by all the residents of their neighborhood, and would make them famous as real brawlers. They approached the gloomy street and, leaning down, looked with their heads into the crack at the bottom of an old building, hoping to find something interesting there. Chu began to make distinctive sounds, trying to attract the attention of someone or something that might be hiding in the darkness of the crevice. Then he put his ear to the hole and listened intently, trying to hear if there were any movements or sounds that would indicate the presence of living beings. At first, no sound came from the hole, and the boys began to doubt whether their plan would work, but they did not lose hope. Suddenly, they heard loud squeaks that immediately revitalized their faces and confirmed that the plan was working. The boys realized that it was time to act because their plan had worked, and now they just had to enjoy the results. They turned around and started running in the other direction, trying to get away from the scene as quickly as possible so that no one would suspect them. On a crowded street near a cafe, they sat down, smiling slyly and watching people eat, anticipating that something interesting would happen soon. All they had to do was count down 3, 2, 1, and they were looking forward to the chaos they had caused. And already on this street, loud shouts were heard, indicating that everything was going according to plan, and their prank was succeeding 100%. The plan worked. The woman ran, screaming loudly, "There are rats!" attracting the attention of everyone around her and causing panic among the cafe's patrons. She ran up to people who were eating quietly and began to warn them that rats were running, causing them to jump up and down and look around for danger. Right out of the gap where the boys were approaching, numerous rats ran out and headed straight for the people, causing real chaos on the street. There were so many of them that they ran under everyone's feet, and everyone who was eating threw their chopsticks out of their hands, having no idea where these rats came from or what was going on. The bowls were rattling as the rats ran over them, throwing all the food outside with their paws, turning a peaceful lunch into a real mess. The fact that there were so many rats only made the brothers happy, as they watched with delight the results of their plan and rejoiced in their success. The people, seeing the rats, were very frightened and hid wherever they could, creating even more chaos and confusion in the street. One of the men even climbed a pole that supported the roof on the summer terrace, hoping to avoid meeting the rodents. His weight broke the pole, and everything around him began to fly apart. People got tangled in the fabric stretched over the tables, fell to the ground, and rats were already running over their bodies, making the situation absurd. However, this only tripled the laughter of the boys, who could not help but laugh even louder. A guy was running down the street, loudly shouting the name of Zhongli Chu, trying to find him as quickly as possible. Chu spotted him and watched with curiosity as he approached him running. The guy was in a hurry to tell Chu that the bar owner was looking for him and wanted to see him immediately. He relayed the bar owner's request that Chu go to him immediately, without delay. Panicked, the young man could only say, "Something has happened to your brother. You must go there now." Hearing about his brother, a wave of anxiety swept over Chu, and he began to worry greatly, not knowing what to expect. A moment later, he stood there, shattered, cold sweat streaming down his face from what he saw, which shocked him to the core. His brother was lying dead before his eyes, and this horrific sight shook Chu to his very core. The man sitting next to him explained that you can get hit in the head in a bar, but how could you beat a child to death? He talked about the boy's killer, claiming that the bastard was just making money off women and had no conscience. "What's the Jade Emperor doing if that bastard is still alive?" the man continued, and Chu didn't understand a word of it as he looked at his brother's body. Chu couldn't believe what he was seeing, but this was the reality of this cruel world, and he had to accept this terrible truth. The man stood up and said that he had to find 2 helpers to help bury Chu's brother with dignity and honor. At this point, Chu gathered his strength and asked the man, "Who did this to my brother?" His voice trembling with emotion. "Who did this to my brother?" he repeated with desperation, hoping for an answer. However, the man replied that revenge would be almost impossible because the person who did it was too powerful and dangerous. "This person is not someone you can touch. It's better to forget about everything and live for my brother," he said sadly. With tears in his eyes, Chu insisted, "I need to know who did this so I can at least curse him. It's all I have left." The man turned his head and looked at the broken boy who was sitting by the body of his beloved brother. After a while, the shovel was shoveling away earth after earth until the grave was dug deep enough for burial. Soon, a pile of earth rose above the fresh grave, under which Chu's brother now rested, and this became a bitter reality. The men, having finished their work, were about to go home and turn to Chu, asking him to come with them. But one of them said that he should sit, because it was not easy for him to say goodbye to his last relative. Chu remained sitting under a tree right in front of his brother's grave, deep in thought. The name of Huang Jun, the one who deprived him of his last family member and caused him unspeakable pain, kept coming to mind. Huang belonged to the Heavenly Death Sect, an organization known for its cruelty and impunity in this world. Chu's desire for revenge was understandable, because now he had no one left, and he was ready to do anything. Meanwhile, Huang was drinking alcohol in a diner, getting drunk and not thinking about the consequences. After drinking, he just threw up his hands and shouted loudly, standing in the middle of the street, as if the whole world belonged to him alone. His face alone testified that he was a vile scoundrel, and no one wanted to have anything to do with him. He approached defenseless girls with threats, joking that he would eat them to scare and mock them. After that, they would run away from him, thinking he was crazy, which was quite understandable, looking at such a man. He picked on ordinary men just because they looked in his direction, provoking conflicts. Waving his arms in the middle of the street, he shouted to everyone that they would die if they dared to joke with him. And again he drank alcohol in gulps, becoming more and more uncontrollable and aggressive. But when he entered one of the streets, he noticed a mess. Someone had spilled buckets of waste, which also smelled terrible. He leaned his back against the wall, trying to pass by the place without getting dirty. It was so disgusting that he instantly sobered up, realizing the unpleasantness of the situation. A stick was tied above his head, and on the other side of the fence stood Chu, hidden in the shadows. Standing in the dark, he was counting down, preparing for the decisive moment of his plan. He would pass under the wall to get around the waist, unaware of the trap. He was approaching the trap that Chu had set, unaware of the danger. The countdown reached the number 2, and the tension reached its peak. The kid was just waiting for the moment when he could say 1 to activate the trap. And so, when he said 1, the stick hit the shovel and the trap went off. Immediately, the boy started running in the same direction to finish the job. His speed was too fast to do everything clearly and without mistakes. All he had to do was to put an end to the story, completing his plan. To do this, he had to kick the blade to extend a sharp stick on the other side of the fence. Kicking hard, he heard a sound from the other side. It was the sound of a man breathing his last breath of life. Evidence that the plan had worked. The guy kicked so hard that he bounced off and fell backwards to the ground. And on the other side, his brother's assailant lay with his chest pierced. Chu created a perfect plan and was able to avenge his brother's death. Now this scoundrel who dared to kill a child and had been doing mean things all his life died where he belonged, among a pile of waste, becoming the same kind of scum. At that moment, Pukli was walking carefree down the street, completely unaware of what was waiting for him. Suddenly, Chu looked out from behind a straw fence, waved and asked him to come closer. Puffy had brought some kinkali with him to treat Chu and share some goodies with him. When Chubby asked why Chu was hiding, he replied with a smile that he was just playing hide-and-seek. When Puffy asked who he was playing with, Chu simply replied that he was walking alone and enjoying his solitude. This, of course, surprised Puffy, but he remarked that it sounded like fun. Chu then asked what had happened in the neighborhood since he had been hiding here for so long. Puffy told him that a lot had happened. Chun-san was punished for urinating on his blanket, but Chu was referring to other news. Puffy also mentioned that some boys had been found dead in an alley, which was a real sensation in their neighborhood. After hearing this, Chu just ate his hinkali in silence, and then suddenly announced that he was leaving. He explained that, without his brother, there was no point in staying here, and he decided to move on. He said he was going to travel the world to see how big this world is. Puffy admitted that he also dreamed of traveling, but realized that his mother would not allow him to go. Puffy then advised Chu to make sure to see the bar owner before he left, as he had been looking for him, fearing that after his brother's death, Chu might commit suicide. They decided to try to sneak into the bar unnoticed to avoid unnecessary questions. Choosing the most remote streets where there were almost no people, they quietly approached the bar, trying to remain unnoticed. Where they came across people, they hid behind barrels and walls so that no one would notice them. For Puffy, it was just a fun game, but for Chu, it was more serious. The last point of their plan had been successfully completed. Nevertheless, Puffy was still wondering if Chu would come back, and he assured him that he would. With that, they said goodbye. Puffy ran home, waving and asking Chu to come back. The boy followed Puffy with his eyes, watching him go away and feeling a little sad. Then he summoned up the courage to walk up to the door of the bar, ready to go inside and meet the owner. Opening the door enough to stick his head in, he said, "I'm here, it's Chu," trying to attract attention inside. However, when he got inside, he saw that the bar owner was being held by thugs with guns. The big guy standing next to him turned sharply in Chu's direction, noticing his presence. He saw a little boy standing right next to the door, looking at them in surprise. The bar owner panicked, shouted at Chu to run away immediately to save himself. It was as if an invisible force picked him up, and he was literally thrown out the bar door and into the street. Immediately, he started running, getting away from the dangerous place as quickly as possible. However, the villains with guns noticed Chu and began to chase him, not going to let him go. However, in a moment, the kid managed to get lost in the crowd, dissolving among numerous passers-by and complicating the chase. He deliberately ran into crowded places to make it easier to disappear and escape from the pursuers. There were more and more people, and he skillfully made his way between them, which was much easier for him than for big adults. The pursuers had to push people out of the way, causing indignation in the crowd. They stopped and looked around, trying to figure out where the short young man had gone. Finally, one of them spotted the boy at the end of the street and shouted to his partner, "We need to go there!" But the boy knew these streets like the back of his hand and knew exactly which gap to crawl into to escape. When the big guys ran up to the gap, they just called him a damn rat. However, they quickly made a plan. One of them would go back and the other would run forward to intercept him. The guy, meanwhile, was rapidly crawling through the narrow passage, moving forward. It was creepy. Rats were scurrying around, but he didn't care. On the other side of the fence, he climbed out of a similar gap. Turning his head to the left, he saw one of his pursuers. He immediately noticed him and rushed forward. But the guy's agility was incredible. He pushed off the boxes and jumped onto the roof. The pursuer, running up, grabbed a bucket of greens that was in his way. He decided not to catch up, but to throw the bucket at the boy, hoping to knock him down because the distance was short. The bucket hit the edge of the roof and ricocheted and flew right over the boy's head. He successfully jumped onto the roof and quickly ran forward. Meanwhile, the robber ran down the street following the boy. To his left, he saw the boy jumping from roof to roof. The boy's jumps were impressive, especially for someone so young. The tiles crunched under his feet. Jumping to another roof, he accelerated even more. But because he was so fast, he tripped over the top of the roof. And like rain, he began to slide down. Losing his balance, he flew straight to the ground. The impact was very strong. Lying on his back, he could only moan. But it was a matter of life and death, and he had to get up. Barely finding the strength, he got up and started running. Because of the shock and panic, he ran without even realizing where he was going. Suddenly, a huge hand grabbed his small body tightly, stopping his escape in an instant and leaving him no chance to escape. One of the robbers managed to grab him, and the boy was trapped with no way to escape. Chu's body was so small that the robber held him like a toy, squeezing him in his powerful hands without much effort. Then the robber threw him to the ground with all his might, and the boy felt himself hitting the hard surface painfully. The strong impact knocked all the air out of his lungs, and he suffocated for a moment, unable to breathe. The robber knew that this kid had killed Huang Jun, and they had come to the bar to find him and get even. Crawling on the ground, the boy replied that the scoundrel had killed his brother, trying to justify his actions. "Yes, he killed your brother, and you killed Huang. As soon as I kill you, this issue will be resolved," the robber said, swinging his sword. However, the boy went to meet him, screaming and begging, "Kill me! Do it now!" as he closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the inevitable. He squeezed his eyelids shut, not wanting to see death approaching, his heart pounding in his chest, and time seemed like an eternity. A few seconds passed, but nothing happened. A strange and tense silence reigned around him. 10 seconds passed, and he cautiously began to open his eyes, not realizing what was happening around him. When he opened his eyes fully, he saw the robber's body flying toward him. Behind him stood a man who struck the robber on the head with his sword without even taking it out of the scabbard. The robber's body fell with a dull thud to the boy's right, kicking up a cloud of dust and making him flinch. The sun was shining behind the stranger, his face in shadow. In a low voice, he said to the boy, "The heavenly death sect will haunt you for the rest of your life." The boy was still lying on the ground, not knowing what to say to his rescuer, his heart beating like crazy. The man held out his hand and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Offering protection and a new beginning. The young man's eyes were filled with fear, and sweat was streaming down his face from exhaustion after fleeing the heavenly death sect. But he responded to the stranger's outstretched hand, extending his own in return, ready to accept his offer and change his life. The man then put the boy on the horse in front of him and set off without wasting a minute. When they arrived, his brother was surprised to see a child in front of him instead of the expected adult. However, the fifth brother said that this boy would even surpass him and would not be inferior to his own brother's disciples. The man introduced himself as Un, and said that from now on he would teach Chu, taking him under his wing. Upon his arrival, he turned to his brother and told him to go to the meeting room, as everyone was waiting for him. He was not sure what was going on there, but it seemed that the first brother had something important to tell him. The fifth asked him to take the child to his room so that he could rest and get settled. He turned around and went to the first brother, ready to talk. Once inside the room, the man introduced Chu to everyone, showing them the newest member of the family. He also told them to get to know him, because from now on he would be their brother and they should accept him. He asked Chu to come closer and not to be shy. He approached step by step, a little nervous. From outside the door, he peered inside the room, trying to understand what awaited him. There were 3 children his age, which was a surprise and aroused his interest. He did not expect to see this, but realized that they would now be his new family. The 5th one also joined in, opening the door and asking how long they had been waiting for him. All 4 brothers sat at the table, waiting for the 5th. When he arrived, they said they hadn't been waiting long and invited him to sit at the table, starting a conversation about what they had heard about his meeting with the new student and asking how it went, and if he liked him. Compared to the questioner's students, Chu still lacked a lot, but the 5th was confident that he would be valuable if they taught him. Next, they asked who he was. Chu explained that his name was Chu, surname Chong Li, and he would be 10 years old this year. His brother was beaten to death in a bar because of spilled alcohol. Chong Li found the culprit and avenged his brother by simply killing him. The fact that this was done by a 10-year-old boy surprised the others. Then the 5th one told them who he had killed. A drunken visitor, Wang Jun, from the Heavenly Death Sect. The other brothers were even more surprised to hear this, realizing the seriousness of the situation. They looked at each other, wondering if the 5th was serious, not believing their ears. This reaction arose because they had heard that Huang had died in a pile of mud, but they couldn't think that it was the work of Zhong Li. It seems that this kid was born to kill. Then one of the brothers said that the expectations were justified, and the 5th one managed to find a good student. "We should drink to that," he suggested. But the 5th one came here because the first one wanted to tell him something, and he asked him what it was. He took up a glass and, when everyone was gathered, suggested that they discuss work matters. "My brothers, I have to ask you for forgiveness," he said, creating a tense atmosphere. At that moment, Chu was settling into the room, walking in and sitting down on a chair directly across from a young man who looked like himself. He looked around the room, looking at the room and trying to figure out what was going on. But suddenly, right in front of him, the hand of the guy sitting across from him hit the table, drawing his attention. Suddenly he laughed, and his laughter cut through the silence of the room, adding tension and mystery to the atmosphere. Sitting confidently on his chair, the guy looked directly at Chu and spoke with a sly smile on his face. "Chu, I'm not interested in your age," he said, "but how many people have you killed in your life?" Chu could not immediately find an answer to this question and just looked at him silently, not knowing what to say. The man began to tell him that he had killed 16 people himself, and added that if Chu killed more, then he would be higher in rank, but otherwise he would have to obey him. Pointing to the girl sitting on the bed, he said, "This is Seo Yoon. She is lower in rank because she could only kill one old man." But she responded sharply, asking him to shut up, and asked if he wasn't looking for trouble for himself by challenging her patience. According to him, this girl was rude but attractive, and he advised the newcomer not to think of her the way she thought of him. "Behind me sits Chok Sa," he continued. I know almost nothing about him. Perhaps he was chosen because he looks like a scoundrel. But Choksa, still sitting on the bed, said that he hadn't killed anyone, but had simply turned everyone into helpless vegetables. After he threatened Han himself that he had better keep quiet or he would kill him, he advised Chu not to approach him. However, he returned to his original question and asked, "How many people have you killed? I want to know now." Rising from his seat, he asked again, "Do you not understand what I am talking about, or are you just pretending? Do you really not know why you were brought here?" Frightened and confused, Chu began to tell what had happened, describing how he had been rescued, not understanding why he was being asked such things. At that very moment, the first brother was already on his knees in front of the others, asking them to forgive him for what he had done. The brothers did not understand what was happening to him at all, and looked at each other in surprise, trying to understand the situation. He apologized for killing the divine swordsman Kyuchi, realizing the seriousness of his action. When the others heard this, they could not say a word, shocked by the unexpected news. He was ashamed to look his brothers in the eye for this act, and he felt deeply guilty towards them. The fifth brother said that there was no reason to worry, because they had already killed many people in their lives. The first one went on to explain that he had been in such a hurry to get to them that he had forgotten his vaginas, and now the whole world would know that this was the work of the Organization of Dead Souls. The other brother said that he must have had personal reasons for accepting this order and taking such a risky step. At first, the first one answered only in silence, lowering his head and not daring to meet their eyes. The third brother began to raise his voice, saying that he had a bad feeling when the woman came looking for the first one, but did not suspect anything because of his trust in him. He thought that the first one had decided to leave the Dead Soul Squad and leave his brothers to avenge the woman. The brothers tried to calm the third one down by pulling him away, but he kept insisting on his own way, not wanting to listen. The fifth, the youngest among them, intervened and asked him how he could say such things about his brother. He apologized, but still turned around and began to walk away, going in the opposite direction from them. He walked out of the room and slammed the door violently, expressing his indignation and disappointment. Passing by the man in the hallway, he did not even stop and answer the question. "Third brother, where are you going?" The other brothers stayed by the first brother's side, helping him to stand up, and sincerely asked him not to take the third brother's words to heart, trying to support him in this difficult moment. However, the first brother took these words very seriously and even agreed with the third brother's opinion, admitting his guilt and realizing the consequences of his actions. He said that now they should not think about offenses, but about the fact that the 10 great sects would accuse them and try to destroy them, and this was a real problem that needed their attention. The first one had no choice but to ask his brothers to help him confront the 10 great sects and find a way to resolve this dangerous situation. Then the first brother announced even more startling news. Tomorrow he would accept their destruction, ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of others, which shocked the brothers to the core. The fifth brother believed that it was impossible to give up, and that they had to fight to the end. He tried to convince the first brother not to give up and fight for their future. The other brothers supported the fifth, believing that it was better to die in battle with honor than to live in constant flight and fear of enemies. They decided to seriously consider the future of the Organization of Dead Souls and find a way to salvation that would preserve their legacy. The first began to explain that even if they died, the Organization of Dead Souls would live on as long as Xiaogo lived, and that everything possible should be done to protect it. "And if there's a chance to save him, why don't we try?" he added, instilling hope in the brothers' hearts and encouraging them to act. At the same moment, a loud snoring sound came from another house, breaking the night's silence and attracting attention. The commander of the unit was sleeping in that building, and a man was standing next to him, trying to wake him up, urgently needing his attention. The commander slowly opened his eyes, not yet fully understanding what had woken him, and began to look around. Getting up, he asked what was wrong, and heard that Shaolin monks were looking for him, which aroused his interest. The commander had anticipated that this might happen, and was mentally prepared for this meeting, expecting important news. Meanwhile, 3 monks were standing outside. The one in front was holding a tray, waiting to meet the commander. The commander of the Nanyang Lower Division, who introduced himself as Chun, greeted the monks. They explained the reason for their visit. An important decision had been made at the meeting of the 10 great sects. The assembly of the 10 great sects had announced the destruction of the killer of the divine swordsman, Kyuchi Asura, and they had come to report it. In the name of the emperor, they were asked to exterminate Asura's assassin from the Dead Soul organization before dawn, which added to the urgency of the matter. On the tray held by the monk were documents about the extermination and portraits of the assassins from the Dead Souls organization, which emphasized the seriousness of the mission. When the commander read the information, the monk left the tray in front of him, handing over all the necessary documents to complete the task. After that, the monks turned around and calmly left, leaving the commander alone with the news in his thoughts. As soon as the monks left, there was talk about whether the unit leader would be executed, and everyone agreed that it was quite possible under the circumstances. However, the commander could not understand what extermination actually meant and what consequences it would have for them all, which caused him concern. After some time, the third brother was asked to return to discuss important matters and to settle the misunderstanding. However, he was looking at the moon and thinking that it must be very difficult for the first brother. Suddenly, another brother appeared behind them, the first one who had come to them. As he approached them, he first of all apologized for his recklessness and mistakes. He believed that all the disorder that now reigns in their family was due to him. He also asked them not to waste time arguing and to focus on what was important. He was told not to talk like that because he was the leader of the Dead Souls squad and had to lead them forward. The reason why they were able to remain free in a world of lawlessness, where the bloodshed was endless, was because of annihilation. If this continues, the whole world will be swallowed up by evil and will not be able to get out. That is why the 10 great sects invented annihilation. Annihilation prevents evil. It restricts people from joining the demonic sects of the Central Plains. The commander asked the elder to explain this in clearer language so that he could better understand the situation. He replied that the Dead Souls squad had decided to kill divine swordsman Kyuchi for no good reason, and that in order for the rest of his family to survive, Killer Azur had accepted annihilation. Because of this, they would have to carry out the execution, and the commander asked what exactly should be done. You need to cut off and tear out the eyes and ears, depriving the person of sight and hearing, and block the Zhongwang and Shuhai points to close the energy flow, the old man explained. In other words, a person should turn into a living corpse, deprived of the ability to feel the world. The commander could not believe that he was being asked to dismember a person. It shocked his consciousness, and he did not like that he could only do this to the killer Azur. The elder added that this meant that the others in the Dead Soul squad were being given a chance to survive. However, the 10 great sects would hunt for each of them, and each of them would have to die to restore the balance. The killer Azur seemed crazy to the commander, because he asked for extermination himself. Was it because he needed at least a drop of hope for salvation? At that moment, Chu saw the top tier of a bunk bed where he was trying to sleep. He was lying under the covers, but he could not get used to his new home and felt like a stranger. The bed began to creak, and he pulled his shoes on his feet, preparing to leave. Suddenly a voice came from behind him, asking him not to do so and that if he was thinking of running away, he should leave the idea behind. The voice asked him not to waste his energy on the impossible and warned him against rash actions. "Why should I run away? I'll just go to the bathroom," Chu replied, trying to calm him down. After a while, he came out of the restroom feeling slightly relieved. On his way back to the room, he walked slowly down the dark corridor. Suddenly, he heard a sound and turned his head, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It was coming from right behind the fence, as if someone or something was hiding there. His curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to look in to see what was going on. He saw a sword on which nearby lights were reflected, creating a magical shine. Some young boy or girl was honing his or her movements, practicing with the sword. He was doing it so skillfully, as if he had been practicing for many years. This child had white hair. He hadn't seen him here before, but what he was doing was breathtaking. Suddenly, Chu heard a question behind the fence. "Didn't they tell you that you can't come out yet?" After that, the young man was told, "Hurry back home." Chu overheard them talking. The boy was worried about the Dead Soul squad, but they told him that adults should worry about it. The boy's name was Soguo, and the man told him that no matter what happened, he must not forget that he was the one who could save the Dead Soul squad. Soguo promised to keep that in mind. At the table, the brothers were talking. In particular, they asked their second brother if he remembered who Shin-chun was. Of course, he remembered him. Shin-chun was a great wielder of the dragon sword. Then they tried to remember what he had said in his last minute of life. The third brother tried to remember and could only recall something like, "Huh." After that, they all laughed out loud, unable to contain their mirth. Their laughter resounded for almost a minute, filling the room with joy. The laughter was followed by silence, and the atmosphere changed. Everyone lowered their heads, thinking about something important. The first brother addressed everyone. "The time spent with you has been wonderful." He added, "I have lived a wonderful life because of you all. and I hope that you will all stay alive and come back here someday." One of the brothers stood up and bowed in front of the first one, expressing his respect. The others did the same, following him, showing their respect in succession. Looking at this, the first brother realized that he had not lived his life in vain. Everyone, as one, paid him homage, clasping their hands in front of them. The day came when people gathered in front of their house. They had come to see the killer of the divine swordsman, Chu-Chi, come out and accept his punishment. The little boy was sleeping in his bed, but the room was suddenly filled with shouts ordering everyone to get up immediately. The fifth entered and sternly ordered everyone to wake up and prepare for action. He immediately woke everyone up, insisting that they get up quickly and be ready. He did not answer the children's questions about what had happened, only saying that there was no time and that he would explain everything later. Chu didn't understand anything, but he followed the orders, trusting his elders. "The brothers are waiting! We need to run as fast as possible!" the fifth repeated, and they all ran after him. The horses were already harnessed and waiting for the fifth to bring the children. As soon as they arrived, they were ordered to quickly get on the horses and were told who would go with whom. Helping them to get on, they were warned to hold on tightly so as not to fall off during the fast ride. After that, the brothers themselves quickly mounted their horses, preparing to leave. They each took one child and decided not to tell each other where they were going. They hoped that in 10 years they would survive and be able to meet again. The brothers asked each other to be careful and take care of themselves. Pulling on the reins, the horses began to gallop forward, leaving no room behind. There was no time to stop for a moment. They had to hurry as fast as possible. Only the first brother remained, ready to take his punishment for the sake of the others. The leader of the unit, Namyan, represented the 10 great sects and had come to fulfill a mission. The first brother had heard of him many times and introduced himself. "I am Killer Azur." The leader of the unit, overwhelmed with emotion, asked him how he dared to kill the divine swordsman, Chu-Chi, and whether he was ready to accept responsibility for his actions. Azur accepted responsibility for his actions, recognizing that he had violated the rules of the Central Plains, and said that he had no right to determine the severity of his crime. The leader only asked him to look at himself. "Look at your mouth, talking all kinds of nonsense right before you die." As he came closer, he said that his insolence would soon end. He looked around and asked where the others were. Azur replied that they had all left. "I don't know where exactly. I decided to take the punishment myself so that my brothers could escape," he said. The leader thought that Azur did not understand the seriousness of the punishment, but he was fully aware of it. The leader reminded him that he would soon realize that any resistance was futile, and asked him if he thought he could escape from the 10 great sects. Hearing no response from Azur, he answered his own question, adding, "Do not dream of the impossible." Turning to his men, he said that it was time to begin and ordered them to prepare everything for the punishment. Immediately, they rushed to Azur, ready to carry out the order. They grabbed him by the shoulders and forced him to the ground, not allowing him to resist. In a moment, he was kneeling before them, powerless and doomed, accepting his fate. His clothes were torn from his body by brute force, leaving him half naked and humiliated. A thick rope was placed around his arms, binding him tightly and depriving him of freedom of movement. The knots were so tight that the rope cut into his skin, causing pain. Only his servant remained by his side, deeply worried about the first brother. The representative of the 10 sects warned him not to do anything stupid and not to interfere with the execution of the punishment. He added that it was good that the servant was here, because someone had to clean up after the execution. The servant could barely contain his emotions, but could not say or do anything. A stick was inserted into Azur's hair and tied to attach a rope for torture. They threw him to the ground and started pulling him by the rope as if he were an inanimate object. He was now completely tied up, deprived of any possibility of resistance. The representative of the 10 sects was holding a scroll, which he solemnly unfolded. "Let us begin the execution. First extermination. Listen to the instructions of the Shaolin monk," he announced. "Life is the most precious and noble thing in the world," he read from the scroll. "Only heaven has the right to take away the life that has been given. How dare a person take the life of another? Therefore, Shaolin will deprive the murderer of his eyes so that he can no longer see the world. This is the retribution for a terrible deed. Amitabha," he concluded, giving the signal for action. Amitabha meant begin, and the armed men approached, opening Azur's eye and raising a knife. His fist was clenched tightly, but his hands were bound with rope, preventing him from defending himself. Even the leader was amazed that Azur did not let out a single scream as his eye was gouged out. After that, the leader was ready to read out the second punishment, the decree of the Udan sect, and began to read. Your heart is filled with evil. The 9 courtyards inside you are overflowing with demons. We call on the god Tai to drive the demons out of you. Pray, let the evil be destroyed by the flames of the god Tai. It would be right to take your life for your sins. You should be grateful for the punishment of blindness. May your life be full of events. The order came again. Cut it out! And the knife came closer to his eye again. While the brothers were running away, the 3rd punishment of the Ame sect was announced, to cut off his right ear. The 4th punishment, the decree of the Manhwa sect, was to cut off his left ear. The 5th punishment, the decree of the Kim Jong sect, was to cut off his right hand. The 6th punishment, by the decree of the Zhonggang sect, is to cut off the left hand. The 7th punishment, by the decree of the Kongdong sect, is to cut off the right leg. The 8th punishment, by the decree of the Diancheng sect, is to cut off the left leg. The 9th punishment, the decree of the Henan sect, to destroy his energy flow. The 10th punishment. At this point, the leader asked to listen to the instructions of the inferior sect. This was the last punishment, to destroy his stomach. At that moment, the paths of all the brothers diverged, and each of them rode his horse in different directions. The body of the first was bleeding, testifying to the severity of the punishment. His mouth was wide open, as if he wanted to say something or shout. Under the shadow of the roof, his bloody body lay, taking the punishment for what he had done. The 5th brother was running fast through the forest. Only the sound of hooves could be heard around him. All he could think about was what was happening to his eldest brother. He held the reins tightly, maneuvering the horse between the trees. Suddenly he had to stop because of an unexpected obstacle. On the way, he met 2 people with sticks in their hands who were coming toward him. His horse almost ran them over, and he asked them to step aside. They looked terrible. They were so hungry that they could barely walk, stretching out their hands and asking for some help. He heard the jingle of the coin he threw to them and asked them to clear the road. Smiles of gratitude appeared on their faces. They bowed, and the 5th, with Chu, who was sitting on his horse, rode on. Chu turned back to look at these people again. They were still standing, bowed down, thanking them for their generosity. In front of them, they saw the horse moving farther and farther away. When the horse disappeared over the horizon among the trees, they raised their heads. They began to discuss the young man among themselves. In their hands they held 5 sheets of paper with pictures of each of the brothers. One of them had the face of the one who had just given them the coin. They decided to immediately send out a signal, saying that one of the members of the Dead Soul Squad had just passed through Mount Och, considering it his duty. They started setting up a flare by sticking it in the ground. Then they tried to extract a spark from a stone to ignite it. But there were difficulties. It did not ignite because the stone was wet. Suddenly they heard a strange sound behind them. Turning around, they saw a horse rushing back to them. The 5th one was holding a sword. It seemed that he had decided to deal with these people. As payment for the coin they had taken, the head of one of them flew off. The one who tried to light the flare just watched his comrade fall down beside him. Then he grabbed a stick, preparing to fight. But would a stick help him against a rider with a sword and a horse under his saddle? Turning around, the rider rushed at him again, swinging his sword. The man stood with his stick pointed at them, calling them scoundrels for the death of his comrade, ready to fight. But in a second, his body and stick were cut, and he fell, never finishing his scream. Upon arrival, when they were already sitting in the room, the 5th asked the guy why he was silent and did not ask any questions. Wasn't he curious about what was happening around him? Chu knew that if he needed to know something, the 5th would tell him, so he didn't ask. The 5th began to explain that he was planning to escape outside of the Central Plains, where the influence of the 10 great sects did not extend. Although the Heavenly Death sect had said that they would not pursue him, he was once again on the run. The 10 great sects are much more dangerous than the Heavenly Death sect. They can destroy it completely in one night, so the situation is extremely serious. He and his brothers were in an extremely dangerous situation that required immediate action and caution. But suddenly the boy said that he still had one question that bothered him, and to which he would like an answer. His question was simple. How should he address the 5th, because he still did not know how to call him correctly. The 5th thought for a moment about whether he should tell his name, or whether it would be better to keep it a secret for safety's sake. In the end, he decided, "Call me teacher, because if we survive, I will teach you," he said with a slight smile. The door to their room suddenly opened, and a man entered, saying that he had made it back safely. When the teacher asked if he had managed to get the boat, he replied, "It is now in the harbor of Beka. It has an iron knot sign on it, so it will be easy to find." The 5th man thanked him, but the man waved his hand and said that it was nothing, and that he shouldn't be thanked. He explained that it was his gratitude for 5th avenging his parents' deaths, and that what he had done did not even cover half of what 5th had done for him. The fifth put his hand on his shoulder and thanked him again, and the man responded by asking him to take care of himself and be careful. In gratitude, the fifth said that he could take their horse, because they would no longer need it and it would be useful to him. Meanwhile, the leader of the unit, Nanyang, still could not understand how a man without eyes, ears, arms, and legs could not make a sound during the execution. He had never seen a man so resilient. Extermination is not easy even for an executioner, let alone someone who is subjected to such punishment. He continued to tell his people about this unbreakable man and that the 10 great sects had chosen him as the executioner, because they believed he could see the job through. Everyone unanimously agreed with him, expressing their pride in their unit leader and his professionalism. One of the subordinates raised his hand and, apologizing for speaking at such a moment, addressed the leader with important information. He said that Menman and Ilshun, who had been standing guard at the entrance to Mount Och, had not yet returned, and this was a cause for concern. The leader called them lazy and said that they should be left because they were probably taking a nap somewhere along the way, not fulfilling their duties. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded behind them, causing everyone to turn around and tense up. In front of them stood an old man with a staff held behind his back, and behind him were 2 armed soldiers. He was outraged that during such an important task as extermination, they had to constantly check if everything was going according to plan, and this was unacceptable. The leader even lost his sandals while rushing to this man, known as the Mad Black Staff, to bow and show respect. The Black Staff asked him, "How can you, as a leader, behave like an ordinary inferior person? This is unacceptable." The leader replied that he still had a lot to learn and needed to continue training, and asked what brought Black Staff to Nanyang. Black Staff responded with a question. "Am I not welcome here?" Challenging and intriguing at the same time. He went on to say that according to the results of the discussions of the 10 great sects, the Shaolin Temple would pursue the Little Heaven sect, the Rakasa would pursue the Hua Mountain of Invisible Killers, and the Wudong would pursue the Phantom Watcher. "In that case, the inferior squad following the Red Killer and I have been put in charge of this mission," he added. The leader only agreed, promising that they would do as he said and follow him without question. The Black Staff immediately ordered to find those who had been sent to Mount Och, suggesting that they might have been killed and that the circumstances should be clarified. If they have already passed Mount Och, it means they are heading to Beka to get a boat. Therefore, we need to strengthen security around the mountain and send more people to Malmal village, he ordered. The leader quickly realized what was required of him and was ready to immediately fulfill his master's orders. The Mad Black Staff made one more remark to the leader to make him pay more attention to his duties. He explained that the reason why the 10 great sects had given him the role of executioner was only because the Nanyang division was closest to the Dead Soul Squad. Or rather, there is no particular reason for this, so you shouldn't flatter yourself with unnecessary hopes, he added with a cold look. Meanwhile, a man with a bowl in his hand was walking down the street, begging for food. Looking exhausted and hungry, he approached every passerby, begging them to give him something to satisfy his hunger and continue on his way. The next person he approached was the fifth, who happened to be in that place walking with his disciple Chu. The hungry man asked them for alms, hoping to get at least something to eat. However, the teacher and Chu refused him, saying that they were in a hurry, and continued on their way without stopping. The man sighed and thanked them for their good intentions, although he received nothing, watching them go away. The man had a giant nose, and he followed them with his eyes, keeping his eyes on Fifth and the boy. They walked on without giving anything away, but they did not realize that they had caught his attention more than they could have imagined. When he saw them, he got more than food. He found what he was looking for, namely the trail of the Scarlet Slayer. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers, thus calling out to other beggars who were also sitting with empty dishes and begging. They immediately jumped up and came to him. He told them that the Scarlet Killer had appeared, and they had to act quickly. He ordered one of them to go immediately to the leader of the unit, and the other to follow him without wasting time. At that moment, a fishmonger was going about his business next to them, and there were sharp knives on the table. They ran up to him, grabbed the knife, and started running away, making excuses as they went that they would slaughter the pig and return it immediately. They ran quickly through the streets, hoping to catch up with the Scarlet Killer and fulfill their mission. Their goal was not to find food at all. They wanted to find one of the 5 most dangerous killers. They looked around, but it seemed that they had already lost the trail and did not know where to go next. However, around one of the corners they saw the footprints of a boy walking with the Scarlet Killer and immediately ran after them. Pressing their backs to the wall, they began to count down, preparing for the attack. Quickly peeking around the corner as the countdown to 1 sounded, they swung their knives, ready to attack. But when they looked out, There was only the little boy, Chu, standing there, without the man who was with him earlier. They immediately approached him and asked, "Where did your father go?" In response, the boy just silently pointed his finger forward, without saying a word. Suddenly, right above their heads, there was a rustling sound, and the fifth was flying at them from the roof of the house. Upon landing, he elbowed one of them, sending him to the ground instantly. After that, the enemy's legs gave out and he began to fall, minus one enemy. Immediately, the fifth dodged a knife attack by ducking under the arm of the other attacker. When the moment was right, he punched him directly in the face with his fist, knocking him unconscious. At that moment, the knife flew out of the attacker's hand, spinning in the air. While the knife was flying, the fifth managed to grab it and strike at the enemy with incredible speed. Grabbing the enemy by the hair, the fifth pressed the knife to his throat, and Chu watched his teacher's skill. The attacker's eyes were full of fear and looked directly at the boy, hoping for mercy. Chu, looking at them, listened to his plea for mercy, but remained unmoved. There was not a drop of pity for this enemy in these childish eyes. He perceived the situation in cold blood. They had to hurry, because the inferiors group had already started to move and time was running out. Climbing to a hill, they watched the inferiors, who were very numerous and combing the area. As they watched, the fifth told Chu that they had delayed too long, and now there were too many people. It would not be possible to simply fight back and get on the boat. They had to look around and come up with a new plan to avoid being chased. After a short thought, the teacher decided to hide in a shelter for a while, hoping that the search would ease over time. But right from where they were hiding, they saw a man nearby. From behind this pile of straw, they followed him, watching his every move and remaining unnoticed. He did not suspect anything, just walked around, unaware of their presence. Suddenly, the fifth noticed that the man was wearing the insignia of the inferior unit, and realized that their hiding place might be exposed. A moment later, the man was lying on the ground with a broken nose, unable to get up. His men ran up to him and began to examine his wounds with caution. After a careful examination, he stated that the wound had been inflicted professionally, probably with a single knife, indicating the handwriting of the Alice killer. Suddenly, another soldier ran around the corner, informing the commander that Menman and Ilchun had been found dead on Mount Ok. Without delay, he began to tell all the details of their deaths. Even though it was hard for the commander to admit it, he said, "They are dead." The commander's rage was so strong that he struck the board, smashing it to pieces. The Black Staff had foreseen the events in advance. They had come from Mount Os, trying to escape to Becca. He realized that now was not the time for emotions. He immediately ordered to equip a detachment and find this daring murderer. The soldiers immediately prepared to execute the order without wasting a minute. Meanwhile, another man approached their hiding place, behaving cautiously. As he surveyed the area, he noticed something that made him smile. Seeing them, his face stretched into a sinister grin. The Scarlet Assassin and Chu just stared at him in silence, waiting for him to act. He abruptly turned around and, without wasting any time, began to quickly walk away in the opposite direction. He moved his feet quickly, although he did not speed up his pace. When the man's silhouette began to disappear over the horizon, the Scarlet Killer decided not to let him escape. Running out of the hiding place, he began to estimate how far the man had run. The man was about 20 meters away, looking over his shoulder until he saw the Scarlet Killer behind him. And then he screamed. He accelerated, screaming for help, desperately trying to escape. The killer calmly reached for his sword, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, the man ran forward, shouting that he had found the killer. They ran into narrow streets, where everything was complicated by the tight space. It was extremely difficult to maneuver in these alleys, which added to the tension of the chase. It seemed that the killer was about to grab his victim, but he seemed to disappear among the tangled streets. On the other side of the street stood Chu, closely watching the situation. Suddenly, a teacher appeared in front of Chu, running toward him. He called out loudly to the boy, telling him to get out of here immediately. It was necessary to retreat urgently, as people had already found their place, and the members of the inferior sect would soon arrive. Without delay, they rushed forward, trying to leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Behind them, they can hear shouts. "It was the Scarlet Killer, we have to capture him!" It looks like Scarlet and Chu will have to abandon the idea of escaping by boat. Meanwhile, the leader of the squad kicked the man who had found the killer in the stomach, beating him severely. When the man twisted in pain and fell down, the leader contemptuously called him a worthless bastard. He accused him of failing to apprehend the Alice killer who had escaped. Even the Black Staff standing behind him tried to stop the leader, asking him to calm down. The Black Staff explained that an ordinary person could not deal with the killer, especially when he was accompanied by a squad of dead souls. He also asked if the leader had noticed anything unusual, emphasizing that any details could be important. The man showed the place where they were hiding with the child. Hearing about the child, the Black Staff was clearly overjoyed, as this was an important discovery for him. He knew that among the fugitives were the Heavenly Rakshasa, the Invisible Killer, the Phantom Watcher, and children. The leader did not understand why they would take an extra burden with them if it was difficult to escape. The Black Staff explained that people often make rash decisions on the basis of emotions, recalling that history is full of examples of such greed, which led Asura to endanger his brothers. He recalled how, when he killed the divine swordsman Kyuchi, a girl named Yun Yun had a child who prevented her from becoming Kyuchi's concubine. Because of this, Asura the killer took the child away, which caused his own punishment. He asked his brothers to take the children away, most likely to protect them. The Black Staff was convinced that among these children was Yun Yun's child. If they survived, they would certainly take revenge by gathering forces against the 10 great sects. The decision to kill the children came to the Black Staff out of fear that they would grow up to be a threat to them in the future. The night enveloped the forest, and the silence created a special atmosphere around them. Only the rustle of the leaves broke this calm silence. This rustle was created by the Scarlet Killer and Chu, who were moving forward in search of food. Their plan was to distract the attention of the people from the inferior sect, because at dawn, the village of Malmol would be filled with them. Ahead of them, they saw a house with a light coming from it. Coming closer, the fifth knocked softly on the door. When asked, "Who is it?" from inside, he apologized for his late visit and asked if there was any food. The door was opened by an old woman, who calmly said that she had nothing to offer. But Fifth slipped 2 coins through the crack, quietly hinting at a reward. The old woman smiled, and her smile suddenly began to resemble that of a young girl. In a moment, food appeared on the table, albeit simple but nutritious. Despite her poverty, she was still able to give them at least a minimal meal. Chu and the Scarlet Assassin were already sitting at the table, calmly looking around. The young man started to eat, but suddenly asked if they were planning to return to Momol village. He replied that it would be stupid, because everyone there was on edge because of the recent events. The grandmother was sneakingly listening in on their conversation, where they discussed their plans to go up the mountain. The fifth only looked proudly at the boy, admiring how naturally he lied. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. Grandma did not understand why there were so many guests in her house at such a late hour. She went to the door and asked who it was. The answer came, "We are from the sect of the lower ones." She opened the door, looked out, and asked what brought the people from the inferior sect to her house. One of them showed her a portrait of Alice the Killer sitting right behind her, asking if she had seen the man. Hearing that he was a killer, the grandmother was so shocked that she almost fainted. The Scarlet Killer held his breath, waiting to see what would happen next, and the tension grew. The boy approached his grandmother with a bowl in his hands, asking for more dumplings, trying to divert attention. At the same moment, he turned to the teacher, calling him "Father," and asked what to do next. Meanwhile, the guests pressed the grandmother again and again, asking her if she had seen this man. She was lost for words, barely able to speak. "I'm not sure," and she was confused in her answers. And as soon as she was about to close the door, the iron hand of the intruder stopped her movement. He entered the room, acting as if he hadn't been seen in 1,000 years, sniffing for the smell of food. 6 representatives of the sect stood outside her house, each of them carefully examining the situation. As soon as they entered, they immediately asked my grandmother, "Did you really think we wouldn't smell the dumplings?" One of them looked up and saw a small boy sitting at the table, calmly looking at them. The kid looked at the sect members with innocent eyes, as if nothing had happened. One of the representatives smiled and greeted the boy as if he were an old friend. In another room, they noticed a man standing with his back to them, cooking dumplings. A representative of the sect entered the room and sarcastically remarked, "You must be lucky to have a grandmother who knows how to make dumplings." The Scarlet Killer replied, "We are grateful for our grandmother." The sect members were hungry, and one of them asked Scarlet if he would share some dumplings since they were chasing the killer and had not eaten yet. The Scarlet Killer calmly said, "Sure, but I'm not sure you'll like them." One of the sect members said with a bit of sarcasm, "I'll be cursed if I ever judge such a treat." After saying this, he reached for the sword hanging behind his back. The sound of the hand touching the sword was familiar to the Scarlet Assassin, and he immediately turned his head back. Before he could even blink, the cult member had a kitchen hatchet at his neck. The hatchet swiftly passed through his neck, leaving a bloody trail. Blood splashed in all directions, flying around the room. The others realized that they were dealing with the Scarlet Killer and immediately reached for their weapons, preparing for battle. The fight began, but the Scarlet Assassin was one step ahead. He easily stopped the first opponent before he could even draw his sword. His enemy's weapon remained in its sheath, and only a split second separated him from death when a kitchen hatchet stopped near his head. The man was lucky, but not for long, because the killer is known not only for his skill with weapons, but also for his kicks. He delivered a powerful kick that sent the enemy flying backwards. Meanwhile, the other enemy tried to attack from the other side, hoping for the element of surprise. But the killer instantly substituted his blade, stopping the enemy's attack behind his back. The enemy's sword was stuck in contact with the killer's blade, and this moment became his mistake. Scarlet struck him with a powerful elbow to the beard, knocking him back. Wasting no time, the killer swung again. This time he could not miss, and the blow was delivered right in the center of the enemy's head, shattering his skull. But the problem arose unexpectedly. Chu was grabbed behind his back. The shorter man held him by the hair, holding a knife to the guy's neck, trying to take him hostage. However, the killer's throwing skills were impeccable. He threw a kitchen hatchet directly at the head of the lower, instantly neutralizing him. Chu was rescued, and the Scarlet Assassin proved once again that it was better not to mess with him. Since there were 6 opponents and the Scarlet Assassin was alone, he didn't have a second to breathe. The swords of the inferiors flew at him one after the other, forcing him to defend himself without stopping. He had to repel their attacks in various ways, improvising on the fly. At this point, he demonstrated his wrestling skills by throwing one of the inferiors over his back. The throw was so amplified that the enemy did a flip in the air before falling to the ground. He felt confident with the kitchen hatchet, so he decided to use it again. Grabbing one of the opponents by the arm, he swung the hatchet sharply at it. What happened next caused the wounded man's face to turn blue with horror and pain. Even those watching were frightened and could not look away. The 2 representatives of the inferior sect were facing inevitable retribution for coming here and being tempted by the dumplings. The Scarlet Killer was ready to protect the dumplings at any cost, leaving no chance for his enemies. 2 of the remaining members of the sect began to run away, losing their slippers on the way. One of them shouted to his friend that he would report everything to his commander. Meanwhile, the one who remained at the door was already lying dead, stabbed by the blade held by the Scarlet Killer. He was so furious that he stabbed the dead body several times, venting his anger. Despite the fact that his enemy was already dead, the Scarlet Killer did not stop. He swung the blade and threw it toward the last fleeing member of the sect. The axe hit the tree right next to the fugitive's head, but that was not the end of it. He sent another blade after him along with the hatchet. It could be said that this blade also stabbed into the tree, but in fact it struck the sect member's head, which turned out to be as blunt as the wood. The blow threw his body a considerable distance away, leaving him no chance of life. The Scarlet Slayer, like a shadowy ghost, destroyed all the enemies in his path. The room was full of chaos, littered with bodies. They lay everywhere, on the floor, on the bed. Blood left traces on every corner of the room. My grandmother, huddled in a corner, was trembling with fear as she watched everything that was happening. Chu came over to her, reassuring her, "Don't worry, it's over. You are not in danger." The Scarlet Killer also came over and said it was time for them to move on. He couldn't help but thank his grandmother for the delicious dumplings, even though the situation had almost cost her her life. His grandmother replied, trembling, "They said they would not return to the village of Momol. Even in this terrible situation, they left the village in the hope that they would not be found again. They planned to escape by boat, but it didn't work out." My grandmother told all this to representatives of the inferior sect who came to her sometime after the events. The sectarians dragged the bodies of their dead comrades into the street. The Black Staff was furious, as they had lost a lot of energy trying to catch this killer. The leader turned to the elder, emphasizing the grandmother's words. They were not going back to Mummel. "It seems he underestimates us," the leader said, preparing for the next steps. However, the Black Staff had a different opinion. He believed that the Scarlet Assassin was trying to confuse them, and was actually heading elsewhere. In any case, it was necessary to split up and concentrate their forces in the village of Mummel. All of the Black Staff's hopes were pinned on the numerical advantage of their unification. They decided to return to Mummel and send the unit commander to Nanyang as soon as possible. At this time, Scarlet Assassin and Chu were sitting on the roof watching the village. They noticed that the number of inferiors had decreased, but that didn't mean it was safe to move around. The teacher decided to wait until nightfall, when it would be safer to act. While they had nothing to do, he suggested that they rest and get some sleep. Looking at the clouds floating by, the sky seemed so calm. Not at all like what you feel when you are being chased. His thoughts were filled with anxiety about his brothers. Were they okay? He tried not to ask too many questions, keeping his curiosity to himself. But suddenly he began to crawl forward to the edge of the roof, hearing something strange. Under the roof, he heard someone begging him not to do so, and a conversation. "Manhua, If you don't accept my feelings, I have no other choice. The man held a knife to the girl, threatening her not to move, or they would both die. The girl begged for mercy. The teacher turned to Chu, who had also heard this conversation and was watching the events unfold. He asked not to worry about them, because now they were not in a position to help others. However, when the teacher stood up, he noticed that the boy was no longer on the roof. He had jumped down. Without speaking, Chu turned to the big man and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" He even began to threaten, saying that if the big man did not stop, he would report everything to the authorities. But the man, confident in his strength, sat on the girl and threatened Chu with his fist, not responding to his words. The teacher appeared behind Chu, watching the situation. He turned to the big man, saying that he had better listen to the kid if he wanted to stay alive. Approaching Chu, the teacher explained to him that in this world one should not interfere in situations where someone is dying. It is better to pass by. Chu asked the teacher why he had helped the man who had given them the boat, for he had said that the teacher had avenged the death of his parents. The teacher replied that it was not help, but just business. He received money for it. At that moment, the big man decided to take up the knife again, preparing for a dangerous step. The big man pointed the knife in the direction of the killer and Chu, threatening them and ordering them to get out. The kid, choosing the right moment, quietly turned to the girl, saying that they needed to run away right now. The girl quickly got up and started running as fast as she could. "You're not going anywhere!" the offender shouted after her, trying to grab her by the hair. But at that moment, the teacher knocked him down with his shoulder, not giving him a chance. The blow was so strong that the man crashed into the rack behind him, smashing it to pieces. He was left lying under the rubble of the broken wood, unable to get up immediately. However, this blow did not stop him completely. He began to slowly rise on his hands. "If you dare to threaten this girl again, we will really report you to the authorities, just like that guy said. Do you understand?" The stern voice of the teacher sounded. Hearing this, the man finally recognized the face of the teacher. It was on the wanted poster. This frightened him greatly, and he decided to shut up, not daring to speak anymore. The teacher said to him with a smile, "You just made a mistake in recognizing me." The poster clearly showed the faces of both the killer and Chu. The man stood looking at them for several minutes, realizing the gravity of the situation. Every time he went to work, he saw these faces on posters on the walls. He was sure that he could not have confused them. It was them. And now, in the streets filled with people, everyone recognized their faces, and their faces were in full view of everyone. One of the representatives of the inferior sect held a bowl of food over his head, inviting everyone to come over. There were dumplings in the bowl, and he called for everyone to join in the meal. A man who had recently been looking at the photos of the wanted men approached the place where they were eating. He looked around, looking to the right and left. On the right, his eyes rested on the boats that were standing near the shore. His name was Lee, and as he was untying the boat, suddenly someone shouted his name loudly. Lee's name was repeated over and over again until he turned around. When he turned his head, he saw a man raising his hand and beckoning him over. The man asked Lee what he was doing and added that the boat was leaving soon. He asked Lee to hurry up because there was still a lot to load. Lee looked back at those sitting behind him eating for a moment. Then he quickly ran to the man to help. Meanwhile, while eating dumplings, people began to discuss the fact that 6 people had been killed on Mount Donghua. Most were inclined to believe that it was the work of the Alice killer. Meanwhile, Lee continued to load things onto the boat, carrying them on his shoulders. After several such packages, only the last ones remained. They shouted out to the boss that all the goods were on board and they were ready to sail. The boss ordered everyone to get ready and raise the anchor. The anchor emerged from the water, drops dripping from it. The ship was ready to go. Once on board, one of the men approached Lee Sam, asking what he was carrying all the time. The box Lee was carrying was enormous. He explained that his friend had asked him to deliver this box to Tianyu. Suddenly, the box shook slightly, and Lee admitted that there were about 30 vipers inside. The man immediately informed the captain that Lee had brought a whole ton of snakes to the ship. Lee began to explain that his close friend had asked for it, and he asked the captain to forgive him for this inconvenience. The captain ordered to move the box to a safe place so that it would not be accidentally opened. After that, their ship set sail. The weather outside was beautiful, favorable for the journey. It was perfect weather to lie down under a tree and rest. The young man did so, but suddenly the hand of another man appeared near his nose. The man swung his fist and hit the boy on the nose. He immediately grabbed his nose, complaining of pain and trying to hold back tears. It was the Blackstaff who warned the boy that if he were the Scarlet Assassin, his head would already be on the ground. He also pointed out their current situation and warned that they could not afford to be so careless in broad daylight. The guy immediately fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. At the same time, another member of the inferior sect ran toward them, shouting something about the murderer, but his words were difficult to understand. However, he managed to attract the attention of everyone present. When asked where and who had been killed this time, he replied that it was not someone from the inferior sect. He invited Blackstaff to see the scene himself. The Blackstaff agreed and followed him, keeping his guard up. Meanwhile, the ship was moving further and further away from the shore. On board, one of the men took out a bottle and invited Lee to drink with him. Lee sat by his box of vipers and refused the offer, explaining that there were 30 snakes inside the box. The man had a hard time believing him as he sat down next to him, but Lee explained that he just hadn't digested the wine from yesterday. The man backed off, but still asked how everything went, referring to the events of the previous day. Lee pretended not to understand, but the man tapped him on the shoulder, asking him to stop playing dumb. Didn't you make a fuss about your desire to make Sunhwa love you? And what will happen if she doesn't accept your feelings again this time? The man reminded him. He then asked how things were going, and Lee replied that he hadn't done anything, so it was best to forget about it. The man took a few sips and realized with a smile that Lee had been rejected again, which he had no doubt about. He then said that he knew what Lee's problem was, but his enthusiasm disappeared when he looked at Lee more closely. He was alarmed by the strange look on Lee's face. There seemed to be something wrong with his face. It was as if Lee's face was glued to another. Realizing that it was not Lee at all under the mask, the man was frozen in speculation. At that moment, the Scarlet Killer, who was hiding behind the mask, instantly knocked him out. The flask with the drink fell out of the man's hands, and he fell to the floor, unconscious. The fifth decided it was time to take off his mask. He quickly pulled the glued mask off his face, revealing his real face. The mask was not well glued because he was in a hurry, so it was not very secure. Deciding that he didn't need the mask anymore, he threw it right into the sea. At that moment, the Blackstaff came to examine the corpse, as the boy had told him to. When the Blackstaff saw what was in front of him, he was so surprised that he could not find words. He hadn't thought that the Scarlet Killer was so skilled at making human masks. The Blackstaff asked the audience if any of them knew who the man was. According to the old man, he worked on a shipping vessel called the Brave Cargo. The old man was sure of this because only this man had a mole on his palm. The Blackstaff immediately ordered the stop of the Brave Cargo ship, which was docked in Baeka Harbor, but was told that it had sailed 4 hours earlier. When Blackstaff asked if the vessel had an intermediate stopping point, he learned that the ship was stopping at Nanyang Wharf. Sending the commander and his unit to Nanyang was the right decision. He decided to fire a flare and send a carrier pigeon with a message for the commander to stop the Brave Cargo at the pier. The commander had to get to the dock before the ship arrived. In the meantime, the sounds of a flare were heard on the Brave Cargo. The Scarlet Killer noticed these signals and realized that it could mean that he was being waited for in Nanyang. He decided to act quickly and began to open the box. He took the kid out of the box and ordered him to climb back in. The little boy looked out of the box and asked if they were safe, and the master answered with a question. Do you know how to swim? The teacher picked the boy up and he confessed that he had never tried swimming. Then you should try it, the teacher replied. After saying that, he suddenly threw the boy off the boat and into the water. The boy fell into the water with a splash, splashing it all around. Immediately afterward, the teacher pushed off the side and jumped into the water. As he plunged into the depths, he began to swim deeper to look around. The teacher tried to find the boy under the water by looking around. He began to swim around looking for him with his eyes. After swimming deep enough, he finally saw the boy in front of him. As expected, the kid was unable to swim the first time. He started gulping water and desperately trying to breathe in air which was not available underwater. When the ship came to a stop, they were already waiting for them. People immediately boarded the ship and ordered everyone to stay in their seats. Each representative of the inferior sect was instructed to search every corner of the ship. They checked the faces of every passenger, looking for anyone suspicious. The ship's captain appeared, and angrily calling them bastards, asked how they dared to board someone else's ship without permission. The sect commander explained to the captain that the Scarlet Slayer was on board. This was an emergency, so he hoped the captain would understand, even though they had not asked for permission in advance. The captain replied that if this was the man they were thinking of, they were too late. The commander ordered them to show the captain a portrait of Allison the Killer. In a moment, the captain had the photo of the killer in front of him. The captain, not having seen him in person, admitted that it was difficult for him to recognize the man only from his portrait. However, the captain pointed to the side and said that the man had recently thrown a child overboard and jumped in after him. He should have reached the other side by now. The sect leader approached the captain and threatened him that he would face the death penalty of 10 mutilations if he helped the killer. The captain immediately turned to one of the crew members and ordered him to tell the leader what he had seen. The man, holding his neck with excitement, said that the man was not really Lee Sam. He was wearing a mask that imitated Lee's face. He was even able to fake his voice, which made the deception even more believable. At the same time, the Scarlet Killer was swimming toward the shore, approaching land. He pulled the unconscious boy out of the water, holding him carefully in his arms. As soon as he stepped on the shore, he put the boy on the ground and fell down beside him, exhausted. But he had to somehow bring the boy back to life. So he pressed 2 points on his chest with 2 fingers. Then he hit him hard with his palm right in the chest. Having repeated this procedure several times, he did not stop trying. Watching the guy, he hoped for the best, waiting for him to regain consciousness. He began to remove the bandana from his head, preparing for the next steps. Then he just sat down next to the kid, thinking about the mess they were in. Gathering his strength, he decided to stand up and look around. He wanted to understand what was happening, but suddenly he heard a cough behind him. He turned his head and saw the kid start to rise, coughing up water on the ground. With each cough, more water came out of his lungs, which he swallowed. "Master, since I didn't die, I learned to swim," he said through his tears. The Scarlet Assassin just smiled, seeing that the boy had finally regained consciousness. A smile appeared on the teacher's face when he saw that his student was alive and safe. However, at that moment, the boat was already sailing to the same shore. On the bow of the boat stood the Black Staff, looking attentively in the direction of the shore. On the shore, representatives of the inferior sect were already waiting for them, ready for action. As the boat approached the shore, the Black Staff pushed off the bow and jumped over the water, landing easily on land. The captain already knew the situation and that the Scarlet Assassin had escaped from the brave cargo ship. Now they were sure that the captain had not lied about his escape. The leader, however, asked the captain to look at one more thing: the vomit marks that seemed to have gone unnoticed. These traces indicated that they had not been able to completely cover their tracks. Blackstaff asked the commander, "If we follow these tracks, where will they lead us?" The commander replied, "To Wanyang. If the Scarlet Killer and Chu get there, they will be hard to find. We'll have to expand our search to Guchen, Lushu, and Dongcheng, so we need to catch them in Wanyang." As they thought about what the killer and the kid might do, they tried to imagine themselves in their shoes. They were sure that he would be easily recognizable if he didn't hide his face under a mask again. Or if he didn't find a place where he didn't have to hide his face. "The cemetery," Blackstaff said quietly, hinting at a possible hiding place. The other man also realized what Blackstaff meant. The Blackstaff immediately decided to climb up on a large stone nearby to look around. Standing on the stone, he asked where the mountain used as a cemetery was in Nanyang. The other only said that they were already on their way to Wanyang, and they should run non-stop to catch up with the killer. The other warned that they would only waste time looking for a cemetery, but Blackstaff insisted, "Answer my question. Where is it?" "It is Tianyin Mountain and Huangcheng Mountain. The cemetery on Tianyin is quite famous among the rich, and the cemetery on Huangcheng is where the poor are buried," the elder replied. The elder decided to go to Mount Huangcheng and ordered the commander to go to Tianyin. Jumping down from a rock, the Blackstaff warned them, "If the killer spots you, the pursuit will end. Just watch and wait for me to contact him." The commander understood the elder's orders, and they immediately set off on their missions. The elder quickly walked forward, and the dumbass followed him with his eyes. Then he smiled slyly after the elder. The commander led the whole group of cultists behind him, trying to keep up. Their conversation centered on the elder's smile, which was mysterious, and how he looked at the dumbass as if not paying attention to his nonsense. The commander stopped the conversation, telling the dumbass that he needed to think about the Alice killer, who was extremely dangerous, not discuss someone's smile. The dumbass replied that if he were in the killer's shoes, he would run away without even looking back. "How can you even steal someone's face?" he asked, wondering about the situation they were in. After that, the commander told dumbass that he did not notice obvious things and that the elder was wrong. Finally, they reached Mount Tianyin and found themselves in front of the entrance to a cemetery. The dumbass suggested that they surround the mountain, but the commander refused, confident that the killer was not here, and that the elder would soon give the order to go to Wanyang. He ordered everyone to rest, because soon they would have to run again, and they needed a break. Obeying the order, they all lay down to rest, exhausted from fatigue and muscle pain, looking for some relief. One cultist asked the other how he could complain about being tired when they were chasing a murderer and upholding the justice of the Central Plains. The latter replied that it was hard not only for the one who was running away, but also for those who were chasing. The commander did not say much. He only asked who was unhappy with having to carry out the 10 plagues. After these words, everyone became quiet, realizing that it was better not to express their dissatisfaction. In their conversations, they discussed that the world was becoming lawless, and people cared only about their own safety. Suddenly, Zubati received an unexpected blow to the head which made him feel dizzy. Losing his balance, he flew backwards and fell to the ground with a dull thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The others only laughed as they watched, for this was the way the inferior sect communicated. It was a common thing to make fun of each other, but this time the offender did not calculate his strength and threw Zubati right into the cliff behind him. Looking into the cliff, the offender apologized in fright, saying that he had not expected such an outcome. Zubati looked up and called the cultist a fool and said that as soon as he got out of there, they would talk again. But as soon as he looked down, Chu was sitting in front of him, and the Scarlet Killer was standing behind him. Before he knew it, a rope was around his neck. He was strictly ordered to be silent and not to make a sound. The fifth, in a quiet voice, warned him that if he did something stupid, his head would fly off. Zubati had no idea how to act in this situation. At this time, the Black Staff and his group were inspecting the hole in the ground, discussing the cruelty of Alia, who bathed in the graves that were supposed to be the last resting place of the dead. However, the corpse was untouched, possibly due to the condition of the skin, as the person had died only a few days ago, and it would have been difficult to make a mask out of such rough skin. After looking at several other graves, they saw that all the bodies remained untouched. The Black Staff realized that all the corpses belonged to people who had died of starvation, so the condition of their skin did not suit Alia. He dug up a few graves, gave up, and left. Then he decided to head to Mount Tianyin and ordered to light a flare, so that the commander of the detachment would surround the mountain so that no one could get out. However, the cultists made a mistake and forgot to bring the flare. The dumbass said that he would report to the commander himself, come down the mountain and mount his horse. As sunset was approaching, he was ordered to act faster. Meanwhile, another group of sectarians peered out into the darkness and addressed Toothy, asking if he was still alive or dead. The killer allowed him to answer, but pressing the blade to his neck, he warned him not to say anything stupid. He exclaimed that everything was fine. However, the next question confused him. "Why don't you climb back down?" Zubati did not know what to say. The other cultist just looked down without saying a word. At this point, Chu began to take off his shoes. He held the shoes up to Zubati's face, hinting at something. Then the dog shouted that he could not find his paw because it had fallen and was lost. The logical answer was not long in coming. He was told from above that the shoe could not be lost by itself, and he had to look harder. After that, one of them got up and said it was time to go. The captain ordered them to go to Vanyan, and the guy looking for the shoes to stay put. From the mountain, they shouted to him that they were leaving and he should stay here. He was ordered to wait for a letter from the elder and bring it to him if he received it. He could not say a word, only listened as they assured him that they relied on him. After that, the killer nodded at Zubati. Zubati could not stand it and told the cultists that the killer was standing right in front of him. At this point, his life was cut short. His throat was slit. However, no one paid attention to his last words. They thought they had wasted their time coming here and now had to hurry. One of them, looking back, looked at the abyss but did not say anything. The killer dragged the body of the toothy killer under the bushes to hide it. It was heavy, but there was no other way out. After dragging the body, they began to climb up. Hurriedly moving their feet, they started running up. Finally, they almost reached the top of the mountain. When they looked back, they realized that the sect of the inferiors had not only caught up with them, but had overtaken them. All they could do was wait until they moved away. When the young man asked him if he would continue to make masks out of human skin, he replied that there was no reason to make them now. Then the boy asked if he could inspect the graves. The boy wanted to do it just like his teacher had done on Mount Huangchen. The teacher, after some thought, allowed him to try. In the meantime, Dumbass was already riding his horse with all his might. After a while, he was right at the entrance. Looking around, he could not see his men. He could only guess that they had eventually gone to Wanyang. Turning around, he began to rush there. Meanwhile, the teacher and the kids smelled the damp earth and decided to follow him. The plants had been watered recently, so they looked full of life. Unlike Huangchen Mountain, the graves at Tianyin were covered with green grass, even though they were quite fresh. The little boy was frightened by the large size of these graves, and he realized how long it would take to dig them out. He said he would try, but the teacher assured him that he could get inside without digging them up. He approached the concrete slab and began to push it. There was supposed to be an entrance right under the slab. With a little more effort, the slab began to move. Gradually, an entrance appeared through which they could go inside. To light the way, they lit a torch. Taking it in their hands, they began to climb down. It was cold and eerie around them, but they kept going without stopping. The boy was holding his breath, looking back, but he did not feel afraid. After a while, they were standing right in front of the grave. Meanwhile, the squad leader and his group were rushing forward. Behind him, someone asked him to stop. Again and again, someone called out, "Wait!" A stupid man, riding a horse in the middle of the sectarians, tried to stop the squad leader. Riding closer, he asked where they were going, and the commander replied, "We are going to catch a murderer." The dumbass tried to remind the commander that the elder had ordered otherwise, but the commander replied that he had no choice. The dumbass once again reminded him that the responsibility for killing Alai lay with the elder, and he had no say in the matter. He added that now was not the time to find out who was right and who was wrong. He asked the commander to immediately go to Mount Tianyin. The commander waved his hand at his cultists and said they were going back. But Dumbass couldn't understand why the commander didn't leave anyone behind to pass on a message in case of emergency, to which the commander replied that he had left his man behind. Dumbass argued that he had just been there and hadn't seen anyone. This surprised the commander. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Killer held a knife in his hand. They were both sitting in front of the grave. The killer was making a mask out of a corpse and asked the kid if he was disgusted. The boy said he was disgusted, but continued to watch anyway. The kid just said that he had to learn how to do it and see how to remove the skin without damaging it. The killer watched his apprentice watch devotedly, but his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, he decided to get out of the grave after hearing the screams. When he came out, all he heard was, "Kwang, where are you?" One of the cultists went down and found Zubayd's body. The commander came down the mountain and asked where he was. When he came closer, he cursed, "Damn!" He took all the blame, saying that he was killed because of his own mistakes. The Black Staff asked him if he now understood what happens when you act recklessly. The death of this unfortunate apprentice proved that the Scarlet Killer was indeed there, and the Black Staff was not going to let the apprentice die in vain. He ordered the commander to surround the mountain as quickly as possible, to spread out and search the entire area. The commander sat by Zubati's body, holding his head, listening to these orders. "Clown, how long are you going to be absorbed in your thoughts?" The Black Staff asked him in a completely different tone. The commander raised his head and answered, "No." The Black Staff gave another order to launch flares. They were to gather followers from Loshan, Gushen, Hubei, and Wanyang. The flares could be heard very far away. The commander and his men moved forward. They were running as fast as they could, but the commander ordered them to speed up even more. He ordered everyone, except the group around them, to search the mountain. He also explained that their target was the killer, a master of disguise, so they had to search each area again and again. The torches they were holding were visible from afar. The killer stood by a coffin with a sign that read, "Here lies Bao Xiao, the Sword of Justice." The boy also climbed out and asked the teacher, and he said that he had made a mistake by not thinking that they could return. The boy started to climb back into the coffin, offering to bring things, but the teacher stopped him, saying, "No." By the way people with torches were standing there, it was clear that the mountain must have been surrounded. There was likely no way to escape, so the teacher ordered the boy to return. After that, he began to move the concrete slab. He realized that if there was no way out, they could only hide. He moved the slab so that it was easier to move it with his back. He positioned it so that no one would realize that there was someone in the grave. It was incredibly heavy, but he kept pulling it. The gap almost closed, and in a moment, the slab completely closed the entrance, as if no one had ever approached this coffin. The cultists were actively searching, armed to the teeth. They cut through the bushes, hoping that someone was hiding behind them. Every corner was thoroughly searched, but nothing was found. At that moment, Black Staff approached the commander and asked if he had found anyone yet. The commander pointed to the cultists and said that they were searching every corner, confident that they would not miss anything. The Black Staff was interested in another question. Why are the tombs on this mountain so large? The commander explained that the mountain is known as a favorable place for burial. Rich and high-ranking people who know about feng shui compete by building huge tombs. But the Black Staff saw it differently. He told the commander that the tombs were not only big for the dead, but also for the living who could hide in them. He ordered the search to resume, but asked if the commander was going to dig up all the hundreds of mounds on the mountain. The commander replied that even if there were 1,000, he would still do it. The elder was one step ahead, explaining that the old corpses did not fit the killer's masks, and ordered him to bring the cemetery caretaker. The commander immediately sent one of his men to carry out the order. The killer, sitting in the grave, thought that they should have fled without looking back, not come here to get a mask. If they had made it to Wanyang, it would have been easy to hide. but the rush and lack of choice forced them to hide in these tombs. It was only a matter of time before they were found. The killer thought that this day might be his last, and he just said to himself, "This is the end." He threw his head back, leaned on the wall, and exhaled deeply. But a young boy approached him, standing right next to the tomb. He asked the teacher if he was going to take off the rest of the mask. The boy looked at him with eyes full of hope. But the teacher began to explain that after these few days, he realized that the boy was extremely intelligent for his age and already realized the situation they were in. When the boy replied, "I understand," the teacher asked him if he thought the masks were no longer necessary. The boy came closer to the teacher to explain something. "When I was almost killed by a follower of the Heavenly Death sect, I was rescued, and even after I almost drowned in the river water, I am still alive. Until death itself comes for me, it is not the end." The little boy's words sounded very serious, like those of an adult. The teacher realized that the boy was superior even to him. Meanwhile, the people had already reached the tomb. They reminded him of a swarm of insects. They took him with them and brought him directly to the elder. The undertaker was introduced to the situation, saying that the elder was looking for the killer. The elder asked who had been buried here recently, and the undertaker asked them to follow him. The gravedigger led them to a place where one person was buried 3 days ago, another 5 days ago, and there were graves up to 10 months ago and 1 month ago. The black staff asked him to show them the closest burials that had taken place in the last 2 weeks. So the undertaker led them to the grave of Xiao Xiao, a descendant of a bureaucrat who had been buried 3 days ago. He was about 70 years old, and the undertaker spoke in detail about him. He also mentioned that the tombstone cost 30 silver liang. The undertaker even joked that he wouldn't be surprised if the money was embedded in the walls of the tomb. He did not stop talking, so the elder asked him to be quiet for a while. The elder began to walk around the tomb, trying to figure out where the entrance was, but the undertaker said, "Let's continue," and began to lead them to the next tomb, which was nearby, halfway up the mountain slope. However, the elder asked him to stop because he noticed that the grass under his feet was crushed. He realized that the tombstone had been moved. The elder announced that the Scarlet Killer was hiding right there. He immediately ordered to move the tombstone and be ready for a surprise attack by the killer. There was a clanging of metal as the cultists drew their weapons. The headstone was almost completely pulled back. And then, in a moment, the tombstone was completely pulled away. All that remained was to go inside. The undertaker just watched what they would do next. The commander held a torch at the entrance to the tomb and said he would go down first to inspect it. To be sure, one of the cultists threw him a hatchet. He took it with him and began to carefully climb down. Holding the torch in front of him, the commander kept the hatchet in combat readiness. He went down very carefully, step by step. His movements were slow. He barely moved forward. Finally, the torch was inside the tomb. The commander followed and was immediately surprised by what he saw. Overcoming his surprise, he called the elder, thinking that he should also see it. The elder immediately rushed to the tomb, hoping to meet the Scarlet Killer there. However, when he descended, he saw an open tomb and 3 tunnels dug into the walls. It seems that the boy's words inspired the Scarlet Killer, and he decided not to give up without a fight. The commander and the black staff began to examine the dug tunnel. However, the commander could not understand why they had to dig 3 tunnels, although it was obvious to the elder that the Slayer was just trying to confuse them. The commander, without a clear plan, decided to crawl into one of the tunnels. He shouted from the tunnel that he would soon catch up with them. But less than a minute later, he reported that it was a dead end. After inspecting the other 2 tunnels, they also found that they were dead ends. The elder suggested that they might be digging a 4th tunnel and throwing it behind them. When a person is cornered, and the sword is practically touching their neck, there is no time to think. They are ready to use any means to prevent this guy from doing what he wants. The elder was ready to tear his teeth, but achieve his goal. He immediately got out of the grave and ordered them to bring all the gunpowder they had. One of the sectarians tried to ask where the elder was going to use it, but the elder quickly calmed him down, explaining that there was no time for questions. He ordered him to bring the gunpowder immediately. Meanwhile, he started walking, counting each step. When he reached 16 to 17 steps, he stopped at a certain distance. The elder stopped on the spot and said, "Here." He assumed that if the tunnel was dug by a strong man and a child, they should have reached this point. Meanwhile, underground, the killer was digging as fast as he could, and the boy was throwing earth behind him. The killer explained to the boy that if he did not bury the tunnel behind him, they would not be able to move forward. The boy replied that he understood, and did so with even greater care. Although he was small, he tried his best, tamping the earth with both his hands and feet. It was very hard, but there was no other way out. Meanwhile, the sectarians brought gunpowder, as ordered by the black staff. The commander informed the elder that the gunpowder had been delivered and asked what to do next. The elder ordered to bury the gunpowder in the ground around the tombstone and not to spare it, even using gunpowder from flares. The undertaker, watching, realized that something was not going according to plan. He became worried and asked the elder what they were going to do. The undertaker ran towards him, begging him to stop and not to do it, because after the explosion, nothing would be left of the cemetery. He also reminded him that the families of those buried here would be furious. But the black staff just hit him on the head with his staff. After that, the black staff said that instead of complaining, the gravedigger should spend this time taking the corpse out of the grave. Meanwhile, the killer continued to dig further and further. It was very cramped and uncomfortable to work in such conditions. There was more and more dirt, and at this rate they could cut each other off from the exit. The boy was barely holding on, and it was clear that his strength was almost gone. The teacher turned to the boy, trying to wake him up. At that time, the situation outside was becoming increasingly tense and hot. The elder ordered them to move faster because they would soon enter. The killer asked the boy if he wanted to surrender, but the boy just sniffled with his eyes closed and was very tired. The teacher put his hand on his head and asked him to pull himself together. He asked, "What happened to the brave spirit you showed in the tomb?" Then the teacher reminded him of his brother, asking if he wanted to live a long life for his older brother. These words made the boy open his eyes. Meanwhile, on the surface, the gunpowder was already being buried in the ground. A wick for the explosion was also laid out. The boy underground opened his eyes after the teacher's words. Meanwhile, on the surface, the gunpowder was ready, and the elder had no doubt. He ordered the explosion. In the tunnel, the killer told the boy that he was still going, and the boy had to decide whether to follow him or be buried alive. The gunpowder was about to explode, and the commander ordered everyone to move as far away as possible and hide. The boy was gnawing at the ground with his teeth and was ready to follow his teacher further. But at that moment, the wick was already lit. A moment later, there was a loud explosion, the echo of which spread far and wide. Underground, it was heard much stronger. They held their breath for a few seconds. The boy didn't even have time to say a word when the teacher abruptly interrupted him, feeling the earthquake begin to pull them in, and the picture before his eyes blurred. The explosion was so powerful that it engulfed the entire cemetery. In the morning, when it started to dawn, people were digging all night long. Suddenly, one of the cultists told the elder that they had found the bodies. The elder immediately ran to them. Mixed with the ground were the bodies of an adult man and a child. "It's too early to say it's the Scarlet Killer," the elder said. The commander asked, "And if it's not his face, are there any other signs?" Then another cultist raised his hand and shouted that he had found the body. Looking at him, the elder said that it was not him either. The commander threw up his hands, wondering why there were so many corpses, since they had only blown up one tomb. Suddenly, another cultist raised his hand and announced that he had found another body. They barely had time to turn in different directions, because there were more and more corpses. The black staff realized what the problem was. There was a belief that burial on this mountain brings good luck to descendants. Poor people, wishing for good luck, buried their relatives here illegally because they could not afford official funerals. It was painful to realize this, but the black staff told the commander that he should probably stop searching. The commander did not know what to say to that. However, the elder continued to instruct him, explaining that he needed to take followers and block the roads to Gaochun, Wanyang, and Hubei to drive the killer to Tianping. He warned the commander that if he made another mistake, the consequences would be serious. The elder ordered to end the search and come down from the mountain. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground, scattering clods around it. Behind the hand appeared the face of the Scarlet Killer. He began to crawl out of the ground, completely covered by it. He gasped for air because there was not enough underground. He immediately began to look around and call out loudly for Chu. He shouted his name, moving around on the ground, but he couldn't find him until he heard a noise to his right. He thought that the boy was underground, so he began to dig up the ground around him. Soon a small hand appeared from the ground, clenched into a fist. He grabbed it in the boy's clothes and began to pull him out of the ground. The boy opened his mouth wide and eagerly inhaled the air with a full chest. When the teacher asked him if he was okay, he answered in the affirmative, explaining that a large stone had held the ground above him. He also added that he wanted to get to the surface as soon as possible, but decided to wait until Nanyang's group left. The teacher praised him, calling him a good boy, and said that he thought so too. Afterwards, the boy asked the teacher if he had done a good job, and the teacher replied that he had done very well. But suddenly they saw people behind them. It was the black staff with the sectarians. And next to it stood the elder, who again had foreseen a few steps ahead and decided not to go far. Immediately upon his appearance, he was greeted with the question of whether he was the Scarlet Killer. In response, the killer only cryptically told them to guess for themselves. Dumbass intervened, accusing the killer of the death of the divine swordsman Kyuchi, which had shaken Muram's justice and caused the Nanyang Association to carry out the will of the Union of the 10 Great Sects. The killer ordered the boy to run away and not look back. He himself slowly turned to face his enemies. Their questions continued to pour in, and they asked if he had any last words. He asked to be given a sword. The dumb man was confused by this request and turned to the elder for an answer. The elder only said that the murderer wanted to die like a soldier and ordered him to give him a sword. The murderer explained to the boy that they would not be able to escape together, but he would buy him some time. Therefore, the boy should not hesitate. The dumbass threw the sword toward the killer, noting that it was a weapon from a 7th-ranked elder known as the Mad Black Staff. His sister stood by his side, and the kid didn't want to run away, saying that if the teacher didn't come, he would stay too. The Scarlet Killer grabbed his sword and ordered the boy to run away again. Although they did not spend much time together, they both felt a mutual affection. For this, the teacher expressed his gratitude to him. The boy was overwhelmed by a storm of emotions that overwhelmed him from the inside. The sect was not going to waste any time, and the elder ordered them to attack immediately. The killer again ordered the boy to run away. The cultists rushed at him in a crowd, demanding that he prepare to die. But the killer held his sword confidently in his hands. He skillfully placed the sword under the first blow, deflecting the attack. One of the cultists recoiled, feeling the incredible strength of the enemy. But there were more enemies, and the other was already preparing a new attack. The killer again skillfully responded with a counterattack. His movements with the sword were so natural, as if it were an extension of his body. His dexterity made his enemies confused. He also did not spare his kicks. This threw the sectarians into complete confusion. They did not know which side to expect the blow. The boy disobeyed his teacher and stayed to watch. When the killer turned his head and saw the boy, he shouted indignantly, "You fool! Why are you still here?" The killer did not stop fighting, even though he kept telling the boy to run away. Once again, with his last hope, he ordered the boy to obey the order and run away. Chu tilted his head down, thinking. After a short pause, he turned around, realizing that there was no other way out. The only way to survive was to run. The Black Staff was not going to let the boy go and ordered his disciples to catch him at any cost. Meanwhile, new blows fell on the murderer, his enemies shouting for him to accept each of them as atonement for his sins. Holding his sword above his head, he watched as the cultists rushed after the kid, who was running to the left. It was already difficult for him to repel the attacks while standing on one knee, but gathering all his strength, he jumped to his feet. This time, he not only defended himself, but also prepared for his own attack. Breaking through the crowd of fighters, he came forward. The elder continuously ordered his followers not to lose concentration, and they duly followed orders without question. Dumbass pointed his sword at the killer, announcing that it was time to end it. But the Scarlet Assassin had other thoughts in his head. He was only concerned with helping the kid. With all his might, he rushed to catch up with the cultists who ran after the boy. Running behind them, he swung his sword. With the first stroke, the killer finished off one of them in one fell swoop. The next in line was the other one, at whom the killer had already pointed his sword. He tried to strike, but the cultist deftly dodged. After retreating a few steps back, the cultist finally fell. The Scarlet Assassin was about to swing to finish the job, but just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a black staff flew at him. It was a blow from an elder who gave his men an advantage. He ordered them to grab the boy as quickly as possible if they wanted to survive. Meanwhile, Dumbass listened to the elder's angry accusations. The elder blamed him for the death of another disciple because of his foolishness. Dumbass apologized, saying that a quick death for the Scarlet Killer would be too generous a punishment. Another cultist added that they would tear him to pieces, piece by piece, and the killer, sitting on his knees, only realized that he had done everything he could. He did not care about his life. The main thing was that the kid managed to escape. The boy ran as fast as he could while the enemy's swords flew past him. They hit the ground right in front of his eyes. Turning his head back, he realized that this was a real curse, and the enemy was already on his heels. He had to gather all his strength and run even faster. And that's exactly what the guy did, running away from the pursuer. However, he was very nimble, jumping even over large bushes. Already out of breath, the boy could only hear the heavy breathing of the pursuer behind him. The man had a sword in his hands, which he held with incredible strength. The boy tried to get ahead by grabbing a tree branch. He pulled on it, dragging it along. Then he let go, and the branch bounced off, hitting his pursuer in the face. This slowed him down a bit when the sharp branch hurt him right in the eyes. To the cultist, All members of the Dead Souls squad, whether adult or child, were equally disgusting. He was even horrified by the thought that such a child could become a murderer. Now he understood why the elder was so concerned. He ran faster and faster, trying to catch up with the kid. The boy managed to hide in one of the cliffs, and the cultist lost sight of him. The boy could barely breathe from fatigue, trying not to breathe loudly so that the enemy would not hear him. Suddenly, he heard a sound to his left. There were a few rats in the shadows eating something, but it was hard to see because of the darkness. When he looked closely, he saw that the rats were eating a man's severed arm. This, of course, scared the kid, but he could not afford to make a sound. Sweat was pouring down his face, and he just hoped that the rats would not notice him. However, rats have a very developed sense of smell, and they noticed him immediately. All of them turned their heads directly toward him. There was another threat on the right side. It was a cultist. He jumped down from the cliff, guessing that the kid could be hiding here. The cultist instantly pointed his sword at the boy, intending to punish him for his association with such a diabolical organization. He brought the sword closer and closer, reminding him that everyone wants to be buried on this mountain, and the boy was lucky. He promised to bury him where there was a lot of light and asked him not to be angry. But suddenly he heard a loud squeak from the side. He didn't realize that there were so many hungry rats. The rats, incredibly hungry, started running in his direction. He stomped his feet, not understanding where so many rats came from. A few rats even climbed on the boy's body. The cultist got angry and started hitting them with his sword. He also tried to knock them down by hitting the rats. He thought he was big and could handle a large number of these animals. He fought them off, but only annoyed them more. However, the teeth of the rats were infected with various bacteria that they carried. One of the rats jumped up and bit him right on the nose, confusing the cultist. The cultist grabbed the rat with his hand and began to pull it away. When he pulled the rat away from his nose, several others were already sitting on his neck, arms, and head. The kid had a great opportunity to escape while the cultist was being devoured. He took advantage of this opportunity by climbing down a cliff near the road. Looking back, he heard only the loud screams of the cultist and the squeaks of the rats, happy to have so much food. It was impossible to stay here, so he ran forward along the trail, taking his feet in his hands. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Killer was faced with a choice. Should he surrender and receive a fatal blow? The cultist swung his sword, but did not expect the killer to hit him in the stomach with his shoulder. With this blow, he knocked the enemy off balance. Then he pulled his body back. The cultist, sword in hand, fell to the ground, knocking down another fighter. The dumbass realized that the killer was not going to give up. He decided to act on his own and end the battle. He immediately rushed at the killer, swinging his sword. But the killer deftly ducked under the attacks. The killer dodged, leaving the enemy with no chance of success. This drove the killer so far that he was forced to fall to the ground. In front of his eyes, the dumbass's sword was flying straight at him. At the last moment, he quickly turned his head to the side and managed to dodge it. The sword stuck in the ground right next to his ear. Now he had to roll over immediately to regain his balance. Getting to his feet, he quickly began to run away. His target was the sword lying on the ground right in front of him, which he wanted to grab. Taking the sword in his hands, the killer warned his enemies that they would die with him if he failed to escape. He would take at least one of them with him. The black staff addressed him, reminding him that execution was inevitable. But the killer asked who gave him the right to pass judgment, emphasizing that execution was only a weapon to preserve their power. At this point, the elder realized that his assumption about the killer's imminent death was wrong and said, "We are here to execute you, but that doesn't mean you can't die right now." The Scarlet Killer agreed only on one condition, that the Black Staff would keep him company in the afterlife. These words enraged the Black Staff, and he called the killer an idiot. The killer did not hesitate to attack the elder. He ran at him as fast as he could, his sword at the ready. The elder jumped up and kneed him right in the head. The blow was so strong that even the sword fell out of his hands. Landing on one leg, the Blackstaff said defiantly, "How arrogant!" He emphasized that his speed was incredibly fast. The killer lay on the ground, his head resting on the ground, barely finding the strength to raise his arms. But he heard the voice of a little boy shouting, "Teacher!" He ran out of the bushes, also worried about his teacher. The killer saw the boy and was ready to ask him if he had heard his teacher's order. But the boy was filled with concern for him and hope that he would make it. Dumbfounder and the elder asked themselves how this boy could run around freely, and where the student who had been chasing him had gone. Of course, Dumbass could not answer any of these questions, but he confidently told the elder that he would kill them both. Suddenly they heard strange sounds. They all turned their heads to the left and began to peer into the trees. The little boy told his teacher that they had to run away immediately. but the teacher objected, saying that they could not run away. However, the boy had a different idea. He asked the teacher when he would give the signal. He would immediately run after him. This was his request as a student. Thousands of rats were already coming down from above. The dumb guy put his hand to his forehead to get a better look at what was going on. When he looked, he saw an endless stream of rats. There was only one thing in their eyes: hunger, and they were running like mad. The rats were hungry for a delicious feast. For them, Dumbass was like a dessert, and his flat chin was the cherry on top. The rats came closer and closer. The little boy stood in front of the teacher and said that it was not yet time to act. The black staff and his students just watched, not believing their eyes that this was possible. The rats had already run up to their feet. The disciples begged the elder to run away, but he only pointed at the child and the killer, saying that punishment was inevitable. At this point, Chu said, "Let's run." Together with the Scarlet Killer, they ran away, and the two cultists chased after them. But the kid had calculated the time well, so that the rats would attack the right people. The killer looked around and saw a horrible picture, but it was rather joyful for him. The enemies could not resist the onslaught of rats that were knocking them down. Even the killer himself could not believe that this was possible, but the kid urged him to concentrate and explained that if they did not act, they would suffer the same fate as the cultists. They would also be eaten by rats, so they had to run away. The killer grabbed the boy by the arm, and they ran as fast as they could. There was no doubt about their escape, because the Scarlet Killer ran very fast. The bird landed on one of the cultists' hands. He immediately reported to the commander that he had received a letter from Hubei. When the commander read the letter, he went to the elder and told him that another faceless corpse had been found. He showed the approximate location on the map. At this point, 7 faceless corpses, 5 dug graves, and 12 reports of similar people have been found. But the main question is, how did the killer and his apprentice manage to cross these territories without being seen? They had to find out something. They went to the people to question them, as they were desperate because the souls of their loved ones were believed to be wandering among the living. The elder took a closer look at the corpse, and noticed that the face had probably been cut off to create a mask, but that this was not the work of the Scarlet Killer. They found no marks to explain why it was done. The elder suggested that someone was helping the killer. After that, they went to another place. This man's name was Manchul. He was a moneylender and had received a bill of exchange for 200 liang for publishing a Chinese horoscope in a newspaper. The commander immediately started asking him about the person who gave him the bill, but the moneylender didn't really know where he had gone. The commander grabbed him by the collar, and under pressure, Manchul explained that he didn't have the money, so he asked for some time and made an appointment for today to get the rest of the money. When the elder asked why he was sure he would return, the loan shark replied, "What kind of a madman would disappear after paying 10 liang for something worth 200? During the conversation, a flare went off and exploded in Dongchang. The dumbass said that reinforcements were probably needed in Dongchang. The elder asked the moneylender how they could meet that person, but the moneylender just kept repeating that he was not lying. Although the moneylender was afraid that the man would come after him after he denounced him, he showed up anyway. He had done his job, and now it was up to the sect to decide whether to believe him or not. Suddenly, another disciple ran in and asked the elder to take a look at what he had brought. The masked man asked him to give the elder a letter. The letter stated that a man, who was probably the Scarlet Killer, had paid for 2 to get on a ship for stowaways. The commander asked if the words of this unknown person could be trusted, and the elder replied that he was an intermediary in a scheme to escape from the area. At the moment, it is difficult for them to weed out false information, which is exactly what the Scarlet Killer is trying to achieve. Even if they have hundreds of clues, they have to check each one to find the one that will really lead to him. The elder did not believe that they could do it, and ordered the commander to prepare an ambush with the moneylender. He ordered Su Cheng and Su Dong to go to the ship for the stowaways, and he went to Dongchang. The time came, and they set off. The black staff struck the back of a man who was running through the forest. The elder hit the mark, and they thought it was the Scarlet Killer. As they got closer, they began to pull at the skin on his face. The man did not understand and assured them that it was not a mask. The elder asked him why he had run away when he saw the inferiors united. He replied that in his village he was known for his agility and many people challenged him. He was promised 5 liang if he could make the association of lower beings chase him for 2 days. However, he had never seen the man before. The black staff kicked him right in the face. At that moment, the ship was floating on the water. The killer and his disciple were sitting among the passengers, talking about how the disciple managed to bring so many rats. He replied that he could skillfully imitate the sounds of animals. Once upon a time, all the rats in the neighborhood made the same sounds, which created panic, and soon there was a landslide. Since then, every time Chu makes this sound, the rats go crazy. He thinks it means beware of the landslide to them. Sometimes the Scarlet Assassin could not understand who was protecting whom. He was protecting the boy, or the boy was protecting him. The boy quietly whispered to the teacher that the mask was not fitting him properly, but the killer asked him to be quiet. At the same moment, they heard an order from above to immediately stop the ship, lower the anchor, and stop. The Union of the Inferiors ordered the ship to stop. The Scarlet Assassin decided to inspect the situation and went upstairs. There he saw blood flying in all directions. The sect of the Inferiors had appeared on the ship. The stupid man repeatedly ordered the ship to stop, but the owners of the ship did not give up and reminded him whose ship it was. It seems that dumbass had learned how to use a sword, because he was able to kill the big man with one blow. The killer ordered the kid to hide among the luggage, and if he was found, to jump into the sea. The dumbass turned to one of the workers on board and ordered him to call the captain, because they had to discuss an important issue. However, the worker pointed to the dead big man and hinted that it was the captain. The dumbass turned to the first person he saw and said that from now on he was the captain of this ship. He ordered the new captain to bring all the criminals on deck. When they gathered on deck, dumbass announced that they could be cut to pieces and thrown into the sea. And no one would even blink. But if they cooperated, they would be allowed to continue their journey without any problems. So the choice was theirs. He walked up to the first man in front of him, and he immediately introduced himself. The dumbass began to feel his cheeks, checking to see if it was a mask. The Scarlet Assassin looked around and noticed that there were 2 fourth-ranked cultists and 3 first-ranked disciples. He had the idea to use stowaways to throw these guys off the scent, but suddenly a man's hand grabbed him behind his back and threw him to the floor. This man turned to the hostess, saying that they had caught him. At that moment, a woman jumped on board. Her appearance surprised the Scarlet Killer. She was holding a sharp knife and, calling him a fool, asked if he really thought he could escape. She clenched the knife in her hands, preparing to strike, her eyes burning with determination. With a shout of, "Die!" she plunged the knife into his shoulder, unable to contain her anger. Everyone nearby looked back in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. The woman leaned closer to the man and asked quietly but threateningly, "Where is my son?" He slightly raised his hand, pointing to the side, and whispered, "Down there!" Wasting no time, the woman instantly pulled herself together and ran in the direction indicated, hiding the knife under her clothes. In a moment, she was at the stairs leading down, not slowing down. Quickly descending, she began to call out loudly for her son. "It's me, your mommy!" Looking around, she could only see old barrels and garbage scattered all over the room. "Child, don't be afraid, come out," she said, her voice softening. Looking more closely, the woman noticed something between the bags, something moving. She slowly approached and said firmly, "From now on, you will be my son, Shin, if you want to leave the ship safely with your teacher." One of the sacks began to stir, attracting her attention. A small head slowly peeked out from under an old sheet, frightened but hopeful. Meanwhile, on the deck, one of the cultists turned to the man, asking him sternly, "Do you realize what a terrible mistake you have made?" The man introduced himself as Han Chun of the noble clan, apologized for acting without permission, and explained that the situation was an emergency. He said that this man had kidnapped the child of the head of their clan, so they acted quickly and without hesitation. The stupid man looked around and realized that everyone around him was as weak and worthless as he was. Soon, a woman came forward, introducing herself as Bae Kim Hyun, the head of the ignoble clan, and thanked them, saying that if they hadn't stopped the ship, she would have lost her child. "Don't bother," replied the dumbass, explaining that they were just doing their job and didn't expect thanks. But to show her gratitude, she said she wanted to reward them, and invited them to visit the Heavenly House of Harmony if they had time. The Khan made the man stand up and warned him that the head of his clan would certainly punish him for this crime. After that, they went down to the boat, taking the little boy and the sinister killer with them. The boy sat silently, completely unaware of what was happening around him. He approached his teacher, pointing to the blood on his shoulder, and tried to cover the wound with his hand. The teacher calmly replied, "It's okay, don't worry." At this time, a real commotion began in the sect of the inferiors. The commander reported to the elder that they had been waiting in ambush all night, but the man had not appeared. It was at this moment that the other sectarians returned from the ship. The elder looked at their faces and immediately realized that they had failed. They explained to the elder that, although the situation was unpleasant, they were calm because they had helped to apprehend the hijacker. They went on to describe in detail how they had stopped the criminal who was trying to kidnap the child of the head of the ignoble clan, and how the head of the clan had been reunited with her son. The question was asked if the elder had received any message, and one of the sectarians standing behind the dumbass said that a man from the ignoble clan had come to the elder. The man handed the elder a letter from the clan leader that was very important. The elder took the letter in his hands, feeling increasingly anxious. He began to read it carefully, frowning at each line. His hands clutched the letter tighter and tighter, and a question swirled in his mind. How could this have happened? The commander saw the anxiety in the eyes of the elder, known as the Black Staff. The Black Staff turned furiously pale as he realized that a woman from the ignoble clan seemed to have helped the Scarlet Killer escape, for she herself had been expelled from the clan. It turned out that Kim Hyun was the wife of the Scarlet Assassin, and this explained her actions. At that moment, the dumbass realized what a critical mistake they had made by not understanding the situation earlier. They found themselves in a catastrophic situation, because if the Scarlet Killer managed to get on the boat, he would leave the Central Plains forever, and everything was already ready to sail at the Duel wharf. Because of the rush, the woman could only quickly bandage the wound on the Scarlet Assassin's arm, stopping the bleeding. He thanked her, saying that thanks to her, he had saved his hand, which he uses to eat. But it was only thanks to her help that he managed to escape from there and avoid his pursuers. He wondered how she knew he was on a stowaway ship. But the woman realized that the clan of the ignoble had as many connections as the association of the lower class. Even the moneylender was from their clan. After that, they got into the boat and continued to sail on without stopping. The teacher allowed the boy to take off his mask, giving him a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. The man standing with the oar suddenly said, "We have arrived." They stepped down onto a small bridge that had been built near this small river. After thanking him for his help, they warned the boatmen that they might come for him, but he calmly replied that he was also leaving the Central Plains and would not stay here. He also expressed hope that when things calmed down, they would be able to meet again. Until then, their paths would diverge. And getting into his boat, he said goodbye and sailed off into the night. The woman quickly said that time was running out and they had to leave immediately. They rushed to the boat she had prepared in advance without a moment's delay. At this time, the inferior sect, along with the Black Staff, was on their trail trying to catch up. The elder continuously spurred his horse, ordering it to go faster, not stopping for a moment. The woman with her husband and boy were heading for the ship, trying to avoid the pursuers. But suddenly anxiety appeared on her face. Something invisible changed her mood. This happened because she saw the head of the ignoble clan suddenly appear in front of her. He turned his head toward her and, smiling coldly, asked, "Where are you going?" He confidently stated that she understood perfectly well that helping a fugitive made her a criminal, and asked her why she was doing it. "Is this the price I pay for giving you shelter?" he added, unable to contain his anger. She closed her eyes and turned her head to the side, apologizing and admitting that there was no excuse for her actions. "It's all over for you," he said coldly. "I've already warned the inferior sect, and they should be on their way." The killer stepped forward and spoke decisively. "Let's finish this." Knowing that time was running out, he challenged the head, leaving no other choice. The head, smiling, asked, "I wonder how you will do it." The woman anxiously asked the assassin if he could really fight in his condition, but he knew that the head would not let them just leave. There was no other way out. The head stuck his sword into the board and said, "If the fugitives don't carry swords, I won't either." Time was running out, and the assassin instantly rushed at the head, not waiting for the next step. He decided that if he struck from above, his blow would be stronger, and he jumped very high, about to deliver a crushing blow. The head's hands quickly grabbed the killer's leg, which he was trying to kick. Although the head was able to parry the blow, the force was so powerful that he was thrown back. However, this did not knock him down, and they remained standing opposite each other, continuing to prepare for the next attack. At this point, the leader focused on his leg, trying to keep his balance and not give his opponent a chance. The next moment, another kick from the assassin flew at the head of the head, and he barely had time to react. Putting his hand out and concentrating all his balance, the head managed to keep this powerful blow at bay. After waiting for the right moment, the head struck out with his hand. But his blow only whistled past the Scarlet Killer's head, causing no damage. The assassin did not expect the head to suddenly attack from the other side, which took him by surprise. This unexpected blow staggered the killer, knocking him off balance. Nevertheless, he managed to stay on his feet, gathering all his strength. He instantly swung back with his right hand, trying to counterattack. However, the head again deflected this blow, directing it to the side, preventing it from reaching its goal. And then, out of nowhere, The assassin's foot flew with incredible speed straight into the head's beard. At that moment, when one of his heels was in the air, the assassin remained on his supporting leg, balancing riskily. The head had no trouble cutting his supporting leg, causing the assassin to lose his footing. When the killer's body was already in the air, the leader raised his leg to the level of his body, preparing the final blow. Putting his foot on the killer's throat, the leader stomped him to the floor with incredible force. Meili and Bei just watched this scene, helplessly watching everything happen, unable to do anything. The head's foot was squeezing the Scarlet Killer's neck tighter and tighter, and he could barely breathe. The head coldly asked the assassin to let Bei leave, hinting that if he left her here, it would not prevent him from getting on a boat and escaping. "If you leave Ms. Bei here, I won't stop you," the leader added, realizing that this might be their only chance. But the decision was not so simple, and the killer remained silent as he considered the situation. He explained to the head that she was considered his accomplice, and that changed everything. The head knew this, and that was why he planned to leave his post and hide with Bei and Murim if it became necessary. Bei suddenly ran to them, pleading with the head, asking him not to do this. She was aware of her situation and realized that the head's heart loved her. But because of the man lying under his foot, she could not reciprocate. She was tormented by an internal struggle for having destroyed their marriage. But she had always waited for a chance to redeem herself, and this situation forced her to act. Although they had been divorced for 15 years, she was still the wife of the Scarlet Killer Song-yeon. She went on to explain to the head that if she went with him, he would only be living with a shell of a person whose heart belonged to someone else. The head quietly asked, "So it's not because you don't like me?" Bei, with tears in her eyes, replied, "How could you think that? You have been a light in the darkness for me." She remained kneeling next to Song-yeon, unable to make a choice. Song-yeon turned his head and said quietly to them, "Go. Go quickly," Song-yeon whispered. "The union of the lower ones will return soon." The girl bowed low before the leader, sincerely thanking him for everything he had done for her. She promised to pray for his health and well-being, even if they never met again. The head slowly walked over to his sword and took it firmly in his hands. Then he calmly tucked the sword under his left arm, thinking about what had happened. As he ran his hand along the blade, a thin trail of blood remained on the sword, glistening in the sun. Meanwhile, the sect of the inferiors approached, sitting on horseback, ready for any encounter. The first to arrive reported to the elder, "It seems we are not too late." The elder immediately jumped down from his horse, not wasting a second. He ran rapidly forward, shouting, "Clan leader!" He knelt down with his sword by his side and explained that due to his lack of skills he was unable to stop them. His hand lay helplessly beside him, indicating a failed attempt to intervene. Blackstaff laughed out loud, emphasizing the ridiculousness of the situation. "The pursuit of the Scarlet Assassin by the Nanyang Union forces has failed," he said, a mixture of disappointment and sarcasm in his voice. On the ship, she treated his wounds, which were not healing well because Song had not received proper treatment. Only when they reached land would she be able to find a cure. But there were other questions in Sun's mind. Why was she constantly blaming herself? He thought about their marriage and what she had said to the leader of the ignoble clan. She began to explain that she had failed to fulfill her role as a woman and a mother, and that was why she felt unhappy. "If I hadn't drunk the potion back then, our So-So wouldn't have been born so sick," she said, her voice sad. But Sun believed it was because of him. He was not the kind of man who could give her a decent life. His constant running away left her living in anxiety and broke her heart over and over again. Yet, despite everything, she still followed him, not even thinking about the future. But Sung thought she deserved better. And even now he realized that he was responsible for her, knowing what awaited them. Seeing that they no longer blamed each other, Sun realized only one thing. They had grown old. He compared their lives to a book. No matter how many times you read it, the plot will not change. Life is full of problems that we will never solve until we experience them ourselves. In the end, time decides everything. After these words, he asked her not to mention the problems of the past anymore. "We were too young to truly understand each other's feelings," he said with a bitter smile. At that moment, tears appeared on her face, and she began to wipe them away. Sung hugged her and asked her to forgive young, inexperienced Sung-yeon and Bae Kim-hyun, and to start living in the present. She could no longer hold back her tears and hugged him, finally letting go of her emotions. But at that moment, a young boy ran up to them, calling out loudly for his teacher. When the boy ran in, he saw them hugging and went back out in embarrassment, trying not to interfere. Sun asked him, "What happened?" The boy pointed to the horizon and said, "Land, we have finally arrived." They saw the land beyond the horizon they were heading for, hoping that the 10 great sects would not reach it, but they decided to prepare themselves. It seemed to Bei that Sun was scaring the little boy, but he assured her that everything was fine, and that as long as he was with his teacher, he had nothing to fear. Then Bei said that Sun was very lucky to have such a student, and he repeated her words, smiling. "She's right, teacher. You are very lucky to have me." Then Bei took the boy's hand and asked him to sit next to her. She did not like his disheveled hair because it was not neat at all. She took his head in her hands and began to fix his hair, tidying it up. In a few minutes, the boy's hair was neatly arranged. She tied a red ribbon in the back of his ponytail, giving it a finished look. She turned the boy around to look at him and make sure everything was fine. Tears began to appear in the boy's eyes, and he could not hold them back. She thought he was crying because he didn't like his hairstyle. But that was not the case. Every time he saw Chonsang's mom tie her hair up, he always wanted to feel the same way. And only now did he realize how warm it felt. He couldn't hold back his emotions and burst into tears, and even Bei could hardly hold back her tears as she listened to him. She instantly hugged him, trying to calm him down with warmth and care. During the hug, she turned to Sun and offered to raise him as their own child, to which he replied, "This is my apprentice, and he will become part of the Dead Souls squad." Her husband was a killer, so the thought of her student becoming a killer didn't scare her. She just wanted to give the child the love they had been unable to give their daughter So-So. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man's hand was reaching for the chest of another lying man who was only interested in Sun's success. The man explained that he had managed to master the first level of the triple blood kick, a technique that was impressive in its power. He also brought good news. All of their brothers had successfully escaped, which gave them confidence in their actions. "I would not expect anything else from my brothers," he said proudly. Yak, in a festive mood, announced that he had prepared beef soup to please everyone on this happy day. This news brought joy to his older brother, who was looking forward to the meal. After cooking the soup, Yak went outside, but suddenly, looking to his right, something surprised him. He dropped the dishes from his hands, and they fell to the ground with a dull thud. Yak rushed forward, swinging at the woman who suddenly appeared next to him. He almost hit her, but at the last moment he stopped his hand right in front of her face. She stood silently, hiding the pain in her soul, and looked him straight in the eye without saying a word. The man didn't know whether to continue hitting her or stop, and he was at a loss as to what to do next. After a few seconds of hesitation, he fell to his knees and began to scream loudly in pain and despair. The woman approached the man and apologized with tears in her eyes, admitting that she had never expected such a development. The lying man calmly replied that he had made the decision himself and that she had nothing to apologize for. But if she was really sorry, he wanted to ask her to fulfill his last request, to which she agreed, ready to do whatever he wanted. "Sogo is dead," he said, "and you must never look for him again." At the top of the mountain stood a stone with the word Yunnan engraved on it, silently indicating the place where they now found themselves. Sun, the kid, and Bei climbed up to this mountain, looking at the surrounding scenery. Sun considered it a real miracle that they had survived and made it here, and now he hoped that no one would recognize them. He had planned to settle here because Yunnan was inaccessible to the 10 great sects. Although it was part of the Great Ming Dynasty, if they walked for another month, they would reach the southern desert, where they could fully rest. The little man, joyful and full of energy, rushed forward and exclaimed, "Then we must go!" He was as happy as ever and begged them to go faster, promising to show them the way and calling them Mom and Dad. He slept for a long time. A lot of time had passed, and even his beard had grown a little. But the sunlight entering the room made him wake up. He began to slowly get out of bed, feeling tired in his body. After that, he went out of the small house they had decided to settle in, and saw his wife doing her chores in the yard. She couldn't help but notice how long he had been sleeping, and remarked on it with a smile. After preparing some food for him, she held out a plate with care. In conversation, she brought up the fact that he had been dreaming about his brothers again. Noticing his anxiety, Sun only briefly agreed, adding nothing to her words. To reassure him, she confidently told him that his brothers would be fine, and she sincerely believed it. She also couldn't help but ask how long he planned to keep Chu on the run. Referring to his student, she asked if he disagreed with her opinion, and Sun asked if she disagreed with his teaching methods. The boy had indeed spent the last 3 years running around with his teacher, and she thought it might look strange. However, Sung explained that even in this area that seems safe, there is desperation, and for Chu, even just being here is great training. "You're scared, aren't you?" she asked, and added, "The kid is much more capable than we could have ever imagined." Sung replied that the one who created and led the Dead Souls squad was Sogo. He had never seen anyone like him, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to match him in the next century. Not only Chu-So, but also other children were chosen to support Sogo. After he explained this, she asked, "Aren't you afraid that one day Chu might turn his blade against Shogo? And don't you think too badly of our child? Because if you ordered Chu to catch the lion at the cost of his own life, he would not hesitate. If you order Chu to become the right hand of Shogo, he will serve him until the end of his days. And all because of his loyalty to our well-being." However, she did not want Sun to give such an order to Chu, even though she knew that he would do it anyway. After this dialogue, Sun rose from his seat. He looked off into the distance, thinking about what she had said. It seemed that Bei thought he didn't know Chu and his capabilities well. At that moment, the kid was in the woods, looking for food, which was scarce, but still there. The boar he was hunting was being chased by other hunters. They threw spears at him, trying to knock him down. The boar, with several arrows in its back, did not pay attention to the wounds, and the spears flew by and got stuck in the ground. People ran after him in a group, trying not to lose his trail. The boar tried to escape from the pursuers as much as he could, moving quickly and jerkily. One of the hunters was already tucking an arrow into his bow, preparing for the decisive shot. He took aim, concentrating all his strength to hit the prey. The hunter stood behind the boar and aimed at its back, about to shoot. But at that moment, he was interrupted. Someone hit his bow with a stick, pushing the arrow aside. The big man who stopped the shot ordered everyone to wait. He explained that the wild boar had escaped to the territory of the Scarlet Forest Cemetery, and if they hunted on this land, their sleeping ancestors might wake up. Although it was unfortunate, all the hunters showed respect and returned, bowing at the entrance to the cemetery. They bowed before the ribbons that were hung over the gate, symbolizing the border between the world of the living and the dead. But suddenly they all heard a noise coming from the cemetery, which made them wary. The chief hunter asked if any of them had followed the boar to the cemetery. He was told that all 5 men who had participated in the hunt were now present. "Then who could it be?" he asked in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Wasting no time, they all rushed forward, trying to catch up with the unknown. Their goal was to find out who dared to go to the cemetery to get the boar. The big man suddenly felt very surprised when he saw a small boy trying to tame the boar on horseback in front of him. The boar was rushing frantically forward, trying to throw the boy off, but he did not give up. The animal was running at an incredible speed, trying to free itself from its rider. Meanwhile, the boy was hitting him on the head with his hand, trying to subdue the wild beast. Around them were whole mountains of stones scattered, forming dangerous obstacles on the way. The wild boar, guided by the boy, broke into one of these stone mounds. But the animal easily made its way through the stones. An old human skull could be seen on the ground between the fragments of stones, which further inflated the atmosphere. The big man, watching what was happening, ordered his men to immediately stop the boy and the boar. The stones that began to crumble resembled tombs, and the big man shouted in fright to act faster. Suddenly, the boar and the boy flew straight toward them, threatening everyone. On the way, the animal knocked down 2 hunters with its body, who did not have time to react. They simply fell to the ground, having no chance to resist such a force. Meanwhile, the boy tried to grab hold of the boar's mane to better control the animal. He waved his hand, preparing to strike the decisive blow, and the next moment he hit the boar hard on the head. The blow was so powerful that the boar's nose broke through the ground, creating a deep trail. The big man watched the kid and could not hide his delight at what he saw. It seemed incredible, almost impossible, that such a small boy could subdue a wild boar. A triumphant smile appeared on Chu's face, and looking at the big guy, he proudly said, "I caught it!" After that, Chu raised his arms to the sky and shouted loudly about his victory. "I caught the boar!" The big man started yelling at the kid, calling him an idiot and not hiding his anger. He asked the boy what he had done, but the kid didn't even know what was wrong. Chu explained that he was just hunting a wild boar, not realizing the extent of the consequences. He asked them, "Are you seriously going to complain that I stole this boar from you?" However, the big man was not referring to the hunt itself, but to the fact that the boy had destroyed a sacred place, the tombs of the Scarlet Forest. He ordered the boy to look around and see the destruction he had caused. But the boy just pointed his finger at the boar. "He did it all. You could have seen it all yourself," the boy justified himself. The big man began to explain that if the kid had left the boar alone, it would not have gone crazy and caused all this chaos. Chu defended his position, saying that it was the hunters who had driven the boar here, and that he had only stopped the animal from causing even more destruction. The big man grabbed the kid by the collar and asked, "You decided to play with me, huh?" The boy replied, "Who's playing with me?" The furious big man threw the boy back so hard that he flew and fell on his back. Then he turned to his men and said, Look at this impudent boy." He called the boy arrogant and to blame for all the troubles, like all the people from the plain, adding that this was why he was against the chief's decision to allow them to live on their land. The kid got to his feet and calmly asked the big man, "Why don't we solve this the way the Scarlet Forest tribe does?" Chu directly offered the giant to fight, which seemed ridiculous and absurd to him. The giant started laughing, not believing that the kid really wanted to fight him. But the kid had already taken a fighting stance in front of him and clearly announced the conditions. The one who could no longer stand on his feet would lose. "Well, kid, if that's the case, then you should get ready," the big guy replied, mocking. At that moment, Sun and Bei were calmly discussing their herbal dinner, unaware of what was happening. She was pleased that Chu ate everything she cooked without complaint. But suddenly she stopped and felt something strange, uneasy. She began to stare intently into the distance, trying to understand what was bothering her so much. Turning to Sun, she asked him to look in that direction as well. They noticed several people who seemed to be watching them from the side. When they looked closer, they realized that they were members of a hill tribe. Bei could not understand why the hill people came here. What brought them to this place? The dream suggested something, but by that time he saw that the mountain men were coming back. Bei instantly suspected that Chu had gone to them and could be in trouble. Indeed, at that moment, the kid was already receiving a severe thrashing from the giant. The kid continued to miss the next blows from the big man, but did not give up. The man kept hitting him and mockingly explained that he had become overconfident after catching the boar, and he needed to learn to assess his opponent before challenging him blindly. After another punch, Chu fell on his back, but this was not the first time he had been on the ground. The big man looked at the kid and asked, "How many more times are you going to get up?" However, he recognized his persistence and suggested that he should call it a day. Turning around, the big man said he would talk to the chief about his punishment. "All you have to do now is wait patiently for your punishment," he added. But the kid wasn't done yet. He began to rise, saying, "That's not all!" Although the big man asked him to surrender again, the boy repeated, "I'm not done yet." The big man warned him that if he continued, he would end up dead. "Then kill me," Chu said, and watched as the big man swung at him with all his might, his fist taut as steel. But at the last moment, the kid managed to dodge, and the punch went right over his head. At that moment, Chu launched a counterattack, tightening his fist and aiming at his opponent. His punch hit the big man right in the liver, causing him to feel a sharp pain. Like a young Floyd Mayweather, the kid threw a left hand after being hit in the liver, skillfully controlling the situation. The blow was so powerful that the big man went blind for a moment, obviously not expecting such an attack. The kid's blow only made the big man even angrier, and he hit him again, harder. The kid rolled on the ground on his back again, losing control of the situation. The big man reached for his weapon, saying, "It's time for you to die." Even one of the hunters, who was next to the commander, said that this was too much and asked the big man not to do it. But the commander just raised his sword and said, "The kid asked me to kill him himself." He swung it even higher and added that the leader would still order his execution if he found out about the destruction of the tombs. He justified this attack by saying that he was just doing what was going to happen anyway. Everyone held their breath and waited to see if the commander would really kill the child. The kid covered his face with his hand, but after a few seconds nothing happened, and he slowly opened his eyes. He saw that the commander had his eyes wide open and was breathing heavily and slowly. It was all because of the sword that was sticking out of his back. It was thrown by Sun, who appeared from behind. With a single glance, Sun challenged the commander, whom he had already killed. The people who were with the commander began to shout his name loudly, not believing their eyes. Later at home, the kid apologized to Sun, explaining that it was all his fault. But Sun understood that it was the commander's mistake. He had broken the rules by taking the sword during the fight. They began to gather their belongings, which were few, so it didn't take long to pack. They reassured the kid, saying that they would find a better place, and set off. When they got to the door, they started to open it. But behind the door was a large group of armed men ready to act. They surrounded the building, standing around it in a tight ring, ready for any action. We had to decide immediately what to do next. There was almost no time to think. They had to act quickly. Sun picked up his sword, put it in front of him, and ordered everyone to stand still, asking them not to complicate the situation. He explained that their family was already leaving the place, and if they were allowed to leave in peace, there would be no problems. But people started speaking in an incomprehensible language, addressing him. A woman came from the other side and said something in her dialect. The kid translated her words and said that she was explaining that they were not here to fight. They just wanted to say something. The woman continued to speak in her language, and the boy acted as an interpreter for them. She said that the commander had found peace in the arms of his ancestors, and she was sorry for what had happened to him. Sun asked the kid to tell her that when a child is in danger, you have to act decisively. He only wants to live without conflict with the Scarlet Forest tribe. The boy went on to translate that a warning signal had been sent from the peaks of Mount Huangshan, and that the mountain tribe was about to invade the Green Plains. The Scarlet Forest tribe had already lost their mountains, waterfalls, and peaks of Huangshan, and if they lost this land, they would have nowhere else to live, so they would be forced to migrate. Sun did not understand why she was telling him this, because it did not concern him directly. The woman wanted to remind them that they should be grateful that they were allowed to stay on this land when they had nowhere else to go. She also wanted them to apologize for destroying the tombs. Sun was always grateful that they were allowed to live on this land, but he wanted to explain the tomb situation to avoid misunderstandings. The young man continued to translate and said that it seemed the commander was the best warrior in the tribe. Since Sun had killed the commander, they wanted him to take his place and lead the Scarlet Forest tribe into battle against the forces of the Mountain tribe. Sun didn't know how to react to this, but considered that maybe it was time to leave. Bei interjected and pointed out that the people of the Central Plains had always invaded the Southern Desert since the Han Emperor, and she doubted that the people of the Southern Desert would treat people from the mainland well. She also realized that other places that she thought were better places for Chu to live might not be, because they didn't even know if they would be accepted there. In other words, they couldn't be sure that other tribes would be as kind as the Scarlet Forest tribe. Bei wanted to tell Sun that the chief's request was reasonable, but Sun reminded her that he could not hold a sword in his left hand, and it was a bad idea to go to war in that condition. The woman suggested coming up with a trick, such as concentrating the tribe's forces and attacking the enemies with fire. The tribal leader and the kid just watched as Sun and Bei argued about the options. In the end, Song firmly stated that he had no reason to interfere in the affairs of the Scarlet Forest tribe and the Mountain tribe, and he emphasized that they were leaving immediately. The kid just remained silent as Sun approached him. Dawn asked him to finally say something. Then the boy turned to the head and began to speak in a language that everyone did not understand. Everyone wondered how he knew this language, and the tribal leader folded her hands in front of her face to show respect. She continued to show her respect for others with this gesture. When the boy finished speaking, they turned around and walked in the other direction, leaving the tribe behind. Despite the fact that Sun had refused their request, they didn't seem too upset about it. But it wasn't that simple. The boy explained to Sun that he had told them not to worry because they would get help. He went on to explain that the Mountain tribe was oppressing the Scarlet Forest tribe, and they had a duty to help the weaker ones. Sun was angry and could not understand how the boy could go against his father's decision. The boy explained that he was responsible for the commander's death, and that he had provoked him a bit. He said that in the fight with the commander, he had not even been able to strike him a single blow. And so he decided that if he made him worry, he could find a weakness. In the end, the commander could not stand the provocations, and his movements became scattered and careless, allowing the kid to strike him several times. Of course, the kid did not anticipate that the commander would get so angry that he would draw his sword. Sun wondered why the boy thought of fighting the commander in the first place. He explained that he wanted to fight a man because for the past 3 years, he had only been running around in meadows and wilderness, fighting animals such as monkeys, wild boars, and snakes. He also reminded his mother not to go to the lake behind the hill he pointed to, because there was a nest of green vipers there. In any case, he realized that his father was not training him to become an animal hunter, so he wanted to fight a human, and that is why he provoked the commander. After listening to this story, Sung just rolled his eyes and put his hand on his face, sighing deeply. Bei just repeated to her husband what she had said earlier, namely, that the time had come, and his father had realized it himself. Sun told the young man that after this war was over, they would begin serious training. The boy said that he would be his father's left hand and fight alongside him in the war, but Sun asked him to stay out of it and defend the village with his mother. When Sun and his family arrived at the Scarlet Forest tribe, the people immediately began to shout that they were newcomers from the Central Plains who had killed their commander. However, the tribal leader greeted them by bowing to show his respect. Sun also bowed, and the boy translated his father's words, in which he expressed his gratitude for being accepted. It was clear from the tribal members' expressions that they were not very happy to welcome them, because of the incident with the commander. The mention that Sun would be a great reinforcement cooled their emotions a bit. The woman from the tribe said she had a place for them and invited them to come with her. The boy looked around carefully, studying the new place. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads to the side when they heard a noise behind the trees they were looking at. It was the sound of drums, symbolizing the movement from the peak of Mount Huangshan toward the plains. Whenever the mountain tribe starts moving, they send out such a warning, instilling fear in the Scarlet Forest tribe. Everyone realized that the war against the mountain tribe would soon begin. There was fruit on the table, which was offered as a welcome gift. The woman invited them to rest and told them that if they needed anything, they could come to her. Sun, with the help of a young man who translated, asked if there were other warriors who could take on the role of commander and lead the tribe. There were rumors in the village that Sun was a great expert in martial arts, and the woman asked if the rumors were true. Song decided to be honest and explained that there were 3 reasons why he could not lead the Scarlet Forest tribe. First, he can't communicate with them, and that would make it difficult to give clear orders quickly. Secondly, he has never developed a battle strategy, and although he knows how to fight, he is not suitable for this war. Thirdly, a leader must command respect from his subordinates, and he believed that he could not achieve this as a simple man from the plains. The leader listened to him and accepted his point of view, understanding his position. After that, Sun said that he was still going to fight because that was his strength, and he would do his best to help the tribe as a fighter. She believed that he would succeed and be able to contribute to the battle. Meanwhile, outside, the fighters were training in full swing. They staged fights not only for fun but also to improve their fighting skills. It was a way to toughen up and improve their skills before the battle. You could say that it was a training to sharpen your fist. These battles were fought with bare fists, and of course, there were injuries. With a punch to the liver, the big guy put his opponent on the ground, forcing him to bend over in pain. The big man asked everyone present if they had seen it, noting that instead of hitting him hard, he had only lightly touched his opponent. Here he is, beaten only because he doesn't know how to breathe properly. Proper breathing technique is useful not only for attacking. If you tense all your muscles and hold your breath, you can defend yourself against any attack. Remember this, he advised everyone. Then he asked who else wanted to fight him. Everyone was silent, but a familiar voice came from the crowd. It was Chu, a newcomer to the circle, but ready for the challenge. The big guy immediately paid attention to him. He did not refuse the fight, and invited Chu to come out on the court to fight. The big guy's first punch sent the kid flying, not even giving him time to react. After that, Chu fell to the ground and felt the full force of his opponent's punch. Lying on the ground, Chu tried to assess the blow, and it seemed to him that this blow was only slightly different from the one his commander had dealt him. Suddenly, a cute girl appeared above his head and explained that this big guy was the kick king of the Scarlet Forest tribe. But Chu was more interested in who she was, and he stood up and asked her about it. While talking, he suddenly began to run and tried to stab the king right in the stomach, concealing his intention. However, the big man had steel abs under his clothes, and he easily withstood the blow. In response, the big man struck Chu with a strong punch, causing him to fly backwards. Everyone watched the scene with stony faces and listened to Chu moaning as he lay on the ground. He asked the girl who asked him if he appreciated the king's blows to stop annoying him and go somewhere else. She, putting her dark skin against his light skin, wondered why he was so light, and Chu in turn wondered why she was so dark. In the end, they never solved this mystery, but when he called her dark, it made her angry, and she kicked him right in the face. Chu stood up, called her little, and, without thinking twice, hit her back. Everyone around him became alarmed and indignant, saying that this brat from the Central Plains dared to hit Eorin, the daughter of the chief. Chu pointed his finger at the girl, who had already begun to cry, and said that she had started it first. A quarrel started between them, in which they could not decide who was to blame. Suddenly, Sun appeared behind him. Chu quickly began to make excuses, saying that the girl was laughing at him, so he slapped her. Sung quickly explained to the kid that he was only causing more chaos in the village, which was already tense because of the upcoming battle. He reminded Chu that he was the one who had promised to help the Scarlet Forest tribe. Sun then asked him again, "Did you really want to do that?" In the end, he made Chu apologize to the girl. At first, Chu didn't want to do it, but when his father raised his voice and said, "Now," he reluctantly agreed. Chu immediately apologized to the girl, who raised her chin high to show her pride. He added that she should accept his apology because otherwise his father would not forgive him. Eorin was ready to accept the apology, but not for nothing, and said that if he did what she wanted, she would forgive him. Soon they found themselves near the monkeys, whom she fed with bananas and called cuties. Chu was surprised that this was all she really wanted, but Eorin explained that she had always wanted to see monkeys up close. It was a no-brainer for him, and he pointed out that she could have asked any of the boys in the tribe. She explained that she was not very popular because she was the daughter of the chief, and she would never be allowed to come here because of the danger near the village. Suddenly, the monkeys began to scatter in panic in different directions. Chu instantly realized everything, grabbed the girl and started running with her. After running a few steps, they both fell to the ground. Chu laid down on top of Eorin, putting his hand over her mouth, and asked her to be quiet. Right next to them were people who, as was clear, would not be happy to see them here. They held their breath, trying to remain unnoticed as people passed by. After a while, the leader received word that they had reached the Green Plains and seemed to be launching an offensive. She ordered everyone else to prepare for the battle, which was approaching every minute. Raising his hand, the man solemnly proclaimed that the time had come and ordered the warriors of the Scarlet Forest tribe to prepare. At this moment, Sun was carefully tying his tail at the back of his head, preparing for the upcoming battle. He tied it tightly with a ribbon so that it would not get in the way during the battle. Bei opened the door and told him that all the men of the tribe were gathering right now. He warned her that if the Scarlet Forest tribe was defeated or something went wrong, she should take Chu and return to the Central Plains. She had to return to the head of the noble clan, who was supposed to help them survive. At the same moment, she rushed to him to feel his warmth and strength. She knew she would miss those feelings while he was in battle. Hugging him tightly, she asked him not to talk like that anymore. And she reminded him who he was. Sun, the Scarlet Slayer, who had managed to escape from his pursuers from the lower lands. She believed in him with all her heart, and in the meantime, the tribe from the mountain decided to wait in the forest and set up camp. Chu watched them carefully from the bushes. Rin didn't understand why they had traveled so far. Chu was unsure, but he knew for sure that they had to keep going and warn the villagers. A huge warrior stood over Chu's head and mockingly asked him what he wanted to warn them about. He turned to the other soldiers, pointing to the prisoners, and proudly proclaimed who he had captured. Holding them in his arms, he said with contempt that these kids were eavesdropping on their conversation. Their commander did not hesitate to order the children to be disposed of, as they were too young to be used even as slaves. However, the giant took a closer look and recognized the girl as the daughter of the chief of the Scarlet Forest tribe. They couldn't decide whether to keep her as a valuable hostage or whether it would be an extra burden for them, because they would have to carry her around all the time. When the girl heard that they were going to kill her, a cold sweat broke out on her body. The boy gathered all his strength, clenched his fist, and decided to act. He punched the giant right between the legs. He twisted in pain, fell to his knees, and let the children out of his arms. The other warriors just laughed as they watched this big guy get it from some boy. At this point, Chu and Rin did not hesitate and ran as fast as they could. The commander quickly realized that these children could give away their location, and that was unacceptable. If the Scarlet Forest tribe found out that they were here, all their plans would come to naught. The giant, feeling a burning pain between his legs, was furious, and most of all wanted to kill this impudent boy himself. Chu ran as fast as he could, concentrating on making his way forward without looking back. He was running so fast that even Rin couldn't keep up with him, staying behind. Her legs were shaking with fatigue, and she couldn't move anymore. Realizing that there was no other way out, Chu ran up to her, sat down, and quickly told her to climb on his back. Meanwhile, their pursuer ran out from behind the bushes and scrutinized the area. Sensing their presence, he immediately reached for his weapon, preparing to attack. Chu was already carrying Rin on his back, running as fast as he could, and asked her to hold on tight. As they ran, he asked her if she trusted him. At first, Rin did not understand the question, but Chu repeated it, expecting a clear answer. The elder of the Scarlet Forest tribe stood on one of the thatched roofs and prayed to the gods for punishment for those who planned to flood the land with blood. He also appealed to the ancestors to fill the warriors with energy, giving them the strength to defeat their enemies. The elder reminded all the warriors that they were under the protection of the God of Life, and urged them to believe in their invincibility and immortality. Meanwhile, a warrior from the enemy tribe tried to catch up with Chu and Rin without slowing down. He was convinced that the two were still doomed, regardless of their attempts to escape. Suddenly, he turned his head to the left and saw Rin. She stood there completely defenseless, as if Chu had abandoned her to her fate and fled alone. The huge warrior, not having received any answer to his question, thought the same thing. This boy had definitely run away, leaving the girl to her fate. The girl stood with her head down, breathing heavily as if she had already lost all hope. The big guy slowly approached her, mocking her and saying that she was out of luck. All boys are like him, selfish and cowardly cowards. But when the leaves rustled under his foot, he suddenly looked down. What he saw made him freeze. A huge pit filled with snakes was right in front of him. The warrior realized that the children had decided to outwit him and trap him. He assumed that they hoped he would chase the girl and fall into the pit. But he looked a little disappointed. The plan didn't work. Just as he was beginning to think that the children had failed, he heard a sound behind him. It was the sound of a boy jumping on him and kicking him with both feet right in the back. The blow was so strong that the giant flew straight into a pit filled with dangerous snakes. Chu kicked him with such fury as if this big guy had tried to kill them just a few minutes ago. And in the end, the big man paid for his actions, falling into a pit full of green snakes waiting for his victim. Their army marched forward, approaching the enemy with every step. Sun noticed a warrior nearby, overcome with fear, and put his hand on his shoulder to encourage him and say a few words about holding on and not giving up. There was nowhere to retreat, and it was better to die than to abandon their homeland and flee. The warriors believed that the souls of their ancestors, who had found eternal peace on the Green Plains, were protecting them, and that victory would be on their side. As soon as Sun said these words, he heard the enemy tribe begin to move forward. The enemies were rushing toward them with spears raised, ready to fight. They held their weapons high above their heads and shouted loudly, trying to frighten their opponents. An old warrior who was the most active among them taunted his enemies, challenging them to try to assess the sharpness of his spear. He ran forward but suddenly stumbled and fell, which caused a wave of laughter. It was hilarious to watch his failed attempt, and his enemies began to laugh even harder. They mocked the Scarlet Forest tribe, suggesting that if they only looked at their faces, it would be enough to realize their weakness. Sun stepped forward and declared that he would not allow anyone to fight the old men. He would take care of it himself. With the speed of lightning, he rushed to the offensive, not hesitating for a second. His sword pierced through the body of one of his old enemies, who remained lying on the battlefield forever. After that, Sun prepared to strike another enemy, keeping his weapon at the ready. Sun completed his strike, putting an end to the two enemies, and on both sides there were shouts of "Abat!" and the ringing of weapons that echoed across the battlefield. Amidst these cries, Sun scattered two more old warriors, who had rushed to the aid of their comrades, and were also killed by his sword. The tribe of the mountain shouted that the old warriors were now with Abut, calling for the glory of their dead. They beat their drums loudly, signaling the beginning of a new stage of the battle. It was the signal to advance. It was time to give their lives for this battle. Everyone rushed forward, weapons in hand, amidst loud shouts ordering them to leave no one alive. The goal of both sides was the same: to kill all enemies, no matter what the cost, but to do so by any means necessary. Their feet were running on the ground, which was about to be covered with blood. War, which spares no one, turns the battlefield into a bloody arena where death awaits at every turn. Only by clutching your weapon tightly can you get a few chances to survive. But no one could be sure that his enemy was not holding his weapon even tighter. The two sides clashed in a bloody battle, intertwining like a swarm of angry ants. In this fierce battle, it was difficult to see even a few centimeters ahead, let alone control the situation. All that remained was to swing the sword. The soldiers stabbed their spears in front of them, hoping that they would find their target in the enemy's body. Only loud screams could be heard when someone's throat was cut in the chaos. When Chu and Rin, who was sitting on his back, came out of the forest, they stopped and watched what was happening on the battlefield. Their faces were covered with cold sweat as a fierce battle unfolded before their eyes. They had now seen with their own eyes what real war was like. For Chu, it was also the first time he had ever seen such cruelty and violence unfolding right in front of him. Looking at this horror and hearing the sound of metal cutting through the air, Chu felt genuine fear. He quietly told her that he had realized something important, to which Rin asked, "What exactly did you realize?" Chu explained that the people they had seen hiding in the forest were going to ambush and attack the Scarlet Forest tribe from behind, stealthily. Realizing this, he rushed forward to stop the enemy's insidious plan. Running to the body of a dead man who had been bitten by snakes, Chu asked Rin to take off his apron. Tearing the apron into strips, he began to wrap it around his arm, preparing for something serious. After that, he began to take off his pants, and Rin, embarrassed, immediately turned away. Rin asked what he was doing, not understanding his intentions. Chu didn't answer, but seriously asked her to hide in the bushes, explaining that she would be unsafe with him, and ordered her to be quiet. He promised to return as soon as it was over, although he knew how difficult it would be. At this time, the tribe of the mountain was patiently waiting for the signal to act, ready to attack. Suddenly, a sound was heard, and they realized that this was the signal they had been waiting for. The commander ordered them to get up, but one of the men, looking in the other direction, warned everyone to look there. A kid suddenly ran out from behind the soldiers, holding something wrapped in a cloth. Waving a homemade sack, he mockingly urged them to catch the gift from the green plains. He carefully put the bag on the ground, and green snakes began to crawl out of it. He untied the sack, made from his trouser leg, and shook it sharply, and the snakes rushed straight toward the stunned warriors. The flock of venomous snakes flew rapidly toward the soldiers. In a moment, they had already coiled around every body, creating panic among the people. Cries that the snakes were poisonous began to come from the crowd, mixed with pain. The snakes were continuously biting everyone, injecting venom into their wounds. It was terribly exciting to watch from the outside, especially when the man who had recently threatened to kill them was furious. It was even more interesting to see his eyes turning white and rolling back in pain and fear. His veins were swollen and almost bursting, and the skin around his eyes was turning blue from lack of oxygen. The observer stood by, listening to the soldiers screaming that they could not move. He watched as they fell, clutching their throats, gasping for air. He watched all this without a single drop of pity for his enemies. The commander shouted fiercely, ordering the soldiers to kill the snakes. They tried to cut them with their swords, but in vain. The snakes quickly crawled into the bushes, disappearing into the shadows. Only 3 warriors remained on their feet, but their eyes were directed at the bodies of their comrades lying under their feet. This enraged them so much that they were ready to kill the child. However, when they turned around, they did not see anyone nearby. The commander pointed to the signals of their tribe, which meant that it was time to ambush them. But there were only 3 of them left, and they realized that they could not help, so they made it their new goal to find the boy. Meanwhile, he was already preparing a plan, interacting perfectly with the snakes. He hid under a tree in the bushes, and the soldiers were walking nearby, convinced that the boy could not have gotten far. Holding the snake in his hands, he slowly got out from under the bushes. Once he was behind the soldiers, he threw the snake in their direction. The snake bit into the neck of one of the soldiers, instantly absorbing the venom. One soldier was neutralized, but the other 2 noticed the kid. The boy without pants ran in the opposite direction, trying to escape. The warrior, struck by the snake, fell to his knees, his body bent in pain, while the other 2 rushed in pursuit of the boy. They decided to go around him from different sides to block all escape routes. Searching carefully, they prepared for any surprise. However, they were not smart enough to get even 1 step ahead of the boy. One of the warriors pierced the bushes with his sword, hoping to find the boy. He did not realize that the boy was hiding in a tree right above his head. And then the snake fell right on his back. The other warrior was already nearby, and managed to throw his sword directly in the boy's direction. The blade hit his hands, forcing him to let go of the tree and fall down. The warrior was sure that he had finally caught the boy. The boy fell on his back, feeling unbearable pain, and the snake was crawling out of his pants. Barely getting to his knees, he gathered his last strength and reached for the snakes that had fallen out of his hands. The warrior first approached his comrade, asking if he was still alive. He did not expect the guy to suddenly throw a snake at him. However, this warrior was faster than the others and quickly cut the snake with his sword. Meanwhile, the boy, shaking out his trouser leg, noticed that all the snakes had disappeared. Only 1 warrior remained, and he felt terribly humiliated. He could not figure out what to say to the others, because their tribe had suffered losses because of a small, seemingly helpless boy. This was the main reason why the warrior was ready to cut off the boy's head. He dreamed of wearing his skull on his belt as a trophy for the rest of his life. Throwing his sword behind his back, the warrior began to swing and shout at the top of his voice, preparing to strike. He noticed the sword of his fallen enemy nearby and decided to use it. He skillfully deflected the attack with grace and agility. Instead of hitting the sword, he aimed a little higher, right at the enemy's hand, cutting the bone. He followed this up with another precise strike. The sword blade pierced the warrior's chest, piercing him through and through. The warrior had no chance of survival. There was only confidence in his eyes as he looked into the eyes of his dying opponent. So the Chu killed the entire ambush of the mountain tribe. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, swords were clashing. Sun destroyed his enemies one by one, moving flawlessly. He attacked those in front of him, and then quickly turned around and struck those approaching from behind. The sword sliced through the air, describing trajectories around it in continuous motion. He concentrated as much as possible, keeping a close eye on the events around him. However, the situation on the field was a complete disaster. The enemy forces far outnumbered the tribe, and the people from the Red Forest tribe were suffering numerous casualties. If things continued at the same pace, the tribe would be completely destroyed. About 50 meters away from the battlefield, the elders of the mountain tribe were watching the events unfold. They were patiently waiting for the group in the forest, sitting in ambush, to act. The drums were beating loudly, signaling to the group in the forest, but the elder raised his hand and ordered them to stop. The lack of response indicated that there was no point in signaling further. He ordered one of the warriors to personally check what was happening to the squad. Sun noticed two people 50 meters away and realized that one of them was Mo Jin himself, the head of the mountain tribe. However, when he looked closely, an enemy attack was already coming from the left. He managed to draw his sword, defending himself against the attack, and then he cut the attacker's throat with a sharp movement. In this chaos, there was no time to rest, not even for a second. One wrong move and the maelstrom of warriors could easily swallow him up and leave him no chance of survival. Sun realized that the only way out of this situation was to kill their leader Jin. He began to fight his way through the crowd to get to him. Gradually stepping aside, he looked for an opportunity to get closer to Jin. But the warriors were keeping a close eye on what was happening to their leader. One of them took a few steps forward. Then he abruptly ran towards Sun. They were closing in, ready for a deadly fight, weapons at the ready. Sun shouted out a battle cry, energizing himself for the battle. He was the first to swing his sword, trying to strike. Their swords collided with such force that they were both thrown back a little. Sun prepared for a counterattack, holding his sword above his head. He needed to deflect the blow and strike back. With a skillful movement, he slashed his sword across his opponent's body, inflicting a serious wound. After that, Sun began to move forward without stopping. He went straight to the place where the elder was standing. Sun's sword whistled near the enemy's head, flying a few centimeters away. The blade sank into the ground, only a few centimeters from the enemy's body. Sun did not understand why the sword did not follow the trajectory he had planned. The man was only muttering something in his own language, as if summoning forces. When Sun tried to attack again, the man deftly jumped back, avoiding the blow. Each time he dodged the attacks with such grace that it was mesmerizing. It seemed that the sword blade did not even touch him, as if it was obeying his command. His face remained calm, as if he did not feel any threat. Then he suddenly kicked him right in the chest of Sun. The force of this kick was so powerful that Sun was knocked backwards. He fell on his back and slowly began to get to his feet. At the same time, Sun heard strange, incomprehensible sounds coming from his opponent. He shouted at him to shut up because he still didn't understand, and rushed forward. Sun again tried to attack with his sword, but the enemy dodged with the same ease. This time, the enemy reached for his sword, which was hanging on his belt behind his back. Pulling out his sword, the warrior easily repelled Sun's first attack. However, he forgot that Sun is also skilled in fighting with his feet and hands. With a swing of his leg, Sun struck the enemy right in the face. However, this blow did not cause a serious problem for the enemy. His eyes showed disappointment, as if he expected more from Sun. "Is that all you can do?" he said. "Is that the best you can do?" he repeated, and it seemed that he understood Sun's language. Sun tried to block his attacks with his sword, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. Their conversation no longer mattered, because it did not change the course of the battle. The enemy knocked the sword out of Sun's hand, depriving him of his defense. However, instead of attacking with the sword, he hit Sun with his knee. The blow was so precise that it knocked Sun backwards. He fell to the ground, feeling pain with every movement. Jin approached him and asked him how he dared to go against them in the first place, and what someone from the central plains of the Fox tribe was looking for here. While talking to Sun, Jin heard a sound behind him. He slowly began to turn his head back. There stood Sun's son, ready to slash anyone who threatened his father, whether it was an ordinary warrior or the leader himself. But just as he had dodged Sun's sword, Jin dodged his son's sword. After that, he simply threw the boy aside without wasting any effort. However, the boy stood on his feet and asked his father if he was okay. Sun only called him a fool and asked why he had come here. The soldiers turned to their commander, asking if everything was all right, to which he replied that everything was under control and asked them not to panic. However, a small cut remained on Jin's face, a sign that the boy had managed to sneak up very quickly. Sun explained to his son that Jin was a martial arts master. Even if the two of them fought against him, they wouldn't stand a chance. Chu assessed the situation by looking directly at Jin. Then he coldly told Jin that he was the lucky one. Song dropped the sword from his hands and said, "We have lost." He knelt down in front of Jin and admitted that, having missed the last opportunity, he recognized that they had no chance, and that further fighting would be a waste of energy. Jin wondered what Sun meant when he called him lucky. Then his son began to explain that his father had agreed to teach him martial arts, but the war had broken out. He also said that if Jin had come here 2 years later, he would have died, so he was lucky to have chosen the right time. Smiling, Jin asked the boy if he really thought that something would have changed in 2 years. The boy pointed to the forest and explained that he had killed all the soldiers in the ambush himself, even without proper combat training, and asked Jin if he could imagine what would happen after 2 years of training. His confident gaze met Jin's eyes and he said, You can't handle me. Suddenly, Jean's messenger ran out of the forest. He told Jeannie that the squad that was ready for the ambush had been destroyed. Jeannie finally realized that this guy had actually been able to do what he said. What he had just said was true. The boy's father just looked at him silently, not believing what was happening. Jean threw his head back and burst out laughing. He agreed to the boy's proposal and said, "Let's see what you accomplish in these 2 years," and promised to wait for him in the same place. The genie also added his own conditions. The boy would have to withstand 5 of his attacks, and this would be considered a victory. If he lost, the genie would execute Sun and hang him on a high pole. But the boy was more interested in what would happen if he won. Jin didn't even seem to think about it. Then he smiled and said, "I will become your slave." After that, Genghis ordered his men to signal a retreat. When one of the soldiers asked why they should retreat, Genie replied, "That is enough. If we destroy the Red Forest tribe now, there will be no one to fight in the future." A loud drumbeat sounded to signal the retreat. The bloody battle gradually began to subside. The warriors heard the drumbeat, signaling that it was time to prepare for retreat. Many did not understand this because victory was already in their hands. However, everyone stopped at once, obeying the order. The Red Forest tribe was already preparing for certain death, but was surprised to see the enemy retreating. Some of their warriors decided that this was a chance to attack the enemy from behind. But the commander ordered them to stay put, because the retreat was not due to defeat. Jin approached Sun and advised him not to train his son carefully during these 2 years. He promised that he would return to the same village in 2 years. Sun did not understand what the 2 years were about, but his son replied that in 2 years he would fight the leader of their tribe. The father froze, stunned by his son's words. He was even more shocked when the boy calmly said that everything was fine now. The war was over. The enemy army was retreating, laying down their arms and leaving the battlefield. The sky was beginning to get dark, and evening was approaching. This battle brought numerous casualties. The bodies of the dead were stacked in rows, preparing for burial. The losses were hard for everyone, especially when they had to say goodbye to their loved ones. The head of the tribe watched this horrific sight and realized the scale of what had happened. A man approached her and said that she had an important statement to make. At that moment, Bei approached Sun, hoping with all her heart that he was not injured. She couldn't understand why the enemy soldiers left the bodies of their comrades like that, but everyone knew that for them, dying in battle meant falling into the arms of the god of war. Their battle cry could be translated as, "Stay where you died," so they did not take the bodies of the dead. Bei saw her son Chu and kept touching him, checking if he was okay, because he had been here all along. The dream told her that this child had saved his life again. Behind Chu's back, the voice of the clan leader said that she had heard him stop the war. She thanked him for saving their tribe from destruction. The clan leader already knew about his agreement with Jin for 2 years, and promised that from now on they would start to strengthen, because their enemies could not treat them like this forever. At that moment, Chu remembered something and immediately told her that he had to leave immediately. He hurriedly ran straight to the forest, wasting no time. Chu remembered that he had hidden Eorin and immediately ran to her. He quickly ran to the bushes where he had left the girl and began to clear them. As he did so, he asked her how long he had been gone. The girl sat motionless, frightened all this time, and did not even dare to move. Chu immediately apologized to her for being late. Tears came to Eorin's eyes when she finally saw him. She ran out of the hiding place and hugged Chu tightly, not letting go. After a while, Chu became completely immersed in training. He worked on a variety of techniques, perfecting every move. He was coached by his father, emphasizing that he not focus too much on techniques or stances. His father also taught him how to properly distribute his weight during a fight. The young man joked, "Dad, you really act like a teacher." In response, his father called him a snotty, and reminded him that he had been a teacher before he became a father, so he asked him to stop talking nonsense and concentrate. From the bushes, Iron Fist watched them, closely following their every move. Sun noticed him and told his son, "I think he wants to tell you something." The boy approached him, and Iron Fist bluntly stated that he did not like him because he had destroyed the tombs of their ancestors and killed their warlord. However, since Chu had a fight coming up, Iron Fist wanted to help him if he didn't mind. He offered to teach the kid how to fight with his fists. The Red Forest tribe's fighting skills were excellent, and it would be helpful if Chu mastered them. They continued training, persistently improving their techniques. His father taught Chu how to handle a sword properly, honing each stroke, and Iron Fist tried to improve his fighting skills and endurance. Iron Fist reminded Chu that he would not be able to react properly if he focused only on his fists. They also trained the moral state by studying what acceptance is, which is suppressing our desires and doing the right thing, and rejection when efforts are focused only on suppressing desires. The most important thing in martial arts is to bring the body to an ideal state, starting with basic training, such as running. This was followed by work with a sword. Here, every millimeter of the stroke had to be honed. Chu had to maintain the correct balance in his body and never take his eyes off the target. The targets for strikes were stones thrown by his teacher. During the training, one of the members of the mountain tribe appearing on his left hand. He wanted to see the boy who had challenged their commander, and as he came closer, he told Chu that he was lucky that he had not participated in the last war. He also told the boy that he should be glad for their commander's mercy, because if the warrior had made up his mind, Chu would have been dead by now. The boy smiled and asked, "Why don't you try to kill me?" He was absolutely sure that he would not succeed. At first, the warrior wondered why their commander was so interested in a boy, but now he began to understand. The warrior also brought a message from the commander. Chu can enter their lands, where there is a great place to train internal energy, chi, and the commander has allowed him to train there as long as he wants. Why the commander did not make this offer on the battlefield remained a mystery to everyone. In the warrior's opinion, it was because the commander believed that the upcoming fight would not be as boring as it seemed at first glance. Turning around, the warrior began to walk back to the tribe, muttering about how he wanted to tear the guy to pieces. Sun was completely devoted to his work, carefully honing his sword. He told Chu how dangerous his opponent was, because he never used the same techniques, and even his evasion techniques were different from others. Sun also believed that the enemy was skilled in the martial arts of the plains, as he even knew their language. His father told Chu to go to the place the soldiers had told him about, because if the commander wanted to kill him, he would do it on the battlefield, and this place was perfect for training. Chu sat under the waterfall, meditating, and breathed in the cold air that surrounded him in the icy water. Warriors from the enemy tribe were constantly watching him. They watched him practice his fist-fighting techniques. They watched him dodge the spear his father used to attack him. And they watched him teach him that if the enemy can predict your actions, the battle is already lost. From morning to evening, Chu ran around, trying to feel the energy of the earth at every step. Each clan and sect has its own secret techniques, but whether you become strong or weak depends on how quickly and accurately you master them. Chu trained day and night, despite the difficulties that stood in his way. He didn't care if it was raining or scorching hot. He continued his training, but he had to train with all his heart, giving himself completely. His only desire was to achieve his goal. It was night outside, and torches were lit in every house. Ioren had been doing laundry for a long time, finishing her chores. She was walking down the street when suddenly someone called out her name loudly. Chu hadn't seen her for 2 years, but now that he did, he noticed how much she had grown. Ioren did not even recognize him and asked who he was. He laughed and said, "You must be really angry. I'm sorry. I was too busy training and didn't have time to think about anything else. Look, I finally thought about someone other than myself all day," he added jokingly. He also asked if she knew he had a fight tomorrow. "This may be the last time we see each other," Chu said, the thought looming over them both. This short conversation with her was enough for him to feel supported. She didn't know what to say. She was overwhelmed with excitement. A tear rolled down her cheek that she could not hold back. Suddenly, Ioren called out his name and asked him to wait, and then she said what Chu had been waiting for. "I believe in you." Chu turned his head back and looked at her, feeling the warmth of her words. Then he jokingly asked, "How dare you say that to your brother?" After that, he turned around and walked confidently toward his enemy. The tribe of the forest was eagerly waiting for the boy, expecting him to appear every minute. After a while, the Red Forest tribe appeared on the horizon. However, they could not see where the boy was. Jin ordered that if he did not appear before the full moon, he should inform them that they would resume the war that had been suspended 2 years ago. The message was relayed, and the tribal warrior hurried to deliver the news. Jin personally came forward and repeated, if the child did not appear by dawn, they would have to prepare for destruction. The boy's parents, mother and son, wondered where their child was. Had he forgotten about this day? But Sun realized that this was impossible, and suggested that perhaps the boy had been practicing all night under the waterfall. Tension among the tribesmen began to build. Iron Fist urged them to calm down, emphasizing that Chu was not the type to be irresponsible. They also remembered that the mountain tribe could not be trusted. And even if Chu came, they could not be counted on not to do something terrible. In a moment, Chu appeared. He was told that the enemy had threatened to resume the war if he did not appear. Chu just turned his head toward the enemy and estimated their numbers. The commander of the mountain tribe received a message that the boy was already there. Chu saw his mother and could not understand how his father could bring her here to the battlefield. His mother was worried because he was supposed to come to eat, and it was hard for her to accept that he did not come. Chu explained that he was not hungry, and he liked the feeling of lightness in his body, but asked her to cook something tasty after the battle was over. She immediately agreed, promising to cook the most delicious food. His father encouraged him by throwing down his sword and said that his son could not leave this world before his parents, so he asked him to take up arms and fight. Chu grabbed the sword and his father told him not to worry. He also promised that he would take care of them until they were so old that they would even forget who he was. Chu confidently walked forward, promising to return. Jin also asked for a weapon. He received katanas made of chains, preparing for battle. They faced each other, and his mother believed that Chu would win because he always trained with perseverance. Sun tried to reassure her, saying that their son was talented, but he also emphasized that 2 years of training was not enough. The mother hoped that the fight would be without consequences, and that Chu would come out unscathed. And his father was sure that even in desperate situations, their son always found a way to do the impossible. And he believed that this time he would surprise them again. Jin immediately pointed out to Chu that a martial artist must be able to keep his word, be responsible for his words, and be on time. Chu only thanked him for being considered a master, and assumed that Jin was praising him on purpose, so that he would not be ashamed of his defeat. These words enraged Jin, and he prepared his weapon to attack. Chu calmly advised him to prepare better, pointing his sword in his direction. Like lightning, Jin rushed forward on the ground, ready to attack. Chu was expecting it, and prepared to block the blow. Jin's chains were incredibly dangerous, and the sharpened metal shone at their ends. Chu easily repelled the first attack. He didn't even use his sword, but rather used his scabbard to deflect the blow. Immediately after defending himself, he launched a counterattack. From the vertical position of the sword, Chu smoothly moved it to a horizontal position, preparing to strike. He swung his sword so that Jin was forced to dodge, but Jin was incredibly strong and fast. His chains allowed him to attack even from behind, making his attacks unpredictable. After using the chains, Jin suddenly kicked. He hit Chu's body directly, knocking him off balance. It was difficult to stay on his feet after such a blow, but Chu managed to keep his balance. Chu looked confident, although it was extremely difficult for him to withstand the tension of the fight. Meanwhile, Jin began to spin his weapon, preparing a new attack. He praised Chu for being able to stay on his feet after being hit by him and asked, "Is that all you've learned in 2 years?" In response, Chu only asked, "Why are you so impatient?" Jin was convinced that the kid was being too cocky, thinking he could continue the fight. He threw a punch, which Chu began to deflect with the scabbard of his sword. Chu then dodged again, moving to the side. His plan was to get behind Jin's back and strike from there. He quickly began to swing his sword, preparing to attack. However, Jin reacted in time, jumped up, and even managed to step on Chu's back. Then Jin pushed him back with his foot. While in the air, Jin threw his chains toward Chu. The chains wrapped around Chu's neck, and Jin began to squeeze them with great force. All he had to do was pull the chains to end the fight. Chu's parents were watching, worried for their son, with anxiety in their eyes. The man aimed his blow at the young heir, but the latter abruptly caught his movement and changed the direction of the attack. He wrapped the weapon around his opponent's neck, trying to gain control. Coming from behind like a hunter after prey, he began to strangle him, leaving him no chance of escape. He reminded him that he had overlooked something, believing that his opponent had only been wasting time during his training for the past 2 years. However, the young master had not missed a single day of training, and although his opponent had his doubts, he was ready to fight to the end. The young heir swung his sword and timed it perfectly to outwit his opponent. Knocking the weapon out of his hands, he freed his neck from the stranglehold. The chain began to appear weaker, but it was just a clever move to take the initiative again. The chain fell into his hand and he gripped it tightly, not allowing his opponent to escape. He pulled the young heir to the ground with a swift movement, hitting him with a force that forced him to his knees. He began to tighten the chain around his opponent's neck, turning it around and squeezing it tightly. The man admitted that thanks to this fight, he had found some joy in his boring life. But his opponent was weaker than he expected, and now he would have to pay for it. People began to come from all sides, begging him to stop the fight, saying that this was wrong and it was time to end this confrontation. However, one of the men said that interference would only hinder the fight, as it was already inevitable. The young heir only watched the process without interfering. They picked him up by the chain and began dragging him along the ground, humiliating him. They treated him like a dog, trying to break his will. But he began to resist, getting down on one knee, preparing for a counterattack. He began to spin like a spinning top in a desperate attempt to escape the situation. Spinning against the tightening chain, he eventually managed to break free. After breaking free, he felt great relief, as if he had regained his strength and confidence. The warrior looked around, realizing that his plan had failed, and now he would have to act faster. The boy swiftly struck out with his sword, trying to hit his opponent. However, the man skillfully blocked the attack, using his hands and his chain to defend himself. The atmosphere between the two is heating up, and a crowd of people is standing behind them, watching this intense battle. The scarred man swings his chain in preparation for the next blow. The sharp tip of the chain flies straight towards the young heir, who notices it at the last moment. He manages to block the attack with his sword, and only the sound of metal clanging is heard around him. However, the scarred man then wraps his sword around his chain, trying to take the weapon away. He succeeds without much difficulty, and the sword ends up in the villain's hands. Left without a weapon, he continued to fight, not giving up despite all the difficulties. He blocked his opponent's blow, and desperately defended himself with his bare hands. He even managed to hit the villain's head, but he quickly recovered. However, an unexpected knee strike did more damage than the opponent could have imagined. The opponent flew to the side like a ball from a hard shot. The young heir barely let his guard down and kicked his opponent right in the neck. The latter can barely stand up after such a powerful attack. Although he still has his weapon, the young master demonstrates remarkable skill and fighting spirit. The warrior admits that although this guy has been training a lot, there is still one thing he hasn't done. In all this time, he has managed to learn more than his opponent could ever imagine. Now, when they stand on the battlefield, looking into each other's eyes, they seem equal. But this guy isn't about to split the battlefield in half and swings his chain, ready for the next blow. Despite the pain, the young heir repels the metal blow with all his strength. However, this causes the wound on his arm to bleed profusely. The guy with the tattoos has no intention of giving up. The blows inflicted on him seem like a joke. He pushes his opponent away with his foot, creating distance for a new attack. The young heir is forced to retreat like a falling rack, trying to maintain his balance. The chain flies in his direction again, destroying everything in its path, leaving no room for error. But the young owner again skillfully dodges this powerful blow. He continues to turn around, avoiding all attacks, preparing to make one important, decisive step. All the while, he was cautiously approaching his sword, which had been thrown aside. When he finally picked it up, he felt much more confident and ready to continue the fight. For him, this battle is far from a joke, and a lot is at stake here. Now that he has the sword in his hands, he can attack for real, without hesitation. And what will the enemy say when he realizes that the young heir is serious about fighting? The boy swings his sword, and his opponent turns the chain, preparing to attack. Everything was going well until one important thing happened. The young master discovered a weakness in his opponent's defense. Although he seemed as impregnable as a rock, his defense was not perfect. The young heir jumps up and skillfully swings his sword, blocking the enemy's chain. Rising into the air above his opponent, he prepared to deliver a powerful sword blow. All that could be heard on the battlefield was the warrior's cry as he struck out with an unexpected blow. His opponent had not expected such force. The enemy tried to block the attack, but the blow was so powerful that the chain broke into pieces. The people standing around, representatives of different clans, were amazed by what they saw. On the one hand, no one expected such an unexpected turn. The chain of one of the young masters was completely cut, leaving the enemy without protection. Now the enemy only asks, what kind of attack was that? The young master explains that it was a line of resistance, a technique he learned from his father, but seems to have not yet fully mastered. He thanks for the fight, admitting that he will not be able to surpass his opponent's fighting skills for another 2 years, but he is not sure if he will ever be able to do so. Despite the outcome of the fight, the opponent admits defeat. But what is the reason why this boy also admits it? He explains that he was not able to fully withstand the fight, but what kind of nonsense is that? However, he reminds us that his opponent said that if he could withstand 5 blows, he would win, and he did. The face of the opponent, a guy with tattoos, was shocked by this statement, and his expression of dazedness is beyond words. Co looks at his opponent and declares that he has withstood 5 attacks, which means that he has survived. After all, he had said that if he could withstand it, he would win, and this confirms his success. The opponent realizes that despite the whole battle, this means only one thing. He has lost. He can only accept his defeat with dignity and recognize the result. The boy expresses his respect. Even though his sword is cut, he always knew that his opponent would agree. But when the young man with the scar on his face looked towards his clan, he saw the surprised faces of his brothers, who looked at him as if he were a victor. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he made a decision. He walked up to his opponent, threw his weapon on the ground, and said that he was ready to fulfill his promise and obey him. The guy started waving his hands, explaining that he didn't mean it, and asked him not to invade the lands of the Scarlet Forest tribe anymore, as they had agreed. But the fact is that according to the laws of the mountain tribe, if they lose a battle, they become slaves, or die. A promise is a promise. And now the guy standing in front of him becomes his master. There are several other young men standing around. One of them is Yuhu, the one with the earring in his nose. And the other one, without the nose ring, is called. They are all determined and ready to follow him, recognizing him as their master. The boy hardly expected this, and his parents even less so. These guys looked rather suspicious, and their leader ordered them to behave. There was an awkward pause between them. No one could fully understand what was happening. A mature man asked what would happen to the mountain tribe that had lost its leader. The boy replied that they would elect a new one, but that a lot of blood would be shed before that happened. And, by the way, if they are the master's parents, they are also his masters, and he will respect and honor them. The guy asks not to create such an awkward situation because they are all embarrassed and need to do everything right. The leader of the mountain tribe states that there can be no respect without power and strength. To have a slave, you need to maintain authority. Because of these words, the young master was confused, realizing that he might lose control. His mother asked if they would now live in the house with them, and the tribal leader replied that they would not. They would build a place for themselves. He took his 2 assistants to build a house for the 3 of them. The young master's father still couldn't get used to this development, and neither could anyone else. Since their family had now doubled in size, the mother realized that she would have to work harder and set out to prepare the food. Under the starry sky, the whole family was resting, and the father had only one question. He asked the slaves how they had learned martial arts from the tribe and also knew their language. One of the slaves recalled that he had passed through the Central Plains in his youth, but asked if his father knew a man named Odokmagun. The young master's father had once heard of Odokmagun, who had gone to Mount Kunlun to escape destruction, and everyone knew it. However, he had actually gone to Namen. This guy was their teacher, including his personal teacher, and now everything was falling into place. All the pieces of the puzzle were coming together. The teacher had taught them various martial arts and martial combat for 10 years, and then trained himself for another 10 years, mastering complex techniques. Now, however, the slave is ready to pass this knowledge on to his master, to teach him the techniques that the teacher taught him. Now the master no longer needs to train himself. It would be foolish not to take advantage of this opportunity and learn from his slave. This is great, of course, but time is short. 5 years at most, because they promised to return to the Central Plains. The slave doesn't quite understand why they want to go back there. However, after a long silence, he realized that he should not ask this question. He only wants to teach his master and soon arrives at his room early in the morning, ready for his lessons. He realizes that he needs to practice before breakfast, and so he goes to his master again. Without knocking, the slave enters the room because no one answered, and the young master was sound asleep, not even hearing his footsteps. When the slave wakes him up, the young master turns to his father and asks why he no longer teaches him, because he is tired of this boy. The father jokingly replies that he doesn't know anything. The slave is not his. Gritting his teeth at the joke, the young heir begins to get angry and becomes even more irritated. Soon the slave comes to him again, ready for his morning training. His mother, however, thinks that this is too rude and that her son has a hard time with this slave. However, the father does not feel any regret. He believes that his son needs additional motivation to train. He says that this is his destiny and he must follow this path without compromise. The mother can't understand why the father is so calm, because this is their son. The father stands up and reminds her that the day before the mahjong match, he gave his son 10 lethal knives to use, but he didn't even touch them. When his mother asks him why this happened, the father also replies that he had the same question when the leader of the Scarlet Forest tribe asked for help in the war. He said that one should help the weak. Chu follows the path of nobility, but his father has to make him a real killer. This means that he has to train non-stop, sparing neither his arms nor his legs. Every day he must not miss a single training session and always be ready for a fight. He has to practice the blows, no matter how strong they are, and no matter how many of them are delivered. Looking at his slave training him, he feels afraid. The slave's attacks are not only thought out, they are full of tricks. The attacks contain various tricks, such as deception. The slave emphasizes that it is important not just to put all the force into the blow, but to make the opponent believe that the blow will go elsewhere. This technique is called deception, and if used wisely, you can achieve great success. A smile appeared on the young master's face, and the slave asked what had happened to him. But when he turned back, he saw the young master grimacing with exertion. Then the slave suggested that he get some rest, at least for a while. The mistress suddenly broke into their dialogue. She decided that she would not interfere with their mahjong game, but since they finished quickly, she offers to play with her. The young owner doesn't understand why she showed up at all and what happened. She, holding her hands at her sides, starts complaining about her mom, who has been bothering her. The guy didn't want to hear it again, about how she ran away to the wedding secretly from her parents. The girl is outraged that this is the only thing they talk about all the time. She curiously asks if it is customary to get married at their age, and turns to the host. The girl shyly replies that it is a normal practice for the tribe of the Scarlet Forest. Her friends are all married, but the guy sees no problem with it. He only jokingly emphasizes that perhaps the only problem is that no one wants to marry her. She feels a pain in her chest and says that there is a whole line of men lined up for her. But the guy ironically says that he doesn't see any candidates because no one wants to marry a girl as cooing as her. Without hesitation, she punches the young man in the side. Angry, the girl ends the dialogue and walks away into the bushes. His slave, who was nearby, watched everything and noticed that Humek's daughter was in love with him. The young master actually knew this, but the slave could not understand why he pretended not to notice. It was simple. He would have to change his plans because he had to return to the Central Plains. That would make it impossible, and he didn't want to do that. However, the slave asks if he plans to leave him here and return to the plains himself. The young master believes that the slave should jump into the fire after his master. The slave agrees, and something like a friendship begins to emerge between them. The pace of one of the slave warriors accelerated sharply. He was running somewhere. Running through the leaves and forests, one after another, he was suddenly stopped by something. He was very nervous and stopped instantly, not realizing what had happened. Hearing the sudden sounds, he decided it was better to hide. The first tree that came across his path became his hiding place. He hid behind it. Peeking out with one eye to see what was happening, he tried to unravel the situation. From a distance, he could hear dangerous sounds from the approaching bushes. He pulled his dagger out of its sheath, ready to fight. But suddenly his master grabbed him, pressing his own dagger to the slave's throat. The master ordered him to lower his hands, warning him that if he resisted, he would cut his throat. With a stern look, he looks at Yugu and tells him that he is already dead. But Yunho, his brother, suddenly bursts into the fray, trying to intervene with his dagger. He breaks the dangerous line, forcing the young master to step aside. Yunho charges, swinging his huge dagger, ready to attack. However, the young master pushes back against a tree, and his slave's dagger strikes the tree. The dagger gets stuck in the tree, making it inaccessible, and the master easily flies over it. He ends up on Yunho's side, demonstrating his superiority. The young master also puts his dagger to Yunho's throat, telling him that he too is dead. He moves quickly, like the wind in a clear day, looking for a new target. In a momentary impulse, he throws his dagger, which hits a tree, flying past his opponent. The young master informs one of his slaves that he is now officially his slave as well, and that Morian, like the others, is already dead, although he hasn't done anything yet. He says that his teacher taught him that even in an ambush you can die if you are not careful. Everything was executed flawlessly, and Slave Morgine only praised him for his success, admitting that they had lost again. After a while, they heard shouts, "Hey, Yong!" The girl Lichu was calling him and wanted to talk to him, saying that he was a fool if he had not yet understood her feelings. She came straight to his house and said this on the doorstep. Zhong was not prepared for this development. He quickly covered her mouth so that her parents wouldn't hear and, unable to stand it, took her to a quiet place to talk. The girl did not hesitate and said directly that Zhong was a real fool, and she had to say it now. She wanted to marry him and would bring her dowry tomorrow. She asked him again if he understood her, as if commanding him, which he could barely contain. Zhong remained silent for a long time, and the girl asked him again why he didn't want to marry her. He admitted that he liked her, and she knew it. But why didn't he share his feelings? Every night, Jeong thinks about how they will get married, have children, and live happily ever after. He goes to sleep with these thoughts every day. He is well aware that this dream will never come true. The girl's expression changed. She was confused and asked why this would not happen. They want the same thing, but the young master is going to go south because he needs to return to John 1. This news stunned her, and she felt as if she had fallen into the abyss. She said that she would go with him and they would go to John 1 together. But the boyfriend did not support this idea. For him, this is a completely different world, where it is considered normal that people die all the time. The thought that she, as a woman, would endure all this day after day was destroying him from the inside. Despite the young master's tears, Iorin, the young master only wants her to forget him forever, and she runs away in tears. Soon the young man was sitting at lunch with his slaves when a man approached him. He wanted to talk to him and said that he had heard that he was going to Jua. The rumor spread quickly, and there was nothing that could be done about it. The man asked to go with him. This man wanted to see Jongwon in person. From a very early age, Jongwon wanted to leave this place. He had no good memories. But for this guy, the place where he is now is not a paradise either, and he hopes that Jongwon will be more interesting. The guy looked him in the eye once more and warned him that if he went with them, he would quickly miss Naman. However, this rude man was ready for any scenario. One night, Jung was walking with his father, who told him that the king had struck like lightning and that it would create new problems for them because they had allowed him to go with them. The father emphasized that they had only been getting away with it for 10 years, and now the day had come. His son used to be small, but now he has grown up and is even taller than his father. The young man emphasized that this was all thanks to the efforts of his parents, and he was very grateful to them. Tomorrow they will go to Juvon. It is not known whether the order will be cancelled, but everyone understands why they are going there. They have to stop that horror. My father could not ignore this. He said that Sogo should lead the detachment of dead souls, and he himself would help Sogo by becoming his hands and feet. He asked his son if he understood what he meant. Without a doubt, Jung understood his father. He promised to do as he said and would follow all his orders. But why did his father see the disappointment on his face? But there were some things that the boy wanted to keep to himself. He apologizes to his father for this, even though he understands that there is no other way out now. The father asks him not to worry about Sogo. She won't disappoint him, even if she does. The boy is ready for this and will not interfere with them in any way. When his father left him and moved on, the boy clenched his fist, realizing that he was in for a tough test. Soon the father was shouting to his wife to come out, because everyone was waiting for her. They were coming here empty-handed, and he asked her what she was looking for, but she just wanted to check if she hadn't forgotten anything, although everyone knew she was just upset. The father understood this and asked his son not to make any comments. However, there was no time to waste. They had to leave, as they had a difficult journey ahead of them, and everyone had to get ready. They were returning to Junwan with their small team. When they were a few kilometers away from their home, they heard a girl's cry, "Chan, wait!" It was a young hostess with her friend shouting to wait for them. They said that they would come with them and go on a journey. The young owner turned around and was shocked. He didn't know how to react, but the girl ran after him and shouted that she would not let him go. She also wanted to be with him. The guy, passing through his soldiers, approached Eorin and tried to stop her somehow. But she didn't care what was waiting for her. She just wanted to go with her young master. When she ran up to him, the boy raised his hands and shouted to her that he would protect her. He asked her not to doubt him and opened his arms to Eorin. The girl hugged him with tears in her eyes and realized that she had chosen the right path. The weather in this area was not the best. The snow was falling thickly. This only added to the atmosphere of the snow-capped mountains that surrounded them. The young master's father was passing through these mountains, and when he got inside, he knocked on the door. He went to one of the houses where they were temporarily staying. Upon entering, he shook off the snow that covered him from head to toe. Then, entering the tavern, he greeted the people there and asked for a cup of tea. But what kind of tea does a guest want in this weather? Then the young owner's father asked for lingjing, an elite variety of green tea. The visitors to the tavern were surprised. Who was this impudent man? What was he saying? And who was he? The waiter explained that due to a poor harvest, they did not have this type of tea. The guest then agreed without hesitation to drink a local popular tea called choo-choo. The waiter said he would bring the tea right away and let the guest wait. The local visitors noted that this guest had good taste. He came for expensive tea in a place where people could not even afford a bowl of porridge. At the next table, one of the men stood up and told his comrades that it was time to leave. They had worked so long to fill their bellies, and only because of this place could they eat in peace. When the soldiers left carrying their load, the waiter thanked them and wished them to be careful because of the snow. Soon he noticed a guest who was left alone at the table. Slamming the door, he asked the guest if he wanted to drink lingjing in company. Hearing this, the guest agreed without hesitation. The waiter gestured for him to follow him, telling him to move quietly. They came to a hidden entrance, which the waiter showed the guest. After lighting a night candle, the waiter led him forward, and they seemed to descend into the basement. The creaking door slowly opened, and inside the basement, the waiter led the guest to the hidden people who were in the place. The guest saw these people and was amazed, suddenly realizing who they were. He looked closely at them and realized that they were his brothers. He never thought that they would all be able to gather here. It was great news, and they believed all along that everyone was still alive. However, one of the brothers had a problem. He had no arm, and you could see that it was wrapped up. He also had no leg, and a stick stuck out instead. He seemed to be holding on. The brother with the scar on his face said that of course he was fine, even in this condition. However, the fourth brother looked strange, and the guest asked what had happened to him. However, everyone decided to leave out the details because the main thing is that they are all alive, and now they have to go for what they want. Yukchi expressed his disappointment that his brothers were going to do all this without him. Just as he entered the facility, he asked how his older brother was doing, and everyone was happy that he was healthy and that everyone was eating well. They saw that it was Shogo himself in person. No one could understand whether he had completed his martial training and skill, but this moment deeply affected the brothers to their very souls. Meanwhile, the young master and his bride were walking among the snowy landscapes. The girl could never have imagined that something like this could fall from the sky, and she loved it. Everyone was sitting at home, afraid of freezing to death. But the young bride, as the guy noticed, was perfectly tolerating the cold, as if this local weather was created for her. Soon, the girl noticed a very familiar face behind the young gentleman. Looking closely, she realized that it was her father. She ran to him to hug him. However, as she ran, she slipped and fell, hitting the ground. When asked if she was all right, the girl replied that she was fine. The young owner asked his father if he had seen the masters, but everything was fine. They were all alive. Jong was glad that everything was fine and that heaven had heard their prayers. However, his father stunned him with the news that he had to go to Samido. It was there that Yug had asked to meet him, and it was there that he would be able to see Seo and the other brothers. Everyone should be involved in the revived Dead Soul Squad, not just them. His son should also join. But if he doesn't like something, he can fight with them to decide who will be in charge. The older brother said that such issues are resolved without outside interference. Not only his father, but all his brothers agreed. All they had to do was go. His father asked him to be careful because Chok-san had studied the 8 sword techniques in Mongolia, and his brother Gan had trained in the Kunlun school. The young master looked at his father with a stern look and told him not to worry, because he was his son. After that, they went to the river, where they saw an old man and asked if he could lend them a boat. When the old man asked if they wanted to cross the river, the young man replied that he needed to get to Samido. The old man did not understand why a young man would want to go to a place where no one lived, but he warned him that it would cost him 5 nyang. Having unwound the boat, the old man began to lead it through the cold waters of the river. The young owner gave the old man even more 10 nyang and asked him to pick him up tomorrow morning. The old man promised that he would do so, and if he didn't, the young man could go without him, as he warned him. The old man hoped that tomorrow, when he arrived at the place, he would see the boy. The young man thanked him for his kindness and went on his way. A few meters later, he saw a tent flapping in the wind on an uninhabited island. As he approached it, he heard a man's voice. The man was standing and looking at him from a distance, about 10 meters away. He asked how many people this guy had killed in the last 10 years. The young man replied, "To be honest, I didn't count. But there was one important reason he had come here." The man looked at him with crazy eyes that seemed ominous at first. The guy did not feel sympathy for him and said with cold determination that the list of those killed was likely to be replenished with one more person. The man noticed that the stupid boy he had once seen had grown up and now knew how to respond to his words. As he approached him, he asked the young master if he knew what his foolish teacher had been saying day and night for the past 10 years. That he should follow Sogo's example and become her assistant no matter what. The man did not understand how he could be made her henchman if he had never met her. Judging by the expression on the face of the young master he had met in the area, it was not easy for him either, but Jung was sure that the old man didn't know what he was doing yet, and the man was only sure that they would now see this guy and see him from a different perspective. It seemed that they had trained him well, and the uncle should thank them for the way they had trained this boy like a hunting dog. When they went inside, they saw all the representatives who had come to participate in this meeting. Han noticed a girl. She was a beautiful girl with gray hair and a charming appearance. The man opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Who is this?" The warrior next to him looked at him carefully, controlling his reaction and strength. The man approached her, not expecting this, but saw that she had grown up and become 10 times more beautiful. Sogo told him to shut his mouth and move away, emphasizing that he should not act as if he knew her. The man emphasized that, whether it was a detachment of dead souls or something else, she did not belong here. He offered her to live together, do household chores, and create comfort. This looked absolutely ridiculous to Sogo, and she quickly put a dagger to the throat of this impudent man. She asked him if he wanted a breathing hole, and if not, he should get lost. The man laughed, saying that he was only trying to defuse the situation, but the warrior standing opposite said firmly, "Shut up, you noisy bastard!" No one had given him the right to speak, so he'd better sit down and shut his mouth. The guy saw a familiar face. He reached for his sword, saying that his uncle had done the right thing by choosing this place. They looked into each other's eyes like two angry dogs, ready to sort things out before continuing. But the man declared that he was no longer the Han they knew before. Sogo, looking at the two aggressive opponents, told them to get out of here and settle this outside. If they wanted to kill each other, that was their business. In the distance, one of the observers sat watching this scene, while the two scoundrels continued to stare at each other, ready to tear each other apart. Gan was looking forward to the day when he could tear this guy apart, and his opponent said that Gan was not worthy of respect and would crawl on his knees for the rest of his life after this encounter. However, their mouths fell shut when they heard someone approaching. They didn't understand what was happening and realized that they had to be quiet. Running outside together, they saw her approaching. The woman came in a closed hooded robe and started talking to them. She explained that she had asked to meet them here and didn't know if they doubted her, but she also didn't like that they were forced to act because of their uncle's order. Today is their only chance to draw a blade on her, so let them waste no time and attack. The warriors looked at her and asked what would happen if they won. Sogo replied that in that case she would submit to them. The warriors reached for their sheaths where they kept their weapons. It sounded too tempting to them. And the first to run forward was the girl sitting in the tent. The soldiers even enjoyed her hot temper a little bit when they looked at her. The girl with gray hair was running at Sogo-san, holding her sword with the sharp end forward. Sogo calmly watched everything, not making any movements until the girl was very close. And at the last moment, Sogo simply ducked, and the girl's sword missed. With a slight movement, she avoided the attack, forcing the girl to stop. Realizing that the first strike had failed, the girl prepared to make another attack. The sword swept through the air, cutting it with a sound. Ms. Shogo skillfully dodged all of her blows, but when she drew her sword, there was silence. With a single blow, she deflected her opponent's attack, showing her superiority. When the girl swung again, her sword stabbed so hard and fast, but Ms. Sogo skillfully sidestepped her attack and destroyed her belief in victory. After deflecting the blow, Sogo smiled and said that her opponent was indeed beautiful. She noted that her younger sister was a real beauty with a great character, and if Sogo were a man, she would die for her. When Sogo asked if she would help her, her sister replied that she wanted Sogo to show her what she was really capable of. The battle turned into a furious dance of blows that swirled around the perimeter. Strong attacks came at Sogo, but she easily deflected them. Her sister encouraged her. "Come on, show me what you can do because I want to become the leader of the Dead Souls squad." But Ms. Sogo only felt sorry for her sister, deflecting her light blows. Finally, Sogo decided to seriously test her sister's abilities and swung her sword. Sogo pierces through her sister's entire defense, striking her attention and concentration. The battle on this perimeter ends, and the younger sister falls into the snow. Ms. Sogo only lightly touches her hair, letting her know that her sister could have been dead if the fight had continued. At this pause, Sogo stated that her younger sister had acted very carefully, leaving no scars on her body. But if she demonstrated a more brilliant and spectacular attack, it could lead to her death. Sensing the danger, the younger sister retreated. She hid her sword, admitting her defeat. From now on, Yayun, the younger sister, would serve under Sogo, who thanked her and was happy to have such a young and beautiful sister on her side. Sogo turned to the rest of the warriors, asking who would be the next opponent. Soon, a brazen boy rushed toward her, trying to catch her off guard. Swinging his sword, he tried to use the effect of surprise to seize the initiative. Sogo noticed that the great warrior Lan was rushing toward her. She confronted him with equal force, deflecting his blow. Looking him straight in the eye, she saw no danger in him. However, the next person who could cause problems was another warrior who also rushed into the fight. Seeing him, Sogo was ready to take on this challenge and avoided the fight. She deftly dodged, causing his cold sword to hit the snow. However, neither of them slowed down and continued to attack. In this serious fight, it seemed that only something extraordinary could stop them. Sogo did a great job because her skills were at the highest level. She dodged every unexpected blow and easily flew over the warrior, demonstrating her agility. While dodging with ease, Sogo kicked the villain right in the face. He stepped aside, but Sogo continued to dominate the fight, controlling every moment of it. No matter how many blows they tried to inflict on her, it was all in vain. The beautiful woman fought with grace, holding her sword tightly. No matter how strong their blow was, it was useless for her. She dodged blow after blow, decorating her movements with grace. Even her opponent's movements were skillful enough to be called strong. However, no matter what techniques they used, Sogo remained steadfast. When one of the soldiers decided to kick, Sogo deftly dodged it. She used the scabbard of her sword to strike him hard in the stomach, so that the warrior flew away. And when it seemed that he had lost his guard, the girl spun like a whirlwind. She flew past him like the wind, barely touching him. Her sword was filled with energy, and she continued to fight. She went around him and cornered him. She brought her sword down on him, but he did not have time to react. Missing the strike, the blade stopped right at his neck. Now he would be under her command, and because of that, she could not wound him anymore. The next warrior admitted defeat by lowering his sword. From now on, he would obey her orders without question. The girl recognized him as a boy named Choksa. He would be a great support for her, and she was glad he joined. Behind her was Han, whom she did not recognize at first. He was coming closer and closer with every step. The lady thought he was going to draw his swords and spin in a dance of battle, but instead, he simply bowed before her, declaring that his skills were better than those of all these guys. And so he quickly realized that the belly teaches humility, and the mind teaches obedience. Gritting his teeth, he humbled himself and recognized her as his commander. This was well said for Han, but the girl was only interested in another representative who was in the tent. Her servants reported that he had arrived on the island and was acting quieter than water, below the grass. The girl went inside the tent and noticed that this guy was just sleeping. She ordered him to wake up, and the servants immediately set about it, as Sogo's elder sister was on hand. The guy had been sleeping well all this time while the others were fighting. When he heard her come inside, he paid his respects and introduced himself as Nam Lee. Now she noticed that everyone had decided to become her assistants, but she was confused about Nam Lee. However, he would no doubt also join them. He accepted her as the leader without question. After all, he knew that fighting her was a futile exercise. Now that she had taken the position of leader, she wanted to tell them something very important. She declared that she would become the god of death, and everyone should know it. Hearing these words, her soldiers were stunned by this statement. After all, it was not just a statement. It was the dream of all murderers. The girl was sure that not only the master wanted this, but she also wanted it. There are many martial artists in Marima who have become famous as the best in the world, but no one has ever become the god of death. A small addition from the author. It is not explained in the manga, but the god of death was a legendary killer with absolute power, a formless creature that even the 10 sects could not reach, no matter how many nets they cast. She said that now her warriors would follow her, because she would be the only god of death. After this meeting, the young master talked to his father, who had no doubt about her identity. Instead of gathering 5 people to restore the Dead Souls squad, she instructed each of them to create their own sect. My father noticed that she seemed concerned that if the Dead Soul squad was talked about everywhere, it would attract the attention of the 10 major sects. Therefore, she ordered them to build up their strength separately, so that the orthodox factions would not be able to easily reach them in the future. Later, they could unite as one. Zhang also agreed that this was the best plan. Before April Fool's Day, each of them had received an assassination assignment, and it seems they wanted to attract the attention of the Heavenly Death Sect. The young master didn't even have time to rest, so he had to leave tomorrow. He had already said that meeting with death had become a common thing for him. His wife understood this and was aware of it, but she always wanted to just follow him. In his arms, she always felt calm and asked him only one thing. "Promise me that you will never die." But why would he have to die and leave her alone? But his wife turned to him and looked him straight in the eye. She asked him to promise it once and for all. The young owner, trying to calm her down, promised. He knew that the Central Plains were a dangerous place, and in the face of uncertainty, it was hard not to worry about the safety of his family. They didn't know who was watching them, and they couldn't relax without knowing if the extermination order had been lifted. As he was leaving, he ordered his slave to keep an eye on his family. He could rest assured that this young man had promised to protect his family even at the cost of his own life. Soon the young master set out on his journey, and everyone was waiting for his quick return. He took 3 warriors with him. This was the first step his father took to rebuild the Dead Souls unit. As he walked through the bustling streets covered with snow, he noticed people having fun and discussing how they had so much money to buy so much alcohol. However, some of them considered the money dirty and advised him to spend the stolen money as soon as possible to get rid of it. Suddenly, one of the men accidentally bumped into someone, hitting him in the shoulder. He fell to the ground and did not understand why he was pushed so roughly. Angry, he was outraged that some bastard could just push him and move on. The old man stood up, pointing his finger at the culprit, indignant that he could push him and not even apologize. The warrior with the tattoos looked back at the man who had addressed him. Perhaps the old man had made a mistake, since the big man hadn't even noticed him under his feet. Without hesitation, Young quickly punched the old man in the face. Several of the old man's teeth flew out because he was not going to apologize to some rascal. Young said that it was to them that everyone should apologize, and this was not subject to discussion. The people standing around did not know what to do, whether they should intervene or whether it was better not to intervene. It seemed ridiculous. They had enough problems as it was. Young couldn't understand why everyone was looking at them and rudely ordered them to get lost. The man who was lying on the ground with his teeth knocked out shouted that they were all bastards, and had no idea who his older brother was. They had messed with the wrong person, but another kick to the head quickly made him realize that his words would not change anything. The young master approached his servants and asked them what the hell they were doing. If they continue this shameful behavior, people will start dying. They explained that they were making a fuss because these guys had forced them to take such a step. The master took his servants away from these people, and Jung finally said that they were lucky. If it wasn't for the master, they would have been killed. They decided to eat at a tavern, and came there with their squad to rest. A nice waitress served them when they sat down at the table. The young owner asked for another bottle, and she immediately complied. But suddenly a group of unknown men came into the tavern and asked which of these scoundrels had dared to hurt his brother. He demanded that the one who did it come forward and meet him face to face. Looking furious, this man was ready to deal with those who had offended him. His brother stood behind him with a broken face, and he followed them to this place. Looking around the tavern, he finally saw those who had hurt him. Suddenly, the fist of this angry man struck Jung. They surrounded them and asked, "What is wrong with you? Who are you? I have never seen you before. Who are these strangers?" Jung was surprised when he was hit sharply on the head. He warned that hitting someone on the head was the same as hitting his father, and that the man had just disrespected Jung's father. The man didn't understand what he was saying, and Jung just asked the master for permission to kill the rascal. But the man held him by the head and laughed at his words, thinking that Jung would not be able to do anything. Then Jung takes the initiative. He grabs the man's head and squeezes it. With a sharp movement, he slams his face into the table. The people around him watch their brother being beaten and order their beaten brother to defend himself. But Jung's elbow instantly flies right into the face of his opponent. Jung's fist meets the next soldier. Powerful blows fell one after another on the scoundrels who decided to surround the young master's unit, and they beat everyone who came within reach. One of the commanders of the unit that attacked the young master shouted, "Kill them all!" But for the young master's squad, these words were just nonsense. Only those who surrounded them would be dead today. People started running away from the hotel because a fight had started, and they didn't want to interfere, lest they get into trouble. Jung continued to break furniture over the heads of these scoundrels. Those who came to him with a sword will leave him with a sword. The brother who came to the showdown did not expect such a strong response. After a few blows, he was already lying on the ground, completely disfigured. All his soldiers who came with him were also immobilized and lying on the ground. Behind them sat an old man who said that the city, which should have been filled with laughter and joy, was mired in chaos. He asked the boys if they should have made such a fuss in the first place. He was the only one left in the house when everyone else had fled. The old man stood up, holding a stick, and approached them, saying that they were a bunch of hillbillies who had come here to take the bull by the horns. But instead of getting rich, they would be the first to die here before they had a chance to sleep. When Jung tried to block his way, the old man asked him to move away and not to get in his way. The young owner, drinking alcohol, calmly asked Jung to do so. Passing by, the old man said that young people today have no manners. One of the servants asked the old man if he knew how they could survive if he said that. But the old man only dispelled their doubts, saying that risking their lives was also an option. He joked that he could have easily stayed in Henan province, opened his own martial arts school, and enjoyed life. But there were hundreds of guys like them here. The servant thanked him for his concern and kindness, but said that they did not need his help. The old man smiled and laughed, adding that the boy probably thought he couldn't afford to take any risks. He alluded to the time when he himself had first arrived in the Central Plains. Because of this, the old man had become too kind to them, and Jung turned to Jung, telling him to simply kill the old man for his insolence. Jung, without hesitation, carried out the order. The lady could not understand what they were doing and ran in crying. She begged them to stop, because this old man was the leader of the pickpocketing department, of an ignoble clan, but Jung did not care at all. He brutally hit the old man in the face, disfiguring it. The girl realized that, although she had come too late, nothing could be changed. Accepting this, she introduced herself to them as Kringu. an informant for an ignoble clan in Kaifeng. She pointed out that their disrespectful attitude and behavior was making it difficult for her clan to operate, and the young master only asked if these people were not members of her clan. She just sighed and said that now they would have to take responsibility for everything that happened and deal with it themselves. She kindly asked them to leave the place. She added that she would be indebted to them, and if they needed anything, she would definitely help. Zhang asked her to tell his boss to get his ass here by midnight and bring all 5 other leaders. Otherwise, they would not escape the pickpocketing department leader's punishment. The girl was shocked by this rudeness. Wasn't her apology enough? But the young man had come here for a reason. Today he intended to drink blood wine. These words reached the leader's ears, and he was stunned by such audacity. If he is going to drink blood wine, doesn't that mean he intends to become a murderer? The leader was shocked when he heard about this. The guy who walked into their establishment was a crazy bastard. The world is already plunged into chaos, and even small, insignificant things can become a matter of life and death, which drives him crazy. However, the woman was sure that this was not just a petty fight, and according to her assumption, these guys are so strong that they can compete with the Heavenly Death Sect. The leader got up from his chair, tired from all this, and called out to Donghae, asking if he was already awake. After a long sleep, Donghae had a great night's sleep and felt refreshed. The leader told him to deal with the trespassers at the Paradise Flower Hotel, and for that he might not have to pay for his meal. Donghae stretched out his hand as he left the room. He looked just awful, and it was clear that he was a cruel maniac. For him, the master's order was accepted. Donghae quickly rushed to the scene and was shocked by what he saw. He knew that these guys always walked around sticking out their chests, and it had to happen one day. Today, they had finally met a worthy opponent. Donghae looked at the guests, who were already well drunk, and suggested that they go get a good night's sleep, assuring them that they shouldn't worry about cleaning up. Everything would be taken care of. The young owner, having finished his glass of alcohol, asked if he was the commander. But Donghae said he was just a simple janitor and an ordinary guy. Then Zhang asked to call the leader. Donghae explained that their leader was not a dog who would come running at the first call. He tried to stay calm and suggested that Yong just leave and leave his brother here. After all, it's a good deal. Leave your brother behind and go on your way, avoiding problems. But Yong rudely insisted that the leader be brought to him immediately. Donghae, not paying attention, said, "Listen, if you don't disappear before I count to 10, I'm responsible for myself." But the glass of alcohol quickly smashed against his head. Or rather, the bottle of alcohol smashed over his head. The soldiers watched their leader being beaten, but did nothing. Donghae grabs his head, not expecting this turn of events. The warriors run over to pick up their master Donghae. However, Donghae decides that there is no point in continuing this dialogue because he has lost the opportunity to return home safely. Everyone reaches for their swords, and the young master also prepares his blade. This is exactly what he wanted. Zhang orders Young to close the door. The soldiers rush at him from all sides, wanting to attack him. The young master rushes into battle, having not stretched his bones for a long time. He pulls out his blade and quickly begins to wield it, engaging in battle. Swinging his sword, he destroys various targets, which today are only targets for him. He passes by the trouble, looking ahead, clearly understanding his plan. On this cold moonlit night, he came to drink blood wine. The building, which has always been quiet and cozy, was now colored red, and soldiers were flying from all sides. One of them flew outside and rolled away from the young master's blows. Our hero stepped forward, reminding himself that he had to be ruthless. His sharp dagger was pointed at Donghae, who was holding on and begging him not to kill him. But in his mind, the young master knew that he could not hesitate and could not even find a reason why he should spare this boy. He firmly pointed his sword at his body, because it was his job. He has to harden himself and get used to death. This is the only way he can survive in the world of Murim. The leader comes out from the second floor and watches everything that is happening. He looks into the eyes of the young master who has come to his land and is wreaking havoc. When the leader looked into the young man's eyes, his heart ached, and he stepped aside. His servant ran over and asked if he was all right, but the leader ordered him to immediately send a message to the Heavenly Death Sect to tell them that there was a man who wanted to drink bloody wine. Before the leader could speak, the woman ran to fulfill the order. He ordered her to gather all the leaders she could find. The leader introduced himself as Chen, the leader of an ignoble clan from Kaifeng. As a leader, he decided to welcome this young man, thinking about how he could use the clan for his own purposes. Hearing these words, the head did not understand what he was talking about, but the young man mentioned that it was his goal to test the blood wine on the Heavenly Death Sect. He needs to find out everything he can about the members of the Heavenly Death Sect who live in the territories of this particular ignoble clan. The head does not understand why he should agree to such conditions, because they do not even know what they will receive in return. However, the young man promises only one thing: to save their lives. After all, anyone who prevents him from drinking the bloody wine will be killed without hesitation, regardless of whether they are the Heavenly Death Sect, a beggar's unit, or a clan of nobles. The head realizes that it is useless to communicate with this guy. He steps forward and simply asks to be killed because he doesn't want to suffer anymore. Despite the fact that they belong to a notoriously ignoble clan, they are all martial artists. Why shouldn't they accept death, or why should they be afraid of it? In any case, they will all be killed as soon as they divulge information about the Heavenly Death Sect. If he has to die anyway, doesn't it make more sense to put his life on the line, to gain something meaningful? But he doesn't understand what kind of deal he's being offered. The head decides to do whatever the young man wants in exchange for one condition: he asks to be killed. This turn of events was unexpected and went beyond the young man's plans. The people standing in front of the head did not understand why he was saying such things. The young owner looked at the head carefully, realizing how cunning he was. Jung put his glass down on the table, clinking it loudly, and called out to Yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo was already on the alert because he had been given the task of getting rid of the head, and his job was to fulfill this order. At the moment when Yoo-hoo's big mace swung over the head of the head, he did not even resist, just closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But as always, women were involved. Her cry of "Stop!" stopped the blow. She begged him not to do it, explaining that they needed information about the ignoble clan. All their plans would fall apart if they killed their leader. Yoo-hoo only asked his master if he should start with this woman. Jung stopped for a moment but didn't say anything. He was just silent, and Yoo-hoo even started to worry about his master. He asked the woman why she didn't want their leader to be killed. She began to defend him, explaining that the current clan leader had used extreme methods to overthrow the previous one, but that most of the ignoble clan did not support either the new leader or the old one. "And what were those disgusting methods?" asked Yoo-hoo. The head continued that 2 years ago, the previous leader was overthrown by the current one, with the help of hired assassins who completed the task. He spoke of it as a natural course of events, ups and downs. He saw no reason not to kill the head of the ignoble clan. Shortly after these words, the head came forward, outside the woman's protection. Making a gesture of respect, he said that he would provide all the information about the Heavenly Death Sect. Jong noted that the leader was quite intelligent, but emphasized that this was the last time he would agree to such a deal. The head asked to allow the Heavenly Flower to continue its work, offering to arrange for them to be housed in another building where they could meet. Soon all the leaders gathered in the hall. The head, taking advantage of the opportunity, ordered to gather the boys and bring them to the Garden of Eden. And from now on, discussing the incident that happened before their eyes is strictly forbidden. Anyone who opens his mouth will lose his head. Starting today, all clan members will be focused on investigating the activities of the Heavenly Death Sect, and their task is to collect all the information and pass it on to the leader of the Incense Squad. However, the other leaders and the head did not understand why they should trust these guys. Their leader could not give an answer, because they had no choice but to trust them. The master and his crew moved to a new building that was much different from the previous one. Around the corner, women were watching them, analyzing their skin and behavior, and they appeared to have come from somewhere else. They looked brutal, and their tattoos suggested they came from the tropics. Their tanned skin looked very attractive, and it immediately caught the eye. Her friend warned her, "Pull yourself together. These are not ordinary guys. These are killers who just recently killed 6 members of our clan. Don't even think about approaching them." Beck walked by and noticed the women doing strange things. She reminded them that this was a no-go zone and asked if they had forgotten the leader's order. The women explained that it was an accident. Beck said they were being too noisy and ordered them to get ready to receive guests before the hotel opened. The girls ran off to fulfill their task. Soon after, Jongna came to the master and brought important information they had received from the straw men in the stables and gambling business. These scrolls contained information about the Heavenly Death Sect. The young master opened the scrolls and began to read the information carefully. Beck watched his facial expressions and gestures closely, not knowing what to expect from him. He spread all the documents on the table and began to study them intently. Recently, there had been rumors that the Heavenly Death Sect was on edge because of the recent clash. To Master Chong, this was not surprising, since the disturbance had occurred on their territory. The leader could try to portray it as a conflict between barbarians, but it was unclear how long that would work. Beck suggested conducting an undercover operation to convince the public that everything was controlled by other organizations or states. But this is a rather rash plan. It would only make the suspicions of such a large organization as the Heavenly Death Sect worse. Everyone was silent, realizing that they needed to come up with something to avoid further complications. Beck asked her host when he was going to start the blood wine process, but he replied that it would happen when the time was right. The answers were stern and reserved, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. The young woman did not know what else to ask, feeling the tension in the air. Zhong suddenly shouted, "Guys, you can come in!" Loud footsteps echoed across the floor as the soldiers entered the room. They greeted the master and arrived immediately on his orders. Zhong immediately gave them orders. Yuhu, go to the 5-Mile Valley, Suisi, go to the 4D Heavenly Power District. Yug to the district, and Ning to the Divine Azure District. Xeok went to the Nine Streams region as a traveling fisherman. All these tasks were distributed among his warriors. They sounded quite harsh, and ordered them to kill everyone on their way. Everyone had their own goal. If someone interfered with their plan, everything would fail. They had to act quietly and unnoticed as their master had ordered. The soldiers immediately set off on their missions, not doubting their leader's orders. The streets of the city were full of life. One man, talking to the others, stated decisively that no meant no, and forbade them to go any further. However, the old man replied that these were just empty words, because he was the leader of the Beggars' Hall, and there were no prohibitions for him in this area. The man replied that he didn't care whether he was a beggar or a noble, because this was not the Hall of Beggars, but the Court of the Pit. Therefore, the old man should quickly take his feet and disappear if he cared about his own skin. The old man snapped back that he didn't care about the pit yard. He also asked me to tell that boy, Chongli Chu, that he had received an order from Mistress Sogo. The boy read the order thoughtfully, and it was clear that it was some kind of building plan. He had thought it through, but he couldn't decide where to start. The old man stood next to him and did not understand why the young master was taking so long to think. He appreciated Chong's acting skills, even though he was only pretending to do something. And Madame Sogo said that until she became the god of death, they had to attract attention in Marima. But to the old man, Chon looked like a parasite, having fun and bathing in luxury. And yet, Mistress Shogo herself, who was aiming for great things, had a subordinate like him. This really bothered the old man. The old man, in his usual manner, asked the boy to sit down next to him, promising something important and interesting. Suddenly, a metal object hit the glass from which the old man was drinking. The glass shattered into pieces, hitting the walls and the floor. The young owner could no longer tolerate the old man. He spared this rascal only because he had been sent by Sogo. But if the old man opens his mouth again, the owner cannot guarantee that he will leave here in one piece. Chon's cold gaze was directed at the old man, and he was shocked by this decisive maneuver. It was obvious that the young master was not joking and was fully responsible for his words. And why did this rascal come here? He thought, as this question became more and more interesting. The old man pulled a scroll out of his pocket and handed it to the owner. When asked what it was, the old man simply asked him to open it. It was a bill of exchange for 10,000 yang, but the owner did not understand why he needed it. The old man decided to explain everything. It was the capital invested by the Dead Soul Squad. The owner said that he would need a lot of money to enter the territory of the Heavenly Death Sect. She also gave the same checks to his colleagues, Chokusei, Yigang, and Seoe-yun. And it was completely true. The young master looked at the old man and realized that he might need it. But he decided that he didn't need such handouts. So he gave the bill back to the old man. He said, "Give this to Mrs. Sogo. The things that remain in the Dead Soul Corral belong to the older generation. If he really wants to become the god of death, he should not rely on what belongs to others." Hearing this wisdom from the young master, the old man was shocked to the core. The amount entrusted to the Dead Soul Squad is 90,000 yang, which is equal to what the old man had accumulated in his entire life. The money of the Dead Soul Squad will be returned to Mrs. Sogo, because the young master has no plans to misappropriate this money. However, I wonder what the old man is getting at. The old man explained his position. He will give all the money he has accumulated in his life to the young master. When asked why he was doing this, the old man expressed his respect and said, "The god of death must show this old man that he really exists." Soon, a very important person approached the man. He wanted to know what the owner of the ship had said. He was told that the owner would not sell it for less than 1,000 liang. But this man told him to tell him that they would offer 900 liang and make a deal, regardless of whether he paid 800 and got 100 or 700 and got 200. And of course, the ship would be mortgaged immediately. When the servant left, the leader promised to wait for an answer and complete the deal as soon as possible. The old man had lived for many years and was well aware that the best way to control people is through money. However, there was a spy behind the boat in a hidden place. He pulled a tube out of a crack and took aim, preparing to shoot poison. This poison was supposed to kill the target. With one accurate shot, it was one of Chan's soldiers. By pointing the poison tube in the direction of the rascal, everything was prepared to neutralize this guy quietly and unnoticed. But suddenly the master was urgently called by his servant as a fight with his mistress began. They quickly ran away, dodging the warrior's arrow. He had no choice but to cover his mission, hide the pipe, and continue hunting. Not everything in life happens as we want it to. There are ups and downs. A very important meeting with the old man was taking place at the young master's residence. Beck, passing by Zhong, wanted to tell him something as well. But when she approached the door, she heard a conversation behind her. She was stopped by the words that came from behind the door. It is a pity that the true god of death does not exist. Anyone who wants to become the god of death must first pass through the Yellow Springs. If he cannot be resurrected, he will never become a god of death. The old man, noticing that young Master Zhong was still alive, continued to think. In that case, he should definitely agree to this test. The mistress listened attentively, remaining unnoticed. Suddenly, the old man opens the door abruptly, almost hitting her. Seeing Ms. Beck outside the door, he did not say a word. Coughing, he walked forward, not paying attention to anything. Beck noticed that the old man looked nervous, or something was wrong with him. He was thinking of only one thing, whether the boy would agree to all this and what else they were up to. No one knew for sure whether money could save them from death. Beck came for a reason. She had important information about Lord Massey of the Heavenly Death Sect. She immediately passed it on to the young master. She also noticed that the old man who had just been with him was familiar to her. She had heard of him before. He was known as a miser who had not even married, because he believed that it was a waste of money to feed a wife and children. She couldn't believe that someone like him would give up all his possessions for a legend. But Beck realized that she had blurted it out. She had overheard their conversation. Immediately realizing her mistake, she began to apologize, explaining that she had accidentally overheard the conversation while standing outside. Zhong remained calm and said, "Everyone wants something. For example, this old man wants to see the god of death." Beck had heard of the god of death before. He was a killer who fulfilled the dream of all killers, walking freely on a path without obedience to anyone. But she hesitated. Is it possible that such a man really exists? Zhong interrupted her, saying that she needed to pick out clothes that would suit a young master from a wealthy family. Soon after, a young master approached the gate of one of the clans, and the guard asked him what brought him here. The young man replied that he had come to meet the head of the clan. The guard wondered why he needed to meet with the clan leader and what this guy was looking for. But he had a specific request. The guard asked why they should let him through if there was no appointment. "If there is no appointment," he said, "then we cannot let you in. I'm sorry, but when you make an appointment, then come." Zhong turned his back on them, saying that if they decided so, there was nothing he could do. On his way out, he threw in a line. "I have an important errand for which I'm willing to pay 20,000 naira. Well, you'll have to go to someone else." This was a huge amount of money in that world, and the guards realized that if they lost such an important client, they would be in trouble. They quickly stopped him with a hand on his shoulder and said, "Wait a minute, boy." After frisking him, they decided that they should let him pass. Finding nothing suspicious, he soon reached the Lord himself. The servants were amazed because the Lord usually did not arrange personal meetings, but today was a special occasion. Young Master Zhong understood this well, and he was led forward. The Lord, recalling the conversation, wondered what the young man's name was, but the servant said that he would introduce himself only when he met the Lord. The Lord wondered if this guy was a ruler or an official, but no one knew. They searched through the archives of Kaifeng City, trying to find anyone who could afford to spend 20,000 yuan, but found nothing. They assumed he might be from the other side, and the guy seemed suspicious to them. The Lord tightened his guard and ordered to be on the lookout for the meeting. When the young man went inside, he noticed that a turtle was crawling on the table, looking at the guest as if it had never seen a human. The young host was waiting for the Lord, who had not come for a long time. But soon he heard boots outside the door. The Lord came in and said, "Such a noble guest as you have made me waste a lot of time." He apologized for his tardiness, explaining that he had to deal with several important matters. "Anyway, to get back to our conversation," the Lord began, but the young man interrupted him, saying that he had come on an errand for which he was willing to pay 20,000. The young master asked the Lord to kill an important man. The Lord was interested in who this person was from the world of Murim, but he also noted that it did not matter much. Given that 20,000 would be paid for this, it was clear that this was no ordinary person. However, the Lord warned that if this person posed a threat to him, the price would increase. Chan explained that he would give him anything he wanted as soon as he gnawed on his throat. The Lord realized that he was sitting next to a man who clearly did not have the guts. He had only one question. Whose head was he referring to? The guy answered without hesitation that he wanted to kill the head of the heavenly death sect in Kaifeng that was his target. The Lord was furious, exclaiming, "You son of a bitch! You've come to destroy me!" Realizing the danger, the boy abruptly pushes off the table. He flies away as if it had all been planned in advance. Flying up to the guard standing behind him, he snatches his weapon from him. On the move, he takes the sword, leaving the enemy no chance. He quickly pulls the sword out of its sheath, as if he had already foreseen this. He jumps onto the table, surrounded by guards on all sides. He starts running in the direction of the leader, who can't understand who this impudent boy is. It was a daring and dangerous stunt, and the leader realizes that he cannot let him get away with it. The guards couldn't afford to mess with such a brazen rascal who decided to destroy their leader. Their cold swords clashed, but the boy managed to block the blow. He twisted over the back of one of the guards and maneuvered himself forward. He saw only one goal in front of him, the destruction of the leader. The leader grabbed the table by the edge with his own hands and threw it at the young assassin, who decided to destroy him by smashing his head. Throwing him aside, the young man crashed into the wall but escaped serious injury. The leader shouts, "Who the hell are you? Who sent you?" Our hero stands up and says, "I am Zhang Lichu," although no one in these lands has ever heard of him before. The leader asks who he thinks he is, that he dares to come after him. But the guard was already taking him aside to protect him from further threat. The young master continued, announcing that he was Chong Lichu and had come to destroy the head of the heavenly sect in Kaifeng. To the leader, this sounded like the ravings of a sick psychopath, so he immediately ordered his soldiers to destroy him. The soldiers from all sides began to attack furiously, making great efforts. However, the boy, using improvised means, blocked their attacks. He saw nothing but his targets, which he intended to destroy. Ruthlessly moving forward, he destroyed the soldiers with his sword. But there were too many of them. When the sword got stuck in the body of one of the enemies, he decided to act differently. He pinned one of the villains, and he fell to the ground. The warrior fell under the pressure and hit his head. The guy did not hesitate to finish him off with a dagger, leaving him no chance of survival. Suddenly, a chopping blow flew directly at the young master's head. But he quickly crouched down, dodging the fatal blow. The next blow also passed him by without causing any damage. Holding his chopped sword, he decisively pierces another enemy. The sword penetrates the enemy's body, and another falls down, destroyed by the ruthless attack. The warriors were falling like nuts, one by one, in front of him. One of them, seeing this, decided to call for help and warn everyone about the danger. But a dagger flying in his direction struck his body, and he felt the full force of the blow. After that, he fell silent forever, and the guy successfully completed his attack. Looking around, he realized that he was left face to face with the leader. The leader quickly raised his sword and began to resist in this unequal battle. For him, this young brat was a real scourge and a serious threat. The boy was not going to slow down, and his cold sword went into action again. To add to the effect, he picks up the table and throws it right at the leader. The leader catches the table in his hands to avoid injury, but the boy pushes down on the table with all his might, and the leader feels the tension. The leader even thought that the young master was hiding behind the table, hoping to hide on top. However, when he tried to look, the young master was already on the side. Exerting all his strength, he held the sword tighter in his hands. Suddenly, the sword pierces through the leader of the organization, leaving him no chance. Red liquid fills the space around him, sprinkling everything around him. The leader's arms fall down powerlessly, and he bids farewell to his life forever. Thanks to his cunning and ingenuity, the young master was able to successfully complete this difficult mission. The warriors who had been running to help the master all this time hoped that he was safe. From the very beginning, they did not like this guy. But when they arrived, they saw him in the center of the action. They surrounded him from all sides, and the guy didn't even know where to look. But he was not going to give up. He continued to fight as he had done all his life. One of the warriors was hiding all this time, waiting for the right moment to destroy his target. He was in the dark and could hear one of the men discussing a deal, but no one could be sure of the outcome. This was his trade secret, which he had mastered over 20 years of working in this field. He had to fulfill his task of getting the ship and then take care of the rest. The servant informed him that everything would be ready by morning as soon as he went, and paid the balance for the ship. It was a carefully planned plan, and the leader was pleased that the servant had done well. The servant was also pleased because his leader was happy about the birth of his son, and he congratulated him, realizing that this son would eventually become a great man. This thought was also in the mind of this young man, who saw himself as great and powerful. By that time, he would become even more significant than he could have imagined. Having lived a rich life, he realizes that he has nothing to envy in this world. But suddenly, something bites him on the neck, as if a needle pierces a vein. The poison takes effect instantly, and he feels his body weaken, and he begins to fall. When he hits the ground, he no longer feels his arms and legs. Soon, a bull runs to the head, carrying important news. He brings a piece of paper with very important information on it. It said that the wandering fisherman was dead. Also dead were the 4 demons that shattered the heavens, and the killer of the divine glaze. This simply could not be. But Beck said that this wasn't all the news. The leader of the heavenly death sect, who was responsible for Kaifang, was also dead. And now it became clear that the world was changing right before our eyes, and that the blood massacre would begin that night. The servant went to the mistress and told her that someone was looking for them at the branch. There was a young master in the branch who asked everyone to go inside. When they entered, they saw a man who was bloody, dressed in dirty clothes and holding a glass of alcohol in his hand. He put this glass on the map, right on the inscription. The inscription read Murderer's Sect, and that was the first plan he started on. He turned to Chairman Chen and announced that they were starting the execution of the treaty right now. The news quickly spreads to the major centers of this world. Servants do their work every day, delivering all the important news. One of the main masters is brought a message. He was just having a delicious dinner, surrounded by his guards, when a personal message was delivered to Master Quan. Master Quan had not seen this guy for a long time. Apparently he was so busy that he did not have time to meet him. However, Master Quan was an even more powerful person, and it was not easy to meet him. The boy simply handed him a letter that mentioned the money he had once borrowed with interest. Master Quan thanked his debtor for repaying the debt. He wasn't going to stay long, wished him a good meal, and moved on. But when the master opened the letter, he noticed that very little interest had been paid. The master wondered why, since the letter contained exactly the amount they had agreed on, even though not 1 but 3 months had passed. The man explained that he had asked for the money 2 months ago to pay off the debt, but then the master said he was going on a trip and so he did not pay back the debt. Master Quan replied that the trip was complete madness, but his gatekeeper had clearly said that the master had left, and that he did not know when he would return. However, the master had no gatekeeper, but someone was standing in his house, speaking confidently and clearly. The master did not understand what kind of gatekeeper he was talking about, because he had not left Kaifeng, and had not gone anywhere at all. In general, the debtor had not given him enough, and now he had to bring another 300 grams of silver. The master was irritated and did not know how else to describe the situation. The debtor called the master a swindler, which made him angry. The master emphasized that he had waited quietly for several months, did not look for it, and did not demand its return. And now he received such insulting accusations. However, the debtor insisted that perhaps the master was a real liar who had not waited for the debt at all. The man tried to explain that he had deliberately delayed so that additional interest could accumulate, but this only made the master even angrier. The guard forcefully threw him aside, hitting him on the head. He fell to the ground and began to spin in pain. The master came closer, and noticing that the man was seriously injured, ordered him to bring the documents for his house or other property within a week. He threatened that if the debtor delayed for another month, not only the house, but also his wife and daughter would become part of the deal. The master warned him to think carefully before making the same mistake again. The people in the bar began to whisper among themselves, calling the master a real scoundrel and a cruel man. They even felt sorry for the man who had been abused by the master. The man, leaving behind bloody marks from the blow, walked down the road, barely able to stand. He suddenly fell down and lost consciousness, shocking all the witnesses of the scene. One of the passers-by ran up to the victim to help him. He tried to ask him if he was okay, but the guy did not answer. The victim was only crying and saying that he had no money, and now he would lose his land house and children. The one who picked him up fully understood this. Even he himself wanted to pay someone to get rid of that rascal master. But it was hard to know who to turn to. They lived in a cruel world, and getting rid of such a tyrant would be a good idea. But where to get the money? However, if everything this peasant had was going to be taken away from him, it might be better to use it to destroy the villains. The man who helped him mentioned that he had good contacts with professional killers. He soon contacted one of the gentlemen to arrange a meeting. They agreed on a neutral territory, where both met and exchanged contacts. Their conversation was covert, and they passed each other documents and the name of the person to be killed. They warned each other about the need to be careful on slippery slopes so as not to leave any traces. It was a list of debtors who had to pay this month, and the servant was given the task of passing it on to the mistress. Soon, the list was handed to the mistress, and she began to look through it. When she opened the list, she was struck by one important detail. It turned out that there was a small, difficult piece of information on the list. A contact. It was a contact for Master Chong, his first assassination request. His target was the loan shark Master Quan, who had caused a lot of problems for many people. The master took up the case without compromise, and ordered to tell the boss that this was their first contract kill, and they would do it for just 1 liang. Master Quan continued to bully his debtors, and no matter how many times they begged for a delay, he remained relentless. He explained his position by saying that he was living on this money, and no idiot could stop him, and his family could simply rot. For a long time, everyone had been trying to understand the situation, but Master Quan was not going to take it anymore. Despite the fact that the future of this rascal looked bleak, he was constantly being watched, and information was being gathered. All the information gathered was passed on to young Master Chong's master, who was always interested in new details. He found out that Master Chuan was always followed by 2 guards, even when he went to the toilet. Yue Hui decided to approach the master and ask about the next steps, keeping in mind that the guards were also a problem. He suggested that the best way was to kill Quan, along with his bodyguards. This meant that Yue Hui would be responsible for fulfilling the first contract. The young master liked the idea, and he ordered him to go and execute Master Quan's murder. Entering the toilet doesn't always mean you'll come out in one piece, and Yue Hui knew how to capitalize on this moment. Just as debtors initially call Quan their benefactor when they need money, they can easily start treating him like garbage when it's time to pay. The guards sensed something suspicious and warned the master to wait and be careful. The silhouette of an unfamiliar man suddenly appeared in their path, arousing suspicion. The guards began to shout, ordering him to get out of there, but the silhouette continued to approach. One of the guards threatened him again, saying that this guy was doomed if he did not leave. The stranger did not react and just kept approaching, pulling out his knife. The guards decided to attack, as there were 2 of them against 1. However, when the stranger got closer, they realized they were wrong. His speed and strength were incredible, and he attacked with lightning speed, stunning the guards. Juho skillfully performed his job as an assassin, moving with extreme precision. The guards had no chance to resist his strength and skills. His powerful body, as soon as it came into contact with someone, didn't even need a sword to deliver a crushing blow. In just 1 minute, the guards were lying on the ground, ruthlessly destroyed. Only the master remained, and he had only a few seconds to live. Juho violently jumped over one of the guards, and he finished him off with his cold sword, without any requests. He was a true killer who knew no pity. The master fell to the ground, not understanding why he was being punished so cruelly. He asked how much Juho was paid for his head, and offered much more, as much money as he wanted. But Juho approached the master with each step and coldly replied, 1 liang. The master could not understand what 1 meant, perhaps 1,000,000, but Juho clarified that his life was worth only 1 liang. The next day, rumors began to spread throughout the city. One man who was working hard heard from a friend that Master Quan had died last night. It was said that he and his bodyguard had been killed on the eastern outskirts of the city. Their bodies so mutilated that they were hardly even recognizable, and then thrown into a pit. But no one was going to mourn for such a man. On the contrary, people spat on his way, remembering how badly he had treated others, so society felt no pity for him. Hearing this news, the man who owed money to Master Quan realized that his request had been fulfilled. He hurried to pay off the killers, fearing for his life, because he realized that he had to finish this business as soon as possible. He came to his guide and apologized for the situation. But the man covered his mouth so that no one else could hear, and said that he shouldn't talk now. The guide took him into a cold alley and told him that everything was over with the rascal and that he shouldn't talk about it anymore, but asked him to thank him for the task he had done. The poor debtor did not understand why he had been charged only 1 liang, and who exactly was behind it all. They called themselves a sect of murderers, and no one else knew anything else about them. The man asked if he could contact them again, if he found himself in the same situation again. The guide replied that he could, of course, but that in the future, he would not be able to do it alone, and warned him that he should never talk about it to anyone. After the first order was fulfilled, the killer sect began to receive more requests and appeals from people. The Heavenly Death sect in Kaifeng still needed time to recover, so the demand for the services of the assassin sect was steadily increasing. Hearing this report, the head ordered to tell Chong to make a list of all the orders received, so that they could start collecting information immediately. Beck obediently passed this information on to the young master. After reading these requests, Zhang realized that there was no reason to refuse them, and decided to take on all of them. The killer sect quickly began to complete the tasks one by one, leaving no order unattended. They attacked people by surprise, carrying out orders with cold-blooded precision. Whether it was in a dream or in reality, the killer sect was not limited by any rules. The young master's henchmen performed their tasks efficiently, quickly, and silently. No one could stop them, no matter how hard they tried. Those targeted by humanity simply disappeared from this world. Soon, many of the villains that people resented ceased to exist, as they were wiped off the map. Money began to come in steadily, and orders based on the results of their work kept arriving. The young master looked at Beck, who brought him the money, and said that she would now be in charge of the finances. When she asked why he trusted her, he replied, "Why not? I wouldn't have started killing people if I didn't trust you." These words put the woman in a difficult position. On the one hand, she did not share his thinking, but she promised that from that day on, his money would be in safe hands. However, the young master asked that half of the money be transferred to the treasury of the clan of the ignoble. He also ordered that 1/10 of the fee for each murder should go to the person through whom the order was placed, and that those who provided the most valuable information should be rewarded accordingly. It was a wise decision, and Beck promised to pass on all the information and money to the people they were intended for. After that, the guy ordered Juho to come to his palace to receive a new assignment. Juho quickly set off to fulfill the new task, and after a while, he reached a hut in the forest on a snowy path. This place was known throughout Kaifeng because influential thugs gathered here. These guys were the children of the provincial rich, and were famous for their debauched behavior and impunity. They gambled for big money, and every time, even when they lost, they didn't give up because their families were so influential that they never thought that anyone could dare to challenge them. They drank alcohol, had fun to the fullest, convinced that everything was allowed, and lived to their heart's content. Every day they indulged in all sorts of pranks, and one day they kidnapped another man's wife to use as a slave. Her husband, having no other options, ordered them to be killed by a death sect. At this point, Juha kicks in the door, realizing that the end has come for these people. The young men turn around and do not realize who this man is who has boldly entered their shelter. They evaluate this stout stranger and start joking, saying that he must be the woman's husband. One of them, laughing, says that he came too early because they still wanted to have fun with her today, and advises him to come back tomorrow. After these words, the head of this impudent rascal fell off his shoulders. The friends saw that Juho had really started to use his sword, and realized that he was not joking. They began to shout, reminding him who their parents were, whether he even knew who he was dealing with, promising that this would all end badly for Juho. But Juho did not listen to them. Charging his sword, he rushed to attack, knowing that today the end would come only to them, not to him. He began to destroy everything in the room, forcing the young men to run in different directions. But this did not stop him. Juha did it not only because of the task. He enjoyed his work and hated their way of life. His hatred for such scoundrels was the reason for his rage, and he ruthlessly dealt with everyone. Everyone in the room did not even have time to scream as their lives came to an end. In a few minutes, the place turned red. They didn't even have time to grab their swords. Juha was about to leave, but he noticed one important detail. He saw a beautiful cold sword covered with a rag that caught his attention. Although Juho was not usually attracted to precious things, he decided to take the sword because he believed that such a valuable item should not be left with the wrongdoers. As he approached the woman who was lying unconscious, Juho remembered what his master had said about what to do with her. The master had been categorical. The client had said that she might not want to live after this, and asked him to do everything quietly so that she would not suffer. But when Juho raised his sword over the defenseless woman, he did not have the cruelty to do it. Soon the young master saw a strange picture. Juho, who had always been cruel, was unable to carry out the order and brought the woman to him, causing him to wonder what this ruthless man was up to. Everything would look good, but it is unclear why Juho brought this woman with him. It was clear from her appearance that she urgently needed help, and the girls decided that they would look after her. Jong asked Juho why he disobeyed his master's order. Juho explained his point of view, saying that this time he felt he had to help. Yong was shocked to hear him say that, but Juho apologized sincerely and admitted that he didn't even understand what had come over him. Looking him in the eye, Jong reminded him that he always had to follow orders and that an assassin's reputation depended on the accuracy of his tasks. Hired killers are not trusted if they don't follow orders, and Juho must remember that. Jong was categorical. Disobeying orders was unacceptable. He let Yuho go, saying that he could return to his family, but that the young master would not work with him again. As for the girl, he could kill her or take her with him. It didn't matter to Chan. Yuho fell to his knees, begging the master for forgiveness. He was ready to do anything to stay working under him. But Jong was unyielding. Juho had crossed the line, and he was no longer a hired killer. Yuho did not know what to say, and only asked his master not to be angry with him. To calm Chan down, he took out the valuable sword he had brought from the mountain hut where the criminals were hiding, and thought that the master would like this object. Yuho promised that as soon as the girl regained consciousness, he would immediately send her away. The young master hesitated what to do, and decided to leave the matter open for a while. The Fist King saw that Jong was worried about the situation, and decided to stand up for his good friend. He entered the room and began to tell how he and Yuho used to be at loggerheads with their colleagues. But after living under the same roof and eating from the same bowl, they became close. Yuho had a girlfriend named Aichu. She was kidnapped during an attack on another tribe. Yugo really had strong feelings for her, but she could not stand her position as a slave. In the end, Aichu committed suicide, and Yugo still blames himself for not being able to save her. The King of the Fist admitted that for the first time in his life, he saw tears streaming down his face from a hardened warrior, known for his cruelty. And now Yugo saw in this girl he saved a reflection of his lost beloved Aichu. Jong understood the situation perfectly well, but if he let Yuho stay, it could destroy the killer sect. Now it might be the first mistake, but later the situation could get out of hand, and they would all be in danger if they didn't follow the strict rules. The King of the Fist followed Chong not because he wanted to become a hired killer, but because he decided to live the rest of his life under his guidance. However, Chan made it clear to his soldiers that if they disagreed with him, they could leave at any time. The King of the Fist stated that he would never do that and would stay with Chan until the end of his days. He expressed his opinion and did not want to teach his master in any way, but wanted to ask for leniency for his friend. He felt that Yuho and Mojin were following the young master for the same reasons as himself, so he asked not to be too hard on them. These words were very serious, and Jong would have to think about them carefully. Soon after, a doctor came to see the girl brought by Juho and told her that, fortunately, she was only exhausted. Despite the abuse she had suffered, there were no serious injuries, and if she rested for a few days, she would recover quickly. Juho stood over her and thanked Beck for her help. Looking at the girl, he was filled with strange feelings that he could not understand. The young master entered the room and addressed Juho, saying that he would forgive him only once. But if this happened again, he would never forgive him again. Yuho looked at the girl and promised that as soon as she could walk, she would leave this place immediately. But Jong interrupted him, saying that her husband had already left her, so now she has nowhere to go and let Yuho take care of her. Jong added that this woman now knows what a hell their world can be, and that Juho should take responsibility for her. For the sword that Juho gave him, Jong expressed his gratitude. Yuho was happy to be pardoned and allowed to continue his journey. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Death Sect's branch in Henan Province, Mr. Ye Sun received an important call. He did not understand why he was disturbed so early, but he was told that 15 people had been kidnapped. Among them was his daughter, and he did not know who did it, but they seemed to be persecuting his daughter-in-law. Ye Sun mentioned that if it was the disappearance of a few people, it could be tolerated, but 15 people were the work of villains. He went out to the community and asked the men to go to the officials, but after they examined the scene, the result was startling. The officials explained that they had examined everything, but found no evidence of the girl's disappearance, and that no one living in the area had anything to do with it. If they are accused again without evidence, they will all be punished. They added that a few days ago they saw officials visiting the brothel during an investigation, and now it seems that they were bribed. This is how bureaucrats ensure their existence. The relatives of the abducted women have collected 3,000 Nayang and are asking to kill the perpetrators. There is only one question. Who is this rich man who has recently appeared in the district and bought the house and land? The only thing known about him is that he doesn't keep a guard, which raises suspicions. Ye Sun thinks that the first step is to send someone on a scouting mission to gather information about this man. His servant decides to act independently and without his master's permission, sending 3 second-class assassins to scout. However, the 3 assassins sent out last night have not yet returned. This news shocked Ye Sun, and he realized that a very dangerous enemy had appeared on their territory. He decides to send his best assassin, the Sword of the Dawn Star, who can destroy any enemy, on this task. Soon, his servant runs to the master with the news that the mission has begun. A lot of time had passed, and the master hoped that the sword of the rising star had already returned, but it did not. It was clear that something had gone wrong, and the servant began to think that it would be better for them to abandon the task. He wanted to inform them that they were canceling the contract. However, this could not be done because it would damage the reputation of the Heavenly Death Sect. The master decides to call all the first-class assassins together. The assassins finally gathered, and their terrifying appearance showed their seriousness. Yasun said that 6 second-class assassins had already disappeared into that person's domain, and the Dawnstar sword had also disappeared. They don't have enough information about the man himself or his estate, so the 3 assassins will go together, protecting each other, and they must kill him at all costs. However, after a few days, even the first-class assassins did not return. This meant that now the head of the sect would have to personally check on this scoundrel. The servant began to realize that the situation had become catastrophic and wanted to ask for help from the central headquarters. But the head of the regional branch had already sent all his subordinates ahead, so he could not ask for help. The master ordered that if he didn't return by morning, the servant should contact the headquarters. And if he didn't show up even after 3 days, the servant should simply evacuate. The leader went to this legendary house from which no one had ever returned. He approached cautiously, carefully examining everything around him and gathering information. Although he was many years old, he was still in excellent physical shape and could easily withstand many enemies. That night, he skillfully moved around the neighborhood regardless of the possible dangers. When he approached the door, he saw that it was open. He went inside, drawing his sword, ready for any danger. As he walked down the empty corridor, he noticed a candle flickering in the distance. But this house was filled with traps, and one of them was under the master's foot. Unfortunately, he stepped on it, realizing that this would inform the enemy of his presence. Realizing that the situation was becoming critical, he only had time to exclaim, "That bitch!" A huge number of arrows flew in his direction. Thousands of arrows pelted him. They nailed him to the wall, piercing his body like a target. He was like a trapped mouse, unable to move, and the culprit of this terrible sight was walking nearby. He approached the leader and said that everyone he had sent here did not return. Wouldn't it be better for him to just leave it in the past? But they all stubbornly climbed to him like flies to honey. This famous guy started laughing at these hapless rascals, calling them real idiots. Henan Province, located in the south, welcomes us with its calm atmosphere. In this snow-covered city, time seems to have frozen. Nothing serious happens here. An elderly man goes to work every day just to sleep, because no one comes to see him. But one day someone did disturb his sleep, which surprised him. The old man immediately felt the incredible aura of the stranger, and realized that if he'd come later, disaster would have been unavoidable. The visitor came with a serious business. He needed a hired killer. However, the old man assured him that only madmen take on such cases, and he would definitely not be able to help him. But the stranger was well informed, and knew that the old man could cleanse the aura. He didn't let him waste time talking, and went in. The visitor had a serious offer. 10,000 silver niang, half of which he was willing to pay in advance. When the old man saw the check for 5,000 niang, his face changed significantly. When asked who he was going to kill, the young man pulled out a poster of a man who was called a scumbag. The man had abused the daughter of the head of their clan and fled with the family treasures. The clan head wants his head, and the old man promised that they would send the best killers. This means that he is already effectively dead. We move on to the Heavenly Death Sect, based in Henan Province. It is said that all the guards are now closely guarded by 10 warriors. However, sooner or later the perfect moment to attack will come. They just have to wait for that day. The contract provides for a generous reward, and if the warriors succeed, they will be rewarded accordingly. They were promised to return after the order was fulfilled. Meanwhile, the market is in full swing, and poor people are begging for another portion of dumplings. The young owner decided to feed everyone today. Let them eat as much as they want. I'll take care of it, he promised. Soon everyone was full and sincerely thanked this generous man. On the 3rd day, the killers watched the man, who was surrounded by a crowd of guards. They knew that the moment for action would come as soon as the master gave the signal. Suddenly, they noticed that the soldiers began to disperse. This meant that the guards were saying goodbye to him and were about to leave. Indeed, 8 men separated from the group and moved in an unknown direction. Now this man is protected by only 2 guards. This is his chance. The assassins pull out their cold steel weapons and set off on their mission. During this time, Chaksa knew he was being followed. The killers behaved very obviously, which made him realize everything. They ran from one house to another, planning to ambush him. But suddenly they saw him entering an old, dilapidated building. His bodyguards defiantly closed the door behind him. As soon as the door slammed loudly, something changed. Soldiers began to appear from all sides, preparing to kill him. They surrounded all the entrances and exits of the building, listening carefully to what he was saying inside. It was clear from the conversation that he was going to go to bed. And as soon as the others returned, they planned to leave the place. The murderers realized that they would not have this opportunity again, and now was the time to act. In a large crowd, they burst into the building, smashing the doors to pieces. At that moment, they noticed the guy they'd been hunting for all this time. He asked them what is going on here, surprised by their appearance. But they called themselves the Angels of Death and said that they had come for a reason. They intended to take him with them. Chaksa did not expect such an attack at all. He let his guard down, as did they, who had not hastily checked their surroundings before the attack. The shocking feeling of being surrounded became clear when the assassins discovered themselves and found themselves trapped, surrounded on all sides. Chaksa, of course, assumed that they would attack, but he did not expect them to make such a quick move. The ambush was not for the warriors, but for these unfortunate murderers. There was only one question left. Had the heavenly sect really degraded so much? It turned out that it wasn't the assassins who had been hunting them all along, but rather they had fallen into the trap themselves. One of the assassins, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, began to act. He pulled out his sword. Swinging at the soldiers, he loudly declares that they will all die soon. But his swift stroke is deflected by an equally swift and accurate stroke of the warrior. The sword inevitably pierces the killer, leaving him no chance. No one was going to show mercy. Everything was decided in a moment. The warriors knew their job well and started the mission without delay. This group of misfit killers quickly paid for their invasion. After a while, their leader received news that could not go unnoticed. It seems they underestimated this guy. If they're willing to pay 10,000 silver for the contract, they need to find someone really dangerous, someone who won't be easy to defeat. The leader decides to bring in his elite swordsman from the Black Sand clan. Soon, a fire was burning in the camp run by Chaksa. His men were warming themselves around this fire and discussing the situation. They were sorry that they had to pay 5,000 naira for the contract. They regretted that they had given such a large advance, because if they had given less, the killers might not have taken the job. But Chaksa realized that it all depends on how you look at the situation. The money had allowed them to get rid of an entire branch of the heavenly sect, so it wasn't such a big loss. One of the soldiers had not seen his friend Uruk for a long time. He had complained of a stomachache and left to relieve himself, but had not returned. It became clear to everyone in the squad that they had to find him quickly, because time was not in their favor. They knew that the killers had been hunting them all along, so they had to act immediately and find him. As soon as they came to the place where the restroom was, a terrible picture opened up before them. Their friend had been killed, and his body was lying helplessly on the ground. As soon as his friend ran to him, the horrific sight paralyzed him. He quickly realized that it was a trap, but he could not control his emotions. The soldiers scattered around the perimeter to find those who could have set this ambush. Hiding in the bushes, they could not predict where the enemy would come from, and could not see the person who committed the murder. Suddenly, a stranger appeared over one of the soldiers and instantly grabbed him by the head. Turning his neck, the stranger stunned him, killing another Chaksa warrior. It was the same warrior who had been praised by the sect's representative. He instantly neutralized the first one, and noticed that the second warrior had already taken aim with his bow. He began to shout to his comrades that a murderer was hunting them. He loaded an arrow and aimed it at the enemy, hoping to hit him. However, the killer was extremely skilled at hiding, and soon disappeared from sight. When the other warriors ran to the scene, they could not understand how he could disappear so quickly. Chaksa ordered his men to search the area and not to miss a single corner or bush. The warriors scattered, thoroughly searching every piece of terrain. And suddenly, this ninja, swinging his sword, began to appear from the bushes. He swooped down on one of the soldiers like a ghost and took his life in an instant. After he killed another soldier, the killer hid again in the bushes. The warriors saw him and began to shoot arrows from their bows directly at him. But he was so fast and invisible that he disappeared into the dense snowy forest. The soldiers again rushed to search the area, quickly heading for the place where he was. But once again, he was not to be seen, and Chaksa began to feel a real panic. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he heard someone approaching him. Instinctively grabbing his sword, Chaksa repelled the attack so that the enemy could not hold on and fell. After that, Chaksa moved on to the next stage of his counterattack. He got into a fighting stance and was ready to confront the one he had to destroy. The ninja's cold sword whistled in the air as he approached Chaksa. But Chaksa was ready for any turn of the battle and confidently confronted the enemy. He held onto his scabbard, feeling the tension rising, and could not figure out how to defeat this skilled ninja. He slammed the scabbard on the ground and decided that this maneuver should work. And incredibly, it was this maneuver that allowed him to deliver a fatal blow with his sword. The bloody blow sliced through the air and hit the extremely strong assassin, leaving bloody marks in the snow. Traces of blood on the white snow will remain as a reminder of the story of this mysterious man. The ninja had gone through many trials, but he never dreamed that he would be killed on this particular mission. After a while, the leader gets the news that even the Black Sand swordsman has been defeated. Now he orders the 2 strongest warriors to take on this task and destroy this villain. However, these cold-blooded warriors are only interested in one thing. Who is this enemy, and what kind of power is behind him? When they meet on the battlefield, it turns out that these warriors look like ordinary amateurs. Their forces were too quick to succumb to attacks without demonstrating the proper level of training. It seemed that both the guards and Chaksa himself were weak people without any prospects. However, despite this, they continued to protect their master, regardless of their own fate. The moment one of the assassin's daggers pierced the body of one of the guards, everything changed. The killer did not even expect Chaksa to attack from the side, seizing the moment. And with his incredibly strong stare, Chaksa literally destroyed him, turning him into ashes. Soon, the old man approaches the boss, inquiring about his condition and asking what happened. Recently, a contract for 10,000 naira of silver was supposed to arrive, and it was the old man who sent and accepted the contract. He thought that it would be better if they paid more attention to this contract, given its huge value, and brought it in person. The leader, being desperate, no longer knows what to do, and asks the old man what he wants. The old man is just beginning to ask for 300 silver pieces when he is abruptly interrupted. The kettle hits him right in the face. The old man has gone too far, and the leader is no longer holding back. The leader can no longer tolerate his insolence. How dare he behave like this after bringing this contract? Things have gone too far, and now the headquarters needs reinforcements. This should be reported immediately. We return to Sogo's personal office, where her sister brings a letter and asks to take the money back, because she can't cope. It would be easier for her if she had orders to kill someone. It's much easier than starting a regional branch of the sect. She has no idea how to do it. She has nothing to apologize for. The ability to recognize one's own limits is also an important skill that often saves one from premature death. Sogo only wanted her orders to be heard. She ordered the establishment of a regional branch, not to get involved in a war with the Heavenly Death sect because of a few fools who were only focused on destroying the members of the sect. Only one young man impressed her, Zhongli Chu, was really able to gain a foothold and now gets contracts, accumulating his own power. When her sister heard about this guy, she couldn't believe it, because he always seemed nondescript to her. Nevertheless, they could overlook these details. They would see how he would prove himself in the future. Now he would work directly with her and follow all the orders Sogo gave him. In addition, there was one interesting character, Gon, who built himself a fortress for 20,000 nyang and now doesn't even leave it. Apparently he plans to sit there until he runs out of money, and this task is perfect for her. She needs to get him out of the fortress. Meanwhile, the office of one of the leaders of a powerful sect received a message from Junin asking for reinforcements. The leader was shocked that the situation in their lands had become so aggravated. First there were problems in Kaifeng and Zheng, and now in Zhongyin. He did not understand what was going on there. He didn't like it at all, so he decided that the best killers from other areas should be gathered and redistributed to their respective districts. They would show what happens when someone challenges the Heavenly Death sect. His servant completely agreed. They would show exactly where the crayfish hibernate. Soon, a new player appeared on the streets of the beautiful city. A stranger approached one of the intermediaries and asked him a favor. He wanted to be connected to the killers, but the intermediary refused the idea. Nevertheless, this man searched for him for a very long time and insisted on being helped. Realizing that the man was serious, the intermediary decided to accept his order. In a dark alleyway, he began to explain that he needed at least 200 naira to get the order accepted. The guy replied that he was ready to give everything he had, and he had the money, so he shouldn't worry. Then the intermediary asked who he wanted to kill. Suddenly, the stranger struck the intermediary. After knocking him unconscious, he nails him to the wall, looks him in the eye, and threatens him. Grabbing him by the hair, he whispers in his ear that he wants his contract to be accepted personally, and that he is looking for those damn killers. New contracts were arriving at the Assassins Department incredibly fast. There were so many of them that they didn't even have time to respond to each one. Of course, Beck will hand these contracts over to the Assassination Sect after the Master personally checks them over. The head realizes that even though times are hard, so many people who want to kill someone is a real horror. And all of this costs a lot of money, which is not clear where it comes from. He was even upset because soon they would no longer be different from ordinary mercenaries, so he decided to look into the situation himself. He went to the stable boy and greeted him just in time because the stable boy was about to go to him. The head was pleased that the groom was on time and asked what was going on. The groom replied that the head gives the person who helps to make the contract 1/10 of its value, and he wanted to make it clear that this should not be done anymore. But this is what makes contracting profitable for everyone. Why stop? The problem is that their clan members stop working. One contract is enough to get a large amount of money, and who will work hard in such conditions? Now their people on the streets are just looking for someone to sign a contract with, and some have even started intimidating people on purpose. Lately, more and more people have been flocking to their territory, and now the head understands why so many contracts are coming in. They really have opened up too much, and now it's only a matter of time before the enemy sects find out about them. Soon a man runs up to the master and asks to hear him out. When asked what had happened, the man with a frightened face says only one word: Xiaoping. When they got to Xiaoping, they saw that he was already lifeless, with horrific signs of torture on his body. Everything pointed to the fact that it was the work of a hired killer who probably interrogated him. But in fact, in Kaifeng, only the killer sect deals with mercenaries now, so it looks like the Heavenly Death sect has taken over. The head only hopes that Xiaoping did not reveal important information before his death. He orders everyone to tell everyone that there will be a general meeting tonight. Soon afterward, the chapter comes to see the young master, who did not expect to see him that day. Chung Ik-tung apologized for his intrusion, but was forced to ask the young master to leave the place. The young master, busy reviewing contracts, invited Master Chen to sit down. He asked him if he had offended him in any way, and said that he always takes care of his clan. This was indeed true, but due to recent events, things had begun to go wrong. Chen asked what had happened, and the head replied that the Heavenly Sect had returned, and now they needed his help. Chan was confident in his abilities, and reassured the leader that he would take care of everything. However, the head noted that it would not be easy to destroy not only the Kaifeng branch, but also the main clan leader who controls everything. They were too strong, and a conflict with the Heavenly Sect could threaten not only the clan but also everyone who was not a noble. Looking at young Master Chong, he asked only one thing. He asked him to pack his things and leave immediately, and to do so quietly, because they would not be able to hide their suspicions for long. After a while, everyone gathered, but only one person was missing. Finally, he showed up, apologizing for being late, explaining that there were problems along the way. In addition, one of them was found dead. The head confirmed by asking if this man had accepted the contracts, and it turned out that he had. It was clear that the Death Sect would stop at nothing, so everyone should listen very carefully. From that moment on, they would no longer accept any more contracts, and any dealings with the Killer Sect would be terminated immediately. But could they do that without even consulting them? The head knew that the Killer Sect had abandoned them. Beck couldn't believe her ears. The leader continued by saying that their main task now was to minimize the possible damage. When asked, how exactly? The answer was harsh. If it turns out that one of their people is deeply involved in the affairs of the Killer Sect, he should be eliminated before he starts talking. You shouldn't let your emotions get the better of you. If someone is being watched, they are almost dead. It is better to help him get rid of unnecessary suffering. People around us could not believe that it was real and asked if the head was serious. But 2 people have already died, and they don't know what the Heavenly Sect knows. They must not receive any new information, and the first task is to take care of those who acted too openly. It was necessary to act as soon as possible, and his men pledged to do so as soon as possible. After this conversation, everyone began to go to their places, preparing for further action. However, the leader stopped Mrs. Beck because he had a very important question for her. He pulled out a box and called it Snake and Misha Gov. This poison is so strong that those who are struck by it will die in seconds without even feeling pain. It posed the greatest threat of all. The head didn't say anything, just remained silent, thinking. Beck only asked to bring back the clan leader they had lost. The girl went to the room where the Death Sect was located. When she opened the door, she was horrified to see that Zhong had disappeared with his men. She brought the box into the room and was shocked to find that everyone had already left. Everything was neatly cleaned, things were folded, and only a note was left on the table. The note read, "Thank you for everything." She read it and her heart warmed. She could not believe that she was really thanked. Who asked for this gratitude at all? Probably no one. She sat down in the place where the young owner had once sat. She touched the box and put her hand on it. It was so trapped that if you put your finger inside, you could die. The moment she touched the box, it was smashed to pieces by a sudden blow from the side. A man they had seen before entered the room and said that this would not do. She has to do something before she dies, especially if she is going to kill herself, because apparently she knows much more. The man took out a dagger, and the woman did not understand what he was talking about. He held the sword up to her neck and asked her what would happen if she kept her mouth shut, like the others. He wanted to know where the main headquarters was and why they were working here. Suddenly, footsteps were heard, adding to the tension. Young Master Zhang appeared and said sternly, "Enough! How dare you treat a defenseless girl like this?" When asked who he was, Zhang replied that he was a scoundrel who worked here. The cold-blooded killer held his dagger to Baek's neck, looking ominously at the other killer standing in front of him. He asked if the latter had killed the head of the Kaffin branch and destroyed the residence. Our hero replied that he had. In response, the scoundrel grabbed Baek by the hair and threw her to the floor with all his might. She hit her face on a bookshelf and felt a burning pain. Meanwhile, the enemy looked at the young master and did not believe a word he said. But what did it matter if he believed or not? He did not need a confession at all. And then a cold sword, like lightning, flies towards Chan like a throwing star. The blade hits the door, sticking in the wood, and Chan manages to dodge the attack. The killer's foot flies with all its force toward the young master. Zhang manages to deflect the blow with his elbow, seizing the moment. However, a strong blow still throws him to the side, and he rolls on the floor, trying to get up. The scoundrel pulls out his sword, which is stuck in the door, preparing for another attack. He runs around, determined to seize the moment and destroy his opponent. His goal is to send this guy's head straight to the head's desk, which is eagerly awaiting it. However, his sword again pierces the air and hits the floor as the young master deftly dodged the blow. The cold-blooded assassin gets up, outraged that his attacks are not working. He did not expect the young master to push off the nearest beam using all his strength. At this point, Zhang pulls his cold sword from its sheath. He counterattacks, demonstrating his mastery of the weapon. They clash in a fierce duel, and neither is about to give up. Chan's sword swings past the villain, almost hitting him. But the decisive blow has not yet come. He realizes that this guy is not as easy as he seemed at first. The assassin's sword passes just a centimeter from the young master's head. At the moment the killer misses, the young master's foot swiftly hits him right in the face. The blow knocks him down the stairs and out into the street. Hitting the ground, he slides like a stone, trying to stop. The killer starts to get up, coughing from the strong blow. But he has no time to rest, as something is flying in his direction again. The first deceptive blow was a knife throw from the young master. The second was a swift sword strike, which Zhang directs directly at the enemy. It seemed that even the wind could be cut by this blow. When Baek went outside, she saw an interesting picture. The young master had won an unprecedented victory over this killer. Now he can leave this place in peace, because there is nothing holding him back. Noticing that Baek was on the verge of suicide, he asks if she wants to go with him. Meanwhile, we return to the Hanzu fortress. The cold night is illuminated by the moonlight. Some people are climbing over its high fence again. These are highly trained killers who came here for a reason. They begin to move around his estate, ignoring the obstacles. Han watches from the sidelines, sitting by the window and drinking alcohol, as the expected game begins. No matter how many of them he kills, they keep coming to him like moths to a light, knowing that they will almost certainly die. This is the fate of killers. He raises a bottle of alcohol to them and drinks for their rest, wishing peace to the souls of the 7 warriors who are about to meet their deaths. He puts the bottle to his lips. Han notices that it is empty and there is no more wine in it. Damn! He is upset because the wine is over, and he urgently needs more. Soon after, when he goes to his harem, he receives a filled glass. He drinks it with pleasure, savoring every sip. Around him are a bunch of girls who look after him, and he holds them, feeling much better in their arms. Han looks at them and asks if they want to go home. As soon as you say something, I'll send you there right away, he says. However, there was no reaction, as he had predicted. They were much better off here than with their parents, husbands, or children. After all, their lives before were not at all sweet. Taking care of the elderly, working for a lazy husband, and feeding crying children. Here they felt safe. They received money. The warehouses were full of food, and all he asked in return was to have some fun with him. It was like heaven for them. One of the girls confirmed that she would have loved to spend the rest of her life with him, but asked him to send at least a bag of rice home because she was worried that her parents were starving. Hearing this, Han became angry and asked what she was talking about, after which the girl apologized for a long time. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The traps should have been set long ago and stopped these villains. He expected to hear the screams of those trapped in the traps and immediately ran to check what was happening. Running ahead, he saw that nothing had happened. The killers had successfully bypassed all the traps. He was shocked, because he realized that these villains had learned about the traps in advance. It was a real fakin' shit. He could not understand how it happened. Han ran sharply, dodging invisible threats, and there was only one thought in his head: how could this have happened? It was obvious that he was worried, but who had told them about the traps? Han realized that he had to leave the house. Quickly grabbing his sword, he feels regret, but realizes that there is no other way out. He abruptly closes the door, slamming it loudly. The girls ask why the master is acting so strangely and if he is going to leave them. The young master's eyes slid to the side, thinking. He almost left, forgetting the most important thing. Having almost left the potential informants alive, he realizes that he cannot let them become the source of his future problems. The frightened girls watched in horror at what this scoundrel was going to do. They were panicked, but could do nothing as Han set about doing his dirty work. The dark forest had always frightened everyone who dared to walk through it with its deafening silence. Suddenly, a silhouette that looked like a hatch began to appear from under the snow. The wooden hatch slowly opens, and Han comes out of it. He took only the most necessary things with him, having prepared this escape route in advance. He looks back at the building he built with his own hands, and he is very sorry to leave the house that cost 10,000 naira. But even though he is sorry, he has to save himself in order not to die. Now his task is to find out who set it all up and forced him to flee. Meanwhile, Chan and his team arrived at an old friend's house, only to find out that the Heavenly Death sect was after him. He was glad to see his allies here, and now that they are with him, he should worry about the old man. He is in danger. But he should not worry about him. After all, such situations were not new to him, and yet he had lived to this age, having had considerable experience in such matters. And this was the truth for the young master. He was worrying about the old man in vain. The old man kindly invited them in. He lived alone, and the house was not very spacious, but they could be patient for a while he found a suitable place for them. They were most hungry after the journey, and soon the old man brought them something to eat. Yoo-hoo diligently fed his new companion, trying to take care of her. The boys ate happily, not realizing how the old man, who seemed to be a beggar, had set such a rich table for them. Their meal was interrupted by Sogo, who suddenly appeared. She was amazed at what had happened to them because everything had gone according to plan. The young owner expressed his respectful attitude to his leader. He also asked his team to show respect to the hostess. Everyone stood up and unanimously expressed their respect for Sogo. The young man began to say that he expected the Heavenly Death sect to want to strike back, and he was not afraid to engage in conflict they could have withstood them. However, this would only have dragged them into a long war that would have weakened them, as well as the assassins. He therefore decided that the best course of action was to retreat, and apologized if he had done anything wrong. Sogo saw in his eyes a wise strategic move and appreciated that the ability to retreat at the right time requires not only courage, but also great insight. It was the right decision, as some actions would have only wasted their strength. When asked who she was talking about, the girl replied that she was referring to Choksa. The situation is really dangerous, but maybe this will bring him to his senses. In any case, the young master had worked hard and deserved a rest. Sogo suggested that he stay here and catch his breath, and the young man obeyed his commander. One of the soldiers was going about his business that night. He went to the nearest store and bought some food. Walking through the streets, he went into his workshop and started unpacking parcels. Suddenly he heard the voices of officials inspecting his house. They didn't notice the installed mechanisms, and the guy was seriously scared. But Han began to say that this meant that they could not have transmitted the information, and the suspicion fell on the person who had installed these mechanisms. Only he could have known about them. The man, not understanding what he was talking about, did not know how to respond. Gan continued, expressing his indignation that some scoundrel from the Heavenly Death sect had somehow found out about the hidden traps, and now he was looking for the one who had revealed the information. Gan was serious and instantly pulled his sword out of his pocket, and the man explained that he hadn't said anything, but Gan had his suspicions and he wasn't going to ignore them. The man had been working with the Dead Soul Squad for over 30 years, and even when he had orders to kill someone, he hadn't cooperated with anyone for 10 years, waiting for the squad to be revived, and he never shared information except with members of the squad. 3 days ago, if Han remembers, a guy or girl came to him for new blueprints, explaining that the old ones were lost and new ones were needed. The master did not tell anyone else about it, but Han denied that he had sent anyone or given such orders. Damn, this is a terrible situation for the master. Han was shocked, not understanding what was happening. Let's go back to the location where Lady Sogo is staying. The old man came to her, asking if she was awake yet. When he went inside, he brought news. Beggars from the streets of Kaifeng reported that the Heavenly Death Sect was hunting Mongolian soldiers. But she already knew about it, and she was sure that Choksa would handle it. The old man agrees, but this time the situation is much more complicated. The Heavenly Death headquarters has sent 10 top-notch assassins at once. He doubts that Choksa will be able to resist them this time. Shogo realizes that her friend might be killed and immediately runs to Zhongli's house. At the entrance, she is met by Beck, who doesn't quite understand why there is such a panic. Sogo unceremoniously asks where Zhongli is, but it turns out that he left before dawn. When asked where exactly he went, Beck replied that he only said he had to take care of some business. This is a real curse, Sogo thought. She needs him right now. Sogo looked at Zhongli's squad and saw that all the assassins were assembled. She called out to them, telling them that she needed their help and urged them to get ready quickly. However, the men of Zhongli's squad did not respond to her words at all. She knew very well that they only listened to their leader, Zhongli. But now they are a family, and they cannot stand aside when their big brother is in danger. However, these guys still ignored her requests. No reaction. She realizes that there is no loyalty on their part, and they are just a bunch of thugs who are not going to help her. Sogo realized that there was no way to do business with them and went in search of the old man. She searched for him for a long time, but he disappeared somewhere. The old man quickly returned to her call because he was busy, but he saw that Sogo had already saddled up and was about to ride somewhere. She tells him that they need to leave for Zhengzhou immediately and instructs him to tell her that they need to go to Junjin. Raising her horse on its rears, she rushed forward to help. Meanwhile, Choksa was in great danger, not even realizing that she was very close. The man is crying, shedding big tears, looking at the fact that his wife is gone. He cannot accept how quickly she left. She did everything to make sure their family lived in warmth and prosperity, and now she has died so senselessly. What kind of a terrible fate is this? This was not just an event, but a real mourning for many people. Men gathered in front of the bodies of their daughters and wives, all of whom were dead, and the owner of the mansion was a demon in the flesh. They appealed to the Heavenly Death Sect to kill this wretch and avenge their loved ones, who now needed to be buried. They demanded justice. All of this was led by my sister. She organized everything and watched this horrible spectacle from the crowd. She was overwhelmed with mourning. She could not believe that her brother Han had done this. But why did he do it? Soon a man came up to her and immediately recognized her, calling her Soyoung. When she asked him who he was, he said that he had been sent by Master Chang. He brought an order. Choksa was in danger, and she was to go to Zhongning immediately. Meanwhile, Choksa was walking along the snowy road with his Mongolian soldiers. Suddenly, one of his soldiers fell down, attracting attention. When asked if he was okay, the guy looked very bad. The warrior realizes that he has probably sprained his ankle, and now it could be the end for him. He falls to the ground, pulls his bow and arrow and asks his comrades to go without him, because he will buy them time. They realize that they are being followed by first-class killers who don't care about anything. However, one of his arrows hits one of the assassins, delaying him for a moment. He urges his comrades to be ready because the enemy is close. They look ahead and see Choksa in the gorge, guarded by a warrior who is shooting at the enemies. Choksa will never forget the loyalty of this warrior and will honor his memory after his death. Now Choksa is forced to continue his run and escape. The warrior draws attention to himself, ready to fight to the last. He gives his enemies the choice of taking him alive or dead. Meanwhile, it was a calm evening in one of the sects, and no one expected trouble. The guards, as always, stood guard. Nothing special was happening. They tried to stay awake, because it was especially difficult at night. Warming themselves by the fire, they talked about various things to keep themselves awake. One of them, passing by an important place with a torch, noticed something strange. His attention was drawn to the fact that there were many rats in the neighborhood. These rats were real big vermin that began to fill the entire space. No one had ever seen rats here before, but now they were out of the blue. One of the warriors asked his comrade why he was just standing there watching instead of quickly catching them, not just looking at them. The soldiers rushed at the rats and began to stomp on them, trying to stop the invasion. But there were so many of them that they failed, and the situation was getting out of hand. Behind the guards, the young owner began to climb over the fence, moving as fast as the wind so that no one would notice him. The soldiers still could not understand where these rats came from in winter, and realized that they could not cope with them on their own. At this time, the leader of the Death Sect was sleeping in his peaceful chamber. Suddenly, he began to hear a gentle voice whispering, "Wake up, master! Wake up!" The voice said that it was for his own good, and if he did not wake up in time, it would make sure that he never woke up again. The old man heard this through his dream and asked the boy who he was. The boy turned out to be an assassin from the Dead Souls squad. The old man was surprised, because he thought that the Dead Souls squad had been eliminated about 10 years ago. But the boy replied that the group had only temporarily laid low after an order to destroy them, and now they were rebuilding. The old man realized that this was another lie from the 10 big sects. He asked what brought the young man here. Young Master Zhang replied that he had come to negotiate. He wanted them to be given the opportunity to restore the strength of their group. This sounded like complete nonsense to the old man. He asked what would happen next and what the boy would get in return. And he replied, "I will keep you alive." To the old man, these words sounded like a bold insolence, but young Master Zhang never joked. The guards heard the old man muttering something and asked what was going on in his head. There was a silent pause between the young man and the old man. The old man asked what the noise was outside. The guard replied that rats had appeared out of nowhere, and they were trying to drive them out, emphasizing that the old man could not sleep well because of this. The guard apologized, promising that they would get it over with as soon as possible. The old man continued to talk to Zhang Lichu, asking why he had invaded him and why he was asking to allow the squad to regain its influence. The young master said that the old man had understood correctly. He should revoke his order to attack his squad members. The old man finally asked the young man's name, and he introduced himself. "I am Zhong Lichu, the head of the assassination squad." The old man realized that he had long wanted to meet the man who had previously destroyed their Kaifeng branch. He had no idea that this guy would come to him. With a wave of his hand, the old man canceled his order, and the young master thanked him. The old man also said that Choksa was the same guy with the Mongols who was operating in Zhongyan. He asked how Zhong Lichu was related to him at all. Zhong Lichu replied that they were working together, and the old man would fulfill his request, but not just like that. The guy had to give something in return. Zhong Lichu gave him his word, and the old man replied that he wanted his life in return. The old man said that he wanted Zhong Lichu to be ready to give his life for him one day. The guards were actively chasing rats and did not even notice. When a strange man walked past them, they immediately pointed their swords at him. They demanded that the rascal tell them his name, but he remained silent. They treated him rudely, but he continued to walk past them without answering. The guards threatened that he would soon say goodbye to his life. However, the leader appeared on the balcony of the second floor and asked his soldiers to lower their swords. He introduced the boy as the head of a sect of killers and ordered them to give him a warm welcome. The warriors realized that the situation was developing in a completely different way than they thought, and despite this, they lowered their swords. They created a corridor through which the young master walked forward, and from that day on, he made a deal with the old man without any obstacles.